Good morning from Headingley, where it is day 3 of Yorkshire versus Kent. Jonathan Doidge with you throughout, as is Ben Watts alongside me of BBC Radio Kent Sport. We've also got Paul Shaw of the North West Thunder, who will be a familiar voice to you, and that of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who will also be a familiar voice and face to you. He's going to pop in and out as well during the day. So cast of thousands again, but hopefully should all be good stuff. 326 for 5 Yorkshire from 86 overs in this their first innings. Harry Brook on his career best 131 not out overnight from 184 deliveries, and Dominic Bess not out on 10. Ben, what was the mood as far as Kent were concerned following yesterday? A little bit down, perhaps?
I think it was slightly improved by those 2 late wickets, getting Milan out for 150, and then Duke with the new ball. Spoke to Matt Quinn. I think I said to him about, tough start of the season for the bowlers. He said, yeah, they've been a little bit down in the dumps and had to do a bit of soul searching, but they're, still working hard, still fighting for each other. They're together as a group, and yeah, I think that there is some optimism that if they can, as you put in your preview piece on Twitter, that if they can repeat what Yorkshire did and manage to get a few quick wickets this morning, and that first innings lead for the home team isn't too great, then they can get to parity and really make this a good contest. So, as one of our correspondents, Stumped on Twitter, said, this with a relatively new ball is a big first hour for Kent today.
Yeah. Snappers are out there taking shots of Harry Brook as he walks out to the middle alongside Dominic Bess. It is a beautiful sunny morning here again at Headingley. So good to see. A few vapour trails around in the skies, as well as a few thin wispy clouds, but I think the forecast is that we're set for a full day, and it will be another full one, I think, Ben, because of course of all that time to make up from day 1 and a bit from yesterday as well. Played on till pretty late last night. It was almost the players walking off here and the players walking on at the other side of the Howard stand on the Rugby League ground. I managed to go get to see my first live game of the season last night, and the Rhinos won as well.
Yeah, excellent
12-0 against Hull KR. So it's going to be Matt Milnes to open up the morning to bowl to Harry Brook. Here's Ben.
Going to bowl from that Howard stand into the ground with a couple of slips in the gully. Here he comes and bowls outside the off stump, left alone. There's a man out a deep point and deep square leg and long leg for the Centurion. 131 for him. And 104 overs scheduled today. And it had that lovely golden hour type feel to the ground as all the spectators were leaving and finished off some post-day interviews, and just looking around at the empty arena and the sun setting was quite the picture, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Brook. Milnes running in hard, and well, this ball just 6 overs old, so Kent will be hoping maybe it can bring them a little bit of joy on this third morning here at Headingley on BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Kent.
If they bowl with it like they did with the first one, bearing in mind we're slightly lower down the order here, could be some joy.
Brook, you feel, is the key man. 131. Yes, he has to, as he defends here, restart his innings to a degree, but he was seeing it so well yesterday and looked so fluent yesterday that as long as he is able to negotiate it, you would think that Kent will struggle to, nip out 5 guys up the other end, per se, with it. 2 slips in the gully before I nip off just to the back of the box to do a hit for BBC Radio Kent. Milnes bowls. Brook plays it down into the gully, and it was placed, not really an outside edge, but very well stopped by Jack Leaning, who gets high fives all round. Former Yorkshire man and the Kent skipper this week.
Ben back shortly. And Harry Brook then, as Ben says, not a genuine outside edge, but it was towards the edge of his bat into the cordon, but again partly because of course he plays it so late, as we were saying yesterday. Milnes in again, and this time the full face of the blade. Show 'em the maker's name, as they say. Harry Brook does just that and pushes it to mid-off. And reasonable attendance so far this Saturday morning. I'm sure there'll be more filter in as the day goes on, and particularly if Harry Brook gets through this early little spell with a new ball and then looks as though he's going to go big. We were talking about that yesterday. Already on a career best. How far can he go? Milnes in, and Brook gets a little bit of room to work with, and he's off for the day. And he's just picked up where he left off last night, because he's laced that away backward of point, timed it superbly, and 4 to Harry Brook makes him 135 not out then, and Yorkshire 330 for 5 after the first over of the morning. That's 87 now in their first innings. A reminder, Kent of course made 291 if you've just landed from somewhere and haven't seen the scores. But wanting to keep up, Daniel Bell Drummond, the main feature of that Kent first innings, made 109. There was a 68 from Jordan Cox and a 58 from Ollie Robinson, having at one stage been 20 for 3, and it was similar sitch for Yorkshire, although it took them longer to get to 23 for 3. Painstaking and patient from Dimuth Karunaratne and Adam Lyth at the top of the order, but neither could make it to double figures themselves, nor could George Hill this time. And then that tremendous partnership between David Malan and Harry Brook, 269 they put on together. Malan's 152. Well, just his third highest score, would you believe, for Yorkshire. 219, 199, and 152. So we're going to see Matt Quinn, 2 for 60 so far, bowling here to Dominic Bess, receiving his first ball of the morning. This at the Kirkstall Lane end. 2 slips and a gully, a point. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and also a man in front of square on the leg side. Plus a long leg who's in the shadow. It'll be a bit parky down there as well, the shadow of the Howard stand. The rest of Headingley bathed in sunshine as Quinn comes in again, and there's a stifled appeal from the cordon. Did hit Dom Bess on the body. In fact, it might have hit him in the unmentionables, but I think he got an inside edge on it. Certainly sounded like there was a bit of bat out there. You can get in touch with us on at BBC Kent Sport, at Ben Watts Sport, at Jonathan Doidge. I think Shaw's email, and he might confirm it, is at Inside Leader 1. It is, getting the thumbs up. Didn't even need to write that down. And then BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Bess on strike. Quinn in and bowling, and driven out into the offside. But a nice pick up there by George Linder. And there is no run, so 330 for 5. Ben is back with us. Don't know if you saw the Harry Brook.
The cut shot for 4.
But as you were.
Yeah.
Here's Quinn again then, responsible for the 2 most recent wickets to have been taken in this Yorkshire first innings. But not another one with this delivery, or possibly there could be a run out. Bess plays it into the onside, wants one. Harry Brook static at the non-striking end, and the throw was pretty good, but not quite good enough.
Yeah, it was Compton, the fielder. Dom Bess got about halfway down, turned and just about got back the other way, so I guess if they'd have gone straight away, maybe they'd have made it fine. But Harry Brook, he's been pretty cool and pretty composed throughout his knock, and didn't fancy getting his whites in the dirt to try and run a quick single for Dom Bess.
Quinn again, and Bess right behind that one.
Interesting that it's Quinn who's carried on with The new ball, having bowled a little bit with it last night and got Harry Duke out, the wicket keeper. Grant Stewart bowled that spell with the new ball yesterday and bowled 6 straight maidens, but I wonder if perhaps with his injury history, there's no indication that he has any problem today, but maybe Kent try and manage him.
Quinn coming in again. Final ball of the over. It's a good one as well. Looks like it just leaves Dominic Bess on the rise as it goes through, but he played the original line and therefore inside it. End of the over. 88 now bowled. Brook 135, Bess 10. Partnership is still in its relative infancy. 16 it's worth so far. 334.5.
Yeah, it's like a good carry, that delivery from Matt Quinn. Yeah, did just nip away slightly. Looking at the replay. Welcome wherever you're joining us from this morning, wherever that is in the country or beyond, of course. Love to know where you're listening from. And those ways to get in touch on Twitter and email that Jonathan just mentioned, as Matt Milnes is in and bowling to Brook, defending into the surface. And Kent have got a little bit of protection out on the boundary for Brook, knowing that he is the set batter. But his task is to, I guess, look to repeat what David Malan did yesterday in scoring 150. Malan, from 50 to 100, just looked glorious out there and was so authoritative, dominating the Kent bowlers at times with some of his stroke play. Milnes bowls, this is wide of the off stump. And you don't give a man who scored 100 yesterday that kind of room to free his arms. Cuts it away in front of square because there's a man out at deep point, but not able to cut that off. So Brook, with another boundary for the morning, moves on to 139, and Yorkshire to 334 for 5. And in truth, Matt Milnes will be disappointed with himself because that's a poor delivery.
Yeah, not the best. Dr. Chris Whittaker says, morning JD, what are you thinking a good lead for Yorkshire is? 150, 200? Keen to avoid a repeat of the draw last time out. Yeah, well, it's nowhere near enough yet, and I don't think you're even thinking about that if you're really honest at this stage, Chris.
Milnes bowling to Brook in and forcing a defensive stroke out of the Centurion.
If you're meaning that, Chris, in the context of when are they going to declare, because there's still only the 5 wickets left. I know Harry Brook is in and he's just getting himself back in, and there's still some talent to come with the bat. But they are halfway through the innings and what, 34, 43 in front, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I was thinking last night, because a couple of times this season Kent have been batting on final days to try and get draws. And as Milnes comes in to Brook again, this one's flicked away down towards long leg for a single. It almost to me feels like Yorkshire would be better off batting last but chasing a low total. I feel like if Kent have to come out and bat next, they're not just going to dig in and try and bat for 2 days, are they? They're going to try and have to score runs, which is, you know, almost what you want. You want a team to just be coming out of their shells a little bit rather than just digging in for a draw on a final day, which is obviously what Yorkshire had to contend with at Northamptonshire last week. Yeah,
I'd be very surprised if 150 is enough. Very surprised on this pitch. 200, yeah, possibly. You're getting closer anyway, but yeah, 150 I would be very surprised.
Milnes bowling on the stumps to Dom Bess. It still looks a good pitch, in fairness. It's, you know, we've said that from ball one almost, that lovely straw colour, and there's some footmarks from the bowlers, but in truth, considering it's had 2 days of guys running in on it, still looks really good out there.
Yeah, and I know Kent were 20 for 3 first time around, but then Yorkshire were 23 for 3. I don't see Kent being run through second time for less than 150.
No, I don't. Not unless Harris Ralph is even more destructive with the new ball than he was first time around.
Yeah, I had a great chat with Harris last night, actually, for the first time on the record.
Milnes bowling to Bess. Lets this one go through to wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. End of the over Yorkshire, 335 for 5.
Seems to be really enjoying himself, and I suppose after you've taken a 5 for, you would be, wouldn't you? But as a general rule, he's enjoying playing under Pato, he said, although he didn't use the word Pato. So yeah, if you get a chance, BBC Sounds, and it's kind of a welcome along to Harris Ralph type interview. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, I thought he did well with some of your questions in terms of just, there's obviously the language barrier for him to try and negotiate. I can't remember what question it was. It was one of your sort of media colleagues, it wasn't one of yours, who said, the fans seem to have taken you to heart, and that phrase bamboozled him a bit, which is pretty understandable. We have all these little sayings in English, don't we? And
if you don't know the language.
Exactly.
Then,
when you're trying to translate that into your native tongue, you're thinking, what's he trying to say to me here? But yeah, he did really well.
You look bemused by most of my questions anyway, Ben, isn't it? It's Quinn coming in to Brook, who flicks it through mid-wicket, and will pick up another single. He's into the 140s, 141 now. Added 10 since that overnight score, 336 for 5.
I think the translation for that heart question in the end was, the supporters, they like you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neil Dutton says, morning Doidgy, looking forward to watching young Brook piling on some more runs, helping both Yorkshire and his own international claims. Are you watching Rob Key? Quinn in again, and Best turning that to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
I haven't seen him here personally, although his old colleague and good mate Michael Atherton's been here for a couple of days.
Yeah.
So he'll no doubt have a conversation with Rob Key about what he's seen this week, you would assume.
Steve Llewellyn says, first game day for me, quite excited, lovely day for it, certainly is. Steve, glad he could make it. And in comes Quinn again and hangs one outside off stump, and Bess not really committing to much of anything there, just offering the outside edge towards it momentarily, but pulled out.
I did see a few Yorkshire supporters saying on social media, stop talking up Harry Brook, we're going to lose him to England if we're not too careful. Whether you're talking about him or not, he's going to get people talking about him. He's going to get looked at with the way he's scoring runs this season.
Yeah, he's just very, very good. But he's at the non-striking end at the moment, and Bess is in and leaning into this one, pushing it into the offside where Linda field. James Green says, Milan and Brooks, magnificent batting. Think bowling attack is pace bowler light and spin attack not good enough. Think bowler rather than batter should have been brought in. Revis batting too low and Duke and Best too high. James's opinion, you can have yours at Jonathan Doidge, at Ben Watts Sport, at BBC Kent Sport, at Inside Leader 1, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Quinn leaves us behind and is in again to Bess, and it's As You Were pushing to Linda once again. One left in the over.
I did see something the other day, and I think it was Lancashire, Yorkshire and Surrey were the 3 counties that someone name-checked, and they said in an England team consisting of just players from those 3 counties would probably give the England team best of the rest a pretty good game, which is a fair cop when you're thinking about, Root, Bairstow, add Brook to that. Lancashire boys, Surrey boys.
Yeah, I wouldn't strongly argue against that. Well done from Quinn, last ball of the over again. Just has the measure of Don Bess, who can get neither forward nor back to it. Passes the outside edge.
So feel free to send us in your teams for that contest if you like, your 11v11.
So Tom Kohler-Cadmore is going to be back up. He popped up earlier on. He's one of 3 12 men, he tells us today, for Yorkshire, but he's going to be around for half an hour or so from 11:30 if you want to hear from TKC. And find out what's been going on with him. Of course, was struck during the close season. Well, during his trip away, actually. But our close season.
Matt Milnes is continuing from the rugby football stand end. This one's defended into the covers, where Daniel Bell-Drummond does the fielding. He was a bit late leaving the hotel this morning. I saw him at breakfast at 9:30. Thought, should you not be at the ground already? Duly left with Jordan Cox a moment or two later. Chatting to David Fulton, the former Kent captain, last week, and he said back in the day they used to be on deck, out ready to do some fielding practice at 9:30. And this Milnes is in and bowling. This is wonderfully driven through mid-wicket by Harry Brook for 4 runs.
I drew the hands back to actually applaud myself physically. That was just an instinctive thing, because that was a delight once again. On the carpet all the way.
Yeah, shot of the morning so far without a doubt, and possibly one of the best we've seen in his 145 runs so far. Yorkshire to 340 for 5. Yeah, Fultz was saying last week that they would almost warm up, do all their pre-match stuff, then end up going into the dressing room at 10:30, and then you just stiffen up again because you sat around for half an hour. So I think that's a routine that's been changed now and relaxed slightly, as Milnes is in and bowling on the stumps, and Brook solidly in behind this one to defend up towards mid-on.
Rhiannon Blake, good morning to you, says, watching the Yorkshire boys this morning on the stream before heading over to watch my local club, hoping for a win for St Chad's in Headingley. Yeah, just up the road, just up the road from where you're staying.
Ah, okay.
You'll pass that ground on your left, near there's some pubs on the right-hand side.
Oh, excellent.
On your way up to your hotel, only a few hundred yards away, so I'm sure you'll be welcome to pop in for a beer on your way back tonight, Ben.
Oh, splendid.
Or orange juice, if that's your favoured tipple.
Milnes in, and this one just pushed away into the covers. Throw comes in from Daniel Bell-Drummond. Yeah, of course, Graham Orange has been with us the last couple of days, off umpiring today. Beverley, I think he said.
Yeah. Quite like to wind him up with the umpiring thing. He does it, he loves it.
I just kept showing him decisions. What do you think about this one, Graham? Is that out? Here comes Matt Milnes once again. Into Brook. Behind this one. Solidly, just seems to have so much time at the crease, and well, as you might expect when a batter is almost 150 not out, but he's looked like that throughout his innings, in truth. Although Milan had that spell where he was really dominating. I think I said when Brook was on about 20 that he looked as fluent as anyone in the match, and that included Bell-Drummond, who got 100 for Kent in the first innings, and so it has proved. I keep saying these nice things to try and put a commentator's curse on him, but he keeps batting. He's playing this one up towards mid-on from Matt Milnes. End of the over. Yorkshire 340 for 5. Harry Brook 145, 10 for Don Bess. I'll leave you with Jonathan Doidge and Bullshaw.
It's got to be a little bit tricky mentally as well when everybody's telling you all the time that you are so good, to try and handle that. But he's ambitious. He's got particularly that England Test ambition, and he is getting so close to realising it. 145 not out, 340 for 5. NJB has emailed, fantastic to witness a brilliant partnership between Harry and David yesterday. The only downside is that we're almost certain to lose them both to the England team when the Test series starts. Potentially 4 Yorkies batting in the top 6 against New Zealand. Unfortunately having to miss today's action because despite being 64, I'll be turning out for the mighty Frogs. Bilton in Ainstey. Ah, okay. That's on the road, isn't it? I think between Wetherby Racecourse and out towards York. Here's Quinn into Bess, who turns that into the leg side, and there is no run. Yeah, it was a joy to watch yesterday. You're not going to see too many innings during his career, I don't think, where a fluent Harry Brook is upstaged, but there was just during that spell a half hour where David Milan was absolutely all class, placing the ball to all parts of the ground. And you'd have to say Harry was playing second fiddle for a little while, but he's still there. As Quinn's latest delivery is blocked by Bess. Good morning to you, Shawsey. First time this season. How are you doing, Barney, old boy?
Well, good morning. Good morning, Dodgy. What a beautiful day it is here at Headingley. The sun's shining, lovely blue skies, and all set for a great day's cricket here at Headingley.
Talking of 64, number 64, Quinn is in, and Don Bess living dangerously with that one. One-handed, he gets a thick inside edge, and it's one of those that goes between he and the keeper, but has made its way to the left of Ollie Robinson. So an inside edge for 4 through fine leg in unorthodox fashion. 14 to Bess, little moral victory for the bowler, but it's Yorkshire who get the runs. 3:44 for 5. Vicky Caveney says settling down for the third day, as is Penny and Philippine Pudsey. Cheers Vicky and Lester of Worthing. And in once again comes Quinn, and that's dropped into the offside by Bess, who calls Brook through for the single, and they get it. NJB turns out to be Nick Briggs, one of our regular emailers. He's just confirmed his identification on another email from his former email. David Jenny, England's top order: 1 Lees, 2 Lyth, 3 Milan, 4 Root, 5 Brook, 6 Bairstow, 7 Stokes, plus 4 bowlers, 1 from Lancashire and 1 from Notts, plus Fisher when he's fit. Kind regards. There we go. That's the England batting lineup as he sees it. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? Quinn into Harry Brook, and again, just look at that. Gives himself a little bit of room. That balance, lays his bat on it, and it pings out to backward point. He'll only pick up 1 run for it. He's on to 146, and it's 3:46 for 5.
Yeah, Brook's playing really well, isn't he? And he'll look to build on the total as he started this morning, and really push on to lunch, and bat as long as he can late into the day.
Don Bess on strike, and striking this up to mid-on, where it's fired back to Ollie Robinson. No run. End of the over then. 92 now bowled, so 12 overs old this second new ball. Picked up, they picked up 1 wicket with it, haven't they, since it was taken, that of Harry Duke, LBW to Matt Quinn for 8 last night. 3:46 for 5, but I'm sure Yorkshire listening and watching supporters are willing Harry Brook on to go really big here. He's passed that highest first-class score yesterday. Who knows, maybe there was a bit of changing room talk after my question last week to George Hill down at Northampton. I'm sure the lads don't give a monkeys about what's said in the comm box as Harry Brook shoulders arms to this first delivery of Milne's over. Although Steve Patterson did pop in yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah.
He
Popped his head round the door saying, I just want to hear what you're saying, what sort of stuff you're talking about. And I said, come and sit down and stick some cans on and sit with us. No, not doing that.
I just wondered if he popped in just to see what you'd brought for your lunch, Dodgy.
Here's Milnes in towards the commentary box, and Brook drops into the offside. There's no run. Well, I brought in some egg custards today. I knew Tom was coming in, and I know he loves his egg custards.
And
obviously.
You know I'm quite partial, don't you?
But he's clearly going to reject them on the basis that Katie Levick did yesterday when she said, you know, she's an athlete, and so is Tom, and dietitian will be listening. We'll be getting emails now criticising us for feeding the players the wrong foods. Harry Brook solidly behind this latest delivery from Matt Milnes. We'll get Tom on in a few minutes. We'll dispense with your services, Shawsey, at that point. We heard enough from you already.
Yeah, they'll
You
not
might be able
feel
to
rejected.
get the TV working for us, actually, because it's gone on to standby again. Oh, no, it's no good asking you, is it? Look at the way you looked at it then. You looked at that television the way that my gran used to look at a video recorder.
Gosh.
It'll blow up if I touch it. I don't want to touch it. The television not made its way into Barnsley yet.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Here's Milnes again and Harry Brook. Apologies, playing it so late that he dropped it into the ground at the side of him. We got it back. as if by magic. Tom Kohler-Cadmore appeared. Press the on button. Two to come in the over then. And leaving the Howard stand behind, in comes Milnes. Another good delivery. Asking the batsman to play roundabout off stump, and Harry Brook again takes it right underneath the eyes and pushes it back up the pitch.
Milnes has just settled into ball in really good areas, hasn't he? And I think that's certainly from a Kent perspective, both Milnes and Quinn's hard into length as much as they possibly can, minimising the bad ball, which obviously is easier said than done. But Milnes at this stage of the game is bowling really tight lines and hitting quite high on the bat.
So in he comes, and Harry Brook dropping into the leg side. The field is just set back slightly, on heels as well, and so he's going to call Best through and take the single. End of the over. 147 for Brook, 346 for 5. Good morning, Jonathan, says Russell Walker. Looking forward to a marvellous day's play of the Yorkshire variety. Brook must surely be in the England side this summer. It makes selection sense for the national side, but more of a stretch for Yorkshire. Back and across Russell. Shawsey will be back. We'll get Tom settled. Get yourself settled, lad. Got your water bottle with you. Good to see you, Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So 347 for 5, bringing in a mo, but Matt Quinn, 2 wickets to his name, trying to add a third, and would be a big one, that of Harry Brook. Pushes into the offside first ball. There's no run. So first question is, how are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm finally getting there, which is very nice. I've got kind of a couple more weeks of kind of getting my fitness back, but then hopefully be back out on the park very soon.
And I mean, serious enough, but it happened, and you sort of played on a little bit before you then stepped out from playing.
Yeah, so I got hit, and then I didn't realise that I was concussed. Like, didn't really have any symptoms, and then after the second game I played, I actually had really bad symptoms, and then since then it's kind of lingered around for about 3 months. So it has been frustrating, but it's actually nice to kind of all but there having kind of the clear to start playing again. And but obviously from concussion you can't actually do anything, so I've been spending a lot of time kind of just resting. So it's been a lot of time sat on my sofa and stuff like that. So I've just got to get my fitness back up and build up. And yeah, Brookie's just absolutely crunched one through the offside to bring up his 150. He's obviously playing beautifully this year, and hopefully long continues and he can make this score a really big one.
Yeah, beautiful stroke once again. I mean, what do you see when you watch him bat? For those of us who don't play at this level, you know, what has he got as a professional batsman?
He's just got time. You see that with all class batters, is the amount of time they have and how, like, obviously how easy they make it look. Like, you look at that defence there where he's not in any trouble whatsoever. He can just track the ball, play it as late, and he doesn't seem to get flustered. And I think that's been like a massive thing for him last couple of years. He's really improved, and he's really found a method now in his red ball batting, and last year with his white ball batting as well. But he now actually he's understanding his game, and he's growing and growing, and everyone in the change room's always seen the amount of potential he's had. And now he's actually really standing up, and he's obviously this year he's been our standout batter.
Yeah, here's Quinn now then. There's a shout for LBW, which would look like it was going down, and will be given as a leg by. Ball squirting out square on the offside, so one more to the total. 3:52 for 5. Yeah, and that feeling about, he knows his game better, and those little adjustments, it can make such a big difference to what you put up there on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously this year you look around the scores and it has been batting friendly, but you've still got to go out there and score the runs and play the way he's playing is just incredible. And it's the time he has, starting his innings is correct this year.
He has.
So it's actually starting his innings really well, which then means you can build and build and build. Then as your day goes on, you're seeing the ball better, you're more used to the conditions, and then you start playing more shots. So yeah, and the way he is playing, it's obviously key now for him to actually remember what he's doing right now. You're not always going to go, he's not going to continue this run of form for the rest of his career, but this is kind of a good blueprint for him to then be able to go, yeah, this is when I'm playing really well, this is what I've been doing, this is my trigger, so then he can hopefully, if he carries on batting like this, it's not going to be long until we see him in a test shirt for sure, and then when he goes up the next level, he's actually in a position to actually go and do this for England, and all the boys and everyone who actually has watched him probably agrees that he's definitely got the talent, and it's going to be kind of when, not if, with him.
Yeah, he's just got a single down to final leg, first ball of Matt Milne's latest over, so 152 now. Joke last week with George Hill, of course, Harry's several centuries to his name. George gets his first one and gets a higher individual score than Harry had, and we had a bit of banter about that. But with that shot, Harry's highest individual score has gone back above George's, both Sedbergh boys. 152 for Harry, who's watching on as Don Bess shoulders arms to this latest delivery. I was going to ask you something else then, and it's gone, but it'll come back, I'm sure. I think the other thing that you notice, maybe you don't so much, but I would in talking to Harry after a day's play when he's had a good day, as we might do again today, and just in the way that the feel you get from watching him on from the side is just the mentality of his batting last year picked up several notches, if you like, and it's really continued here as this next ball is another dot.
I think as well with it, your confidence obviously grows. So when you start doing something and you're performing with it, that adds again. So now he has more confidence. He knows how to Whereas when you're starting off as a youngster and you're looking around and you're struggling and you're not getting the runs you want, you then start questioning everything. But when things are falling into place and you are scoring runs, and last year obviously the blast was a standout, and then the 100 he kicked on again. Because you're getting that confidence and you're walking out to bat every time going, today's going to be my day, you then go, right, for me that is great to, so then you do build, and then before you know it, you're looking and he's an international established player potentially. And we saw last year it happened with Livingston, that he was outstanding and his season just went through the roof again. So it is one of those things with cricket where momentum can take you, and his mentality and his approach to cricket has always been amazing. The hard work he puts in on his batting, and it's the same with all the squad. Everyone tries their nuts off throughout the winters and long hours in the nets and stuff like that, and it's the stuff that people don't see behind closed doors, and they go, oh, what, he's only averaging, because you could have said probably about Brookie with his Red Bull cricket a couple of years ago, he's only averaging in the 20s, whereas now we're actually seeing the talent and everything, and we're getting the rewards for actually giving him the time to bed into first class cricket. And that for me is where people come of age and then start performing, and if we then have 10-15 years of Brookie performing well for Yorkshire and England, well, these couple years at the start of his career are worth it for us.
Sure. As Don Bess pushes a single into the offside, so 2 dots and a single while Tom was talking there. I've got to say, actually, we have to do ball by ball, so you can keep continuing each point after I've described the ball.
That's fine. Sorry, my bad. I can even describe the ball, maybe.
You could even describe the ball, yeah. So, end of the over, 354 for 5, Brook 152 and Bess 16. Now, a question to ask you, very pertinent question to ask you with regard to Harry. You've batted in several places in the top half of the order for Yorkshire, and we know it's very different, facing a ball in different condition and in different conditions pitch-wise and aerially. He's batting at number 5 at the moment. Is the next stage for him to bat 4-3? We know he's already opened with limited success, back in 2019. Here is Quinn into Bess, who's flicking it wide of mid-on, but no run.
I think it's obviously up to him at the minute. Do you want to change something that's working? And also, where does he see himself? Because obviously, if you are thinking potentially about England selection, where's the spots in the team for England? So that would obviously have to be a thing from maybe above coming down. But for me, I just think don't change what's, like, if it's working, keep it the same.
Bess on strike. Quinn goes short. Ollie Robinson, 2-footed jump to take that above his head. No ball is given, and that's one for the over as well, says umpire Graham Lloyd. So the score will tick on.
I also, with the moving of the order, I think 4-5 are similar, and then 3 and opening are similar. So I wouldn't, unless he wanted to make the decision that I want to go and bat number 3, I'd let him decide. But if Mala wasn't available, or if Mala went up to 3, then I think putting Brookie at 4 would definitely be a good option, as Quinn comes in and Bessie defends it into extra cover for a single.
Yeah, and we've got your return to come, hopefully in the not too distant future. I mean, when do you think you're looking at declaring yourself fit and available, first and foremost, before the selection question comes into play?
Yeah, I'm hoping to be around the 19th to 25th. So aiming for around there. I need to obviously get miles back in my legs and stuff like that. So now the concern is injury.
Okay, Quinn to Brook, who's solidly behind it, no run.
Yeah, so just from starting, and if I start sprinting straight away, then I'm more likely to pull a muscle and stuff like that. So this is more like just care, so that actually, yeah, I might miss an extra 2-3 weeks of the season now, but if I can get to the point where I'm fully fit or in a better shape, that it then means I'm available for the rest of the season instead of rushing back and then potentially getting a niggle. So yeah, so it's just a frustrating time.
Quinn to Brook again, pushes wide of cover, and good intuitive running between the pair. They've got through for another single. 350. Did they click it on straight away? Yes, I think they did. 358 for 5. Harry Brook now on 153. Pull a muscle at your age. Come on.
Well, I don't intend to, but obviously there's some stats around concussion that you're over 2 times more likely to do it, and
really?
Also the fact that I've been sat on my sofa for 3 months isn't just means that I've not sprinted, I've not got into like top gear or anything like that. As Quinn comes in and Don Best defends straight back down the ground to him. But yeah, so for me it's just about making sure that I give myself the best chance to actually, when I do play, I'm not coming in rusty and I'm coming in to perform. And I found that last year when I broke my finger when I come into the 100, that my fielding actually wasn't up to scratch, and I kind of let myself down a little bit in that area. So I've learned from that, and this year I want to make sure that actually when I am playing, I'm coming in and impacting straight away.
Quinn to Don Bess, who pushes into the covers, and again they're taking on the infield and getting through quite comfortably actually. Might be something Kent want to have a little think about, but they've picked up one. Bess is 18, 359 for 5. They resumed today on 326 for 5. So 33 runs so far added, and Harry Brook has added 22 to his overnight 131. 96 overs bowled in this Yorkshire first innings, and still 94 remaining in the day, given there's time to make up from both the first 2 days for various reasons. Is that a little, are we trying to grow a beard there, Tom?
No, not at the minute. I did. I had about 3 months of just looking homeless when I got back, and this is just me just being a little bit lazy at the minute and not shaving it off. But my girlfriend definitely didn't like it when I had a goatee for about 3-4 weeks, and she absolutely hated that as well. But I thought it looked good.
Change of bowling. Nathan Gilchrist coming on at the Howard stand end. We'll just take this one more over and then Ben can have a sit down and chat with you. Not your brother Ben, of course. I mean,
Well,
he'll be playing today, won't he?
He's playing for Hanging Heaton today.
Is he?
So captaining him, so I'm expecting a big day from him.
Best then on strike. Gilchrist in and bowling to him, pushed out into the offside, no run. I mean, from a team point of view, I'm guessing it's just bat as long as you can here and get as many as you can and hope to bat just the once.
Yeah, I think the ideal for us today would probably be if you can get to a point where realistically we're not going to have to bat again, and just make sure that there's probably enough time in the game to actually bowl them out, like give yourself enough time to bowl them out again.
Yeah, Gilchrist to Bess, nicely pushed through the covers. He's going to pick up a couple here.
Yeah, because if we can bat till around tea time, maybe have a session tonight at them, leave yourself 4 sessions to try bowl them out. Obviously, it is a very good pitch, this.
Yeah, and I wonder what influence last week might have on this, because of course Otis Gibson said to me after the match last week, we thought 120 overs would be sufficient, and of course it wasn't. Will that have any influence? Different game, different pitch? Gilchrist bowling to Bess, who shoulders arms.
It's obviously a different situation as well, though, because if they bat and go past us, you've got the draw. So you can probably be slightly more aggressive in this because it's not actually win-lose. Like right now, from this point on, we should not, like Yorkshire should not lose the game. And if we do, we have batted terribly in the second innings. So it is really kind of for us to win or Kent to draw the game now. So it's just important to make sure that we are aggressive with it and we do give ourselves enough time.
Best just pushing into the offside, and again no run. So 361.45. You're listening to ball by ball commentary of Yorkshire versus Kent, this 3rd championship match of the season for Yorkshire, 4th for Kent of course, who played in the opening round. Tom Kohler-Cadmore alongside myself, Jonathan Dodge. I'll step out shortly and let Ben Watts from BBC Kent do a little bit. We've got Paul Shaw around as well, as Best plays out into the offside and there's no run. You can get in touch. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address, or at Jonathan Doidge on Twitter. There's at Ben Watts Sport, at BBC Kent Sport, or even at Inside Leader 1. You might have a question for Tom while he's around. Last ball to come in the over. Gilchrist to Bess, who's plays that shot nicely, doesn't he, Don Bess? Anything square on the offside. He's just played a nice late cut. He's not quite going to have the legs to make it to the boundary, but he will get 3, taking him to 23, the partnership to 50. And the applause comes, and Yorkshire 364 for 5 at the end of the 97th. A few words from Tom, and then Ben in the chair.
And I think the boys this morning obviously have set out brilliantly. They planned the talk this morning was to kind of make sure we try and win this first hour and put them under pressure, and then we can set the game up. So it's been great to actually see the boys kind of follow through with the talk and get to a 50 partnership, and hopefully they can build it up to a 50 to 100 and keep pushing on and really put the Kent boys to the sword today.
Morning, Tom.
Morning.
Yeah, I think you're right. This first hour was always going to be important, wasn't it? Those 2 late wickets for Kent yesterday had just maybe given them a little bit of hope with the lead only at 35, that if they got a couple more today, then maybe it wouldn't be too much of a first innings deficit that they could find themselves with. But the way events have panned out thus far, and they haven't been able to get that breakthrough, Yorkshire just extending their advantage, it feels like, as Quinn's about to come in again. Good long spell for him this morning. No sign of Grant Stewart as yet, who's currently fielding at mid-on.
And I think it was similar, kind of probably both first innings, 3 wickets early and kind of with the new ball. Then it flattened out. Obviously, Deebs and Coxey played beautifully. Just watching them, you thought this is actually a really good wicket, and then we took a couple wickets. I think we had you 6 down, Kent 6 down overnight, and it's probably a similar position. But luckily, first thing in the morning, we took some wickets and actually made the score very respectful for us with us bowling, and put us in a good position. Whereas if there was a couple good partnerships in the morning, we'd have been looking at chasing 350, 400, and then again when you're 20 for 3, then chasing 400, you're under a lot of pressure. As Quinn comes in and Bessie clips it out to deep backward square leg, just a easy 2.
Yeah, neatly played that one. So far, Dom Bess has been, well, the perfect foil really for Harry Brook, who's got 153, but Bess moving on to 25, having pushed that first delivery of the over out towards backward point. Yeah, again, that's a good point. The fact that, you know, Kent will have come out with Linda at the crease, who'd looked pretty good the day before. They'd have been thinking, yeah, 350 is possible. So for Jordan Thompson and Harris Ralph to get those 2 quick wickets each, that put paid to that as this one's driven into the covers. And I thought it was an interesting passage that Kent had with that first new ball, because they bowled, what, 10 out of 12 maidens at the start, and Yorkshire were 9 for none before Karuna Ratner got out. And there was a very patient start from both openers, and they almost kind of saw it through, just weren't given anything to hit, but weren't drawn into making the mistakes until Kent did eventually get those breakthroughs as Quinn bowls, and this one's driven into the covers again, and it was a good bit of cat and mouse almost.
Yeah, and I felt Kent bowled brilliantly to start off with, but then also like the way the openers actually batted then made it that little bit easier for Brookie and Malla to actually come in and build a partnership. And I know everyone kind of doesn't look at these things, but both facing 40 balls has put some overs in the legs, and I know just from looking round, all the seamers in the country are actually quite tired now because of the amount of overs they've bowled. I know Kent have had, I think, 500 twice or something against them, so they're spending a lot of time out there, and the longer you keep them out there, the more tired they get, the more bad balls you get. And we started, and Bessie's just rock backed and smacked that behind square for 4. But yeah, the more time you get, the more bad balls you get, and then you can actually capitalise later on in the day. And obviously Brookie and Milan did that yesterday with their brilliant partnership, and it's all from actually starting off that hard work. Whereas if at the start they were in earlier, the ball's newer, it might do a bit more, then they get out early, and then all of a sudden you're 30 for 5. Well, it's a long way back from there.
Yeah, it's a good point. And just seeing there that delivery from Quinn, when it's not quite happening for you, going for that line and length necessarily, you try something different. It's bang one in there, Best swiveling on it and hitting it away for 4 well. And here he comes again. 370 for 5 now, the Yorkshire tally, as this one is timed exquisitely through cover point, just a push, nothing more really. And at the moment, Dom Bess is almost upstaging the man with 153. He's moved to 33, and in the last couple of overs has found some exquisite timing.
Yeah, he's come back from Australia as well this winter with slightly different technique. He's also moved over to New Balance, and I've been taking the mick out of him, saying that he's trying to bat like Steve Smith, and obviously he's not a bad person to copy, but it's just funny giving him that abuse of he's got his little the little bounce that he does with his knee and stuff, so he's added that to his game. But yeah, he's playing beautifully this morning, and it's actually great to see him kind of contributing. And when you kind of are scoring runs in the back end of an innings, obviously he's number 7, so he is a proper batter for us, but it does make a big difference to the opposition, and their heads are dropping, especially if this partnership keeps growing.
He comes across as a really good bloke to have in the dressing room as well, Dom Bess. I saw him briefly last night as he was leaving the ground, and he was just saying about, didn't really want to go out there for 2 overs or whatever, but just see it through, come out again tomorrow morning, and he's done just exactly what he would have hoped. Moving on to 33 on this third day as Brook turns Gilchrist into the onside, and no run out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, no, he's a great lad. He's funny. He's like always up for a laugh. He's always got good energy, so he always gives to the team as well. And that's the best thing about his cricket is if he's not bowling well, he's fielding well, and if he's not fielding, like he always fields well, but then he also adds with the bat. And to have someone in your team who can do all three for you, and like especially when the pitches are flat, Gilchrist comes in, Brook solid defence, trickles out to Jack leaning in the gully. But yeah, he always gives, and he's always like when the pitches are flat, he actually offers to go at 1, 2 and over and tie up an end, so the actual seamers appreciate his work from one end just to give him a rest pretty much. Whereas if they have to keep coming and coming and coming, and it just like it ruins their body anyway, and obviously then doesn't help them bowl well.
Gilchrist bowling to Brook, who turns this away into the onside. Should be a run out towards deep square leg, so he moves on to 154 in the Yorkshire score to 375 for 5. And as we saw, he can get you that wicket as well. It didn't look like there was much happening for him, but he found a way to get Jordan Cox out and break what was the best partnership of Kent's innings.
Yeah, no, he obviously is a world-class spinner, because he wouldn't have played as many games for England as he has at such a young age as well. But yeah, he is always there. He's always asking questions, and he builds pressure. So if it's not spinning, he'll still take wickets through pressure, and creates those chances and little breakthroughs that then help, as he squirts one through the gully, and for a 2. Yeah, but he always adds to the team, and he's always kind of adding pressure with the ball. So his skill level is great, and he can do all three forms as well. And he showed last year for us in the Blast. He went at 6.5s as like an off spinner, which is a great effort, especially when the average score at Headingley is probably about 200.
Yeah, really good cricket, a good signing from Somerset, of course. For Yorkshire, you're mentioning him being out in Australia. We had Bradley Scott emailing in, who's listening in from Brisbane, as this is clipped away by Don Bess wide and mid-on for a single. He says, listening overnight when the baby needs settling. Cheers for the company. Lovely to have you with us.
Hopefully we don't send you to sleep.
John Maxted listening in from New Zealand as well. And then Paul getting in touch, who's a Kent fan, and saying that yeah, it has been a similar story for Kent a little bit at times this season, taking early wickets, but then as the ball gets softer, batters are filling their boots against Kent. And you mentioned about, Tom, about a couple of 500 plus scores. There was a 650 as well last week. So far Kent's bowlers have been made to toil a bit this season, and Brook trying to add to that as he whips one away out towards deep square leg for a single.
I think though, like actually when you look now, if you look around all the counties, it's not Kent. Like it's not just Kent. There is kind of every team has had long days in the dirt, and it's all from, I think it's from the Ashes, where obviously there's that big uproar on the pitches aren't good enough and the batters aren't scoring enough runs, and also the debate about whether the pitches can be good at the start of the year and at the end of the year when we are playing the county championship. And I just think it's been because we want to produce result pitches. Well, if you want to produce a result pitch, you make it a 2.5 day game. So if it's slightly better, it doesn't go. Whereas if you're thinking, oh, we're going to finish it in the last day on day 4, and you get it wrong and it becomes really flat and a draw, well, then you'd be annoyed. So you kind of, and
it's a tough one for ground stuff, isn't it, to get that right? But
when you're producing good pitches, obviously you're going to score a lot of runs. And if you look in Australian cricket, there's regularly 400-500 plays, 400-500. 3 innings games kind of thing.
Grant Stewart coming into the attack for Kent, replacing Matt Quinn. Full delivery which Brook whips out towards the deep square leg. Subfielder Twanda Mayeye to take the Yorkshire score into 380 for 5.
And I think like with this it shows that there are batters can score runs in England. People can score big scores, but on the pitches we've been playing on in the last 2-3 years, it's been more favourable to the bowlers. And so, like, but then obviously there's occasionally going to be times where it does become flatter and batters have times, but it is just part of the game, and I think the bowlers will soon find a way again, because they always seem to find a way to make stuff happen, whether they might look at reverse swing or using more bumpers or whatever it is. It will make them, it will just add value to the team, as Bessie's just been hitting the gut there.
Yeah, Stewart going for that shorter option on that occasion. There is a man out of deep square, as we mentioned a moment ago, and also at long leg. So Stewart just bowling a little bit back a length to start this new spell. 18 overs, none for 64 from him. He's been one of the more economical Kent bowlers in this game so far, but without any joy, without a wicket. Having spent last week on loan at Sussex, was meant to be a month-long thing, as he goes for the Yorker this time, and it's clipped away into the onside. There's a little bit of confusion here between Brook and Bess. Shy of the stumps from Crawley. In the end, Harry Brook was fine to get back okay. That was the reverse of what happened earlier on when Don Bess was keen for a single and Harry didn't move. This time it was he who thought there might be a run there, and Dom didn't move.
It's probably because Brookie will be thinking, I've not faced many balls recently and I want to get down there.
Get me on strike.
Yeah.
You're hogging it, Bessie.
Yeah. He just loves batting. He'll even wake up in the middle of the night and grab his bat from the side of his bed and start practicing, so he's got some issues.
This is turned away off a little swivel pull stroke from Bess down towards long leg. Harry, this is.
Yeah, he just loves it. He's just all the time. And he's also, if there's any overseas player or whatever, he's always, oh, can I have a bat? Can I have a bat? But he just, he just loves batting, and he just always has one in his hand.
.156 his tally as we approach the end of the first hour. Jonathan Doidge will be back with you on commentary in a minute. BBC Radio Leeds, BBC Radio Kent. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the Yorkshire batter, alongside me, Ben Watts. I know you're going to go off to do some 12-man duties very shortly, as this one's driven up towards mid-off.
Yeah, no, it'd be nice to hopefully continue just sitting watching these two do it all and not actually have to go out there, which would be nice, just to be sat on the balcony with my feet up.
Yeah, daylight today as well. Another sunny one here in Leeds. It is a nice little balcony you players have got down there, actually. A couple of floors below where we're commentating from. Bit of a sun trap.
Yeah, it's actually, as soon as the sun's out on there, it's roasting. So sometimes it's not as enjoyable, actually. But
a bit too much, though.
Yeah.
This one's defended. Stewart to Brook, end of the over, 381 for 5. Tom, thanks for joining us, and we'll hopefully hear from you later on.
Thank you very much.
That's Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the Yorkshire batter, joining us here on BBC Sport Online as we come through to midday. Paul Short coming in back alongside me, Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent. I'll be nipping to the back of the box in a minute to do, well, a little update for BBC Radio Kent, but our sport show starts right now over on DAB and FM if you would like to tune into that. If the cricket is getting too much for you, Kent sporting fans, that is about to get underway. Players are taking a little bit of a drink. A word from Paul, and then Doidge will be back in.
Yes, it's really great actually to have Tom with us this morning, just discussing in some detail really the game situation, and certainly from a Yorkshire perspective how Yorkshire would like the game to unfold. So just to reiterate what Tom was sharing there with all the listeners that we've got today, Doidge spoke at length about Yorkshire just building this partnership, building into the day, and batting as long as they possibly can and getting a large first innings lead and first innings total to enable them to bowl perhaps for 4 sessions at Kent.
Yeah, Gilchrist in and bowling to Bess, who pushes into the offside. Don Bess has got going here and looks pretty fluent. 37 to his name. Partnership now worth 67.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously if Yorkshire can give themselves the time to have a good go at Kent and bowl them out in perhaps 3.5, maybe 4 sessions, then I think that would be their ideal approach.
Gilchrist again. Tall figure of. He's dropped this one down the leg side. Don Bess had a little flick at it but missed, and unfortunately for Kent, so did Ollie Robinson, so a bye against his name. 382.45. Dr. Chris Whitaker had put in a question for Tom. I don't know if anyone picked this up or not while I was out, but maybe it's something I'll try and remember to ask him when he's back in. He says he'll pop back up again during both the 2 remaining sessions of the day. And here's Gilchrist once more, running towards us to bowl to Harry Brook, who drops that into the leg side, and there's no run. The cricket hum, the sound of a distant aircraft. And Paul Shaw sitting alongside in the Headingley sunshine. What more could you want on a Saturday, well, afternoon as it is now?
Can the day get any better?
Could the day get any better? I think impossible. Gilchrist in. Another one down the leg side, and Brook has a flick at it but misses, and this time a good diving stop by Ollie Robinson. And as a wicket-keeping coach, you'd know all about how difficult that'd be.
Absolutely, and Ollie's got a stride in there, which is give him half a chance then to give himself a base to make the dive and cover the ground required. Just looking at the field at the moment, and we've got a 5-4 offside field, which would suggest here that we're looking to bowl really tight lines as much as possible.
And that's better, straightens things up around about middle and leg. Brook turns it into the leg side, no run. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com is the email address. I had one forwarded on by kentcricket at gmail.com. Thanks for this. It's from Dr. Bradley Scott. Good, I was going to say good afternoon to you, but of course it'll be darkness descending down under in Brisbane from where he's listening overnight when the baby needs settling. Cheers for the company. And that nice drive here by Harry Brook, who just rings the hand actually, at bottom hand, having taken it off the bat, maybe caught it a bit low. Gilchrist also hit the Headingley turf after bowling it. End of the over, 101 now bowled, 382 for 5 Yorkshire. Nice to hear we've got some contact with down under.
One other thing that Tom spoke about prior to coming on back onto air, Dodgy, was how Harry Brook has really developed as a batter over the last few years, and it took him a couple of years perhaps in red ball cricket to define and then refine his method, but I think Tom was talking around batsmanship and how he's found a way to go up the gears, down the gears, play the situation perhaps better. So it's really good to see him playing the way he is, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Bess on strike and playing nicely off his legs to this latest Stewart delivery. Down to fine leg for a single. Yeah, I mean, I was saying last week at Northampton, but it certainly bears repeating that doing this job, this is now season number 4, and seeing these players, you know, Harry had already started playing it, already had a first-class century to his name back then when I sat down for the first time with the microphone, but to see the younger players come in, and yeah, of course, they don't all make it long term. Some have an odd good game, some struggle to find that good game and establish themselves, but just to see that and the development of some of the players as Brook drives up to mid-off this time, no run. It's great to see, and you know, right from the word go, it didn't need me to sit here and say Harry Brook's a good player. He clearly already was and had a lot of shots, and I talked quite a bit in that first season about how sometimes he had, you know, more than one shot for a lot of deliveries, and maybe the selection of that shot was not always there. And I think one thing that he's really brought to his game is that decision-making process, and as Tom was saying, he's just found a way to sort of manage his own game, and he takes that late and drives it straight, but it's a good diving stop there by Linda coming round from mid-off, so there's no run. And also for me, I remember that, you know, that little spell when he opened the batting right at the very start. Trent Bridge, I think, was the first match that I was on for in a championship game. Might have got something around the 25 mark, and he'd played a few lovely wristy shots, and then ping, one goes straight to square leg. And that's the sort of difference you've seen in his game. As he tries to chop this one down, it goes underneath the bottom edge of the bat and through to Robinson, no run. It's not just shot selection and cutting out those loose strokes. Yeah, he's still, like all batsmen, is capable of playing the odd loose one, and he won't get away with them all, will he? But yeah, there's just something more compact about how he plays, and more of a feeling of he's going to get the bowlers to bowl to him. Stewart from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Harry Brook chops it into the turf and out into the offside, no run. And also, I think the other thing is temperament. You know, there was that feeling then back then, 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, maybe 2 years ago even, that he goes in, he's so capable, he'll hit a few boundaries early doors, he suddenly thinks he's in, and he's, you know, trying to play too many shots possibly. But you don't feel like that these days. There's a sort of management about the whole thing, and that's got to come with experience and, you know, temperament. There we go. Short ball from Grant Stewart. He'd thought about pulling that. It was just slightly out of range. Maybe in his younger days he might have had a flick at that. He might have got a top edge. He might have been caught down at fine leg. You know, that's those sort of little subtleties, isn't it? End of the over. 383 for 5. He's 156. Dominic Bess is 38. We're talking about him because he's playing really well at the moment. There are going to be times when he's having a bad trot, and we're going to be talking about how he, you know, how does he get out of this? What does he go back and do? This is sport, isn't it? This is the game.
It is, and it does at this moment in time, and you've watched him develop over a few years now, as we've chatted about. There is a maturity around his batting, isn't there? So it tells me that he's got a clear plan against different types of bowlers. There's a maturity, there's a good self-awareness, and he's delivering on that plan more often.
Bess playing inside the line of this first delivery of Gilchrist's 19th over. He's got 2 for 76. Mark Taylor has emailed, enjoying what's going on the microphone. Agrees that Thompson and Revis should both be above Duke and Bess in the batting order. Also pessimistic about seeing Harry Brook being around to play for Yorkshire for much longer. Seems inevitable he'll be picked for England imminently. Mark Taylor down in Thetford in Norfolk. As Bess pushes his latest Gilchrist delivery up to mid-off, no run. Miriam in Brighton, Scarf Lady. Afternoon to you, Miriam. She says great batting performance yesterday after a rather worrying start. Listening while reporting flower seedlings on my allotment. Bliss. Well, I can only imagine it's a sunny day down there in Brighton. It certainly is up here in Yorkshire, Miriam. Does sound like a great way to spend your Saturday, doesn't it? Here's Gilchrist, and Bess pushing into the offside. And there's no run. Edward Harland. JD being Yorkshire-centric. Try this, he says. Lythe, Hill, Milan, Root, Brook, Kohler, Cadmore, Bairstow, Fisher, Thompson, and Broad and Anderson for Team England. And Mark Suffolk Yorkie asking how good he thinks Jordan Thompson can be. We'll get that question to Tom, Mark, if I can remember when he comes back up in the box. And thanks for that. As Bess picks off another single to a ball short of length and leg stump. It's down to fine leg for 1. He's on to 39. 384 for 5. And Malcolm Palmer says, hi Doige, indeed it is a good morning. Don Bess coming to the party too. How can the day get better? Well, this after, my Real Madrid need just 1 point to secure the La Liga title, but we're playing with only half a team because we've got Manchester City on Tuesday. Yeah, they've got a bit of ground to make up in that semi-final, haven't they? Gilchrist, short ball, pulled by Brook in front of square. Sweeper out there and they get 1. And Yorkshire just continue to roll on here, chipping it around. Well, chipping it's not the right expression, but you know what I'm saying, running it around. With boundaries here and there.
They've done that well this morning, haven't they? So they've been able to rotate strike. So they've looked to do that, picked up 1s, picked up 2s. And as you've rightly shared, when the bad ball comes, they've put it away they've pounced on that bad ball. So it's a good morning. Good first 60, 70 minutes for Yorkshire this morning.
Here's Gilchrist again. Bess kneels down on both knees in the end. Got down on one first of all to play the shot into the offside, and then the back leg followed. End of the over. Gilchrist then 19 overs, 4 maiden, 2 for 78, and he's sort of looking a bit ominous for Kent, isn't it? They've had 23 overs since the new ball was taken. They've managed to take just one further wicket with it. It's a good pitch, sunny day, good batting conditions, and two men who've got themselves in and batted for well over an hour already together this morning. And the other thing to take into account here is the over rate is -4.
Yeah, that's a concern, isn't it, for Kent? You mentioned, Dodgy, a number of young players being developed here, and you know, Harry Brook being one of those, and obviously he's reaping the rewards, and as is Yorkshire reaping the rewards at the moment. But one of the positives of COVID, if I can say that, is over the last couple of years there's been lots of young players being given more opportunity, hasn't there, across the country than they perhaps have in the past, and I've seen a number of young players develop quite quickly because of that exposure to first-class cricket and the challenges that bring, and Harry Brook has been given that opportunity, or more opportunities, in that time frame.
He has. He probably not the best example, actually, shows. I'd have thought somebody more like a George Hill, who's, you know, because Harry was kind of playing regularly anyway pre-COVID. As Stewart is in, and Brook works it into the leg side, and they get a single. Yeah, there's been a few. You know, Jack Shutt has had a go, of course. Well done, Jack, by the way. Took 8 for, I think, the other day in the second team. So he's still in and around, and I was getting good reports of how he played in the pre-season friendlies. He's not had a first-team taste for a little while. Dominic Leach, of course, in and around as well. We've seen James Wharton get a chance more recently. And as we were talking about yesterday, Will Frayne still firmly knocking on the door as this Grant Stewart delivery passes Bess on the rise. A couple of hands on heads in the cordon. They thought he might have got a nick, but no harm done. Let's just have a quick check in elsewhere. Chelmsford. Northants made 390. Essex in some strife, 152 for 8, trailing by 238. In fact, 152 for 9 now. So Northamptonshire having the better of that contest. Yorkshire, of course, down at Chelmsford themselves next week. At Bristol, Surrey made 603, and Gloucestershire, sounds like a good deck there, 159 without losses. Stewart is in and bowling to Bess, who has dispatched that square on the offside. Beautiful square drive, just opened the face, and timing supreme. Rattled into the east stand boundary boards. He's on to 43, 390 for 5. The batting points continue to mount up.
Yeah, it was a fine shot, wasn't it? Stewart's just strayed there in both his length and his line, and it's enabled Bess just to get on top of the bounce of that and beautifully time the ball just in front of point. A beautiful square drive towards the boundary. Lovely shot.
Stewart then coming in past umpire Graham Lloyd. In fact, he does pass him but doesn't deliver the ball. So we can go back to some scores. As I mentioned, Surrey 603, Gloucester 163 without loss at Bristol. So it sounds like the sort of feather bed of a deck that we saw when Yorkshire played there in their first match of the season. At Taunton, Somerset 458 all out, Warwickshire 209 all out, and following on 19 for 2. So the champions in big trouble against Somerset at Trent Bridge. Worcester 159, Nottinghamshire 266, and then second time around Worcestershire 281 for 7, leading by 174. That's bubbling up into a good contest. Just a little bit of a pause here. Stewart is being spoken to by Jack leaning in holding the back of his right thigh near his knee, suggesting could be a hamstring issue. Don't know what Jack is saying to him, but probably something to the effect of, if you're feeling something, I'd be stopping now if I were you. And he is going to stop now. The ball has been tossed from Grant Stewart to Jack leaning, so this will mean that halfway through his over, somebody else will need to come on and complete it. And Jack himself is going to throw a few of his off spinners up, and Grant Stewart has left the field of play. I'll just repeat that for the benefit of Ben Watts, who's at the back of the box. Grant Stewart has left the field of play halfway through the over with what looks like maybe a hamstring niggle. So adding to Kent's miseries, Ben just on his own sports programme for half an hour or so at the back. He'll be back with us shortly. I wasn't sure if he'd seen that with his headphones on or heard it. 390 for 5 then. Brook 158, Bess 43, and leaning to bowl 3 more deliveries here, which of course go against his analysis, but there's got to be a set of 6, so half the over bowled by Stewart and t'other half by the genial Jack Leaning. 99-run lead Yorkshire have here with still these 5 first innings wickets standing on a glorious morning in Leeds. And Leaning, right arm over the wicket, just strayed a little bit leg stumpish, and he's picked off backward of square by Bess for 2 more. That takes him to 45 and draws applause. Partnership worth 78. Bess back on strike, slip in place, not brought into play here. In fact, he's helped the ball around the corner once again, this time for just the 1, a little bit squarer. Leaning has sent out a deep mid-on with Harry Brook on strike. He'll be about 10 in from the boundary rope. And in outfield, there's a sweeper back square on the leg side, about 10 in from the boundary rope on the western side of the ground, and another one on in the covers 4 or 5 metres in from there. Harry Brook, he's got a yawning gap in that leg side to play it out to Daniel Bell Drummond. It was aerial for a while, probably wasn't his prettiest stroke, but he was in no danger having played it. 159 then with that single, 394 for 5 at the end of the 104th.
Yeah, and we're not sure how bad an injury or niggling at all that Grant Stewart's picked up there, but it's certainly a blow for Kent. He's a frontline bowler, a very, very good bowler. And of course, Kent have not had much luck with injuries in the early part of the season, which I'm sure Ben will give us an update on the number of injuries they've had in recent weeks, but that certainly is a blow at this stage of the game.
Yeah, not good news. And George Linder, he's going to come back into the attack at the Howard stand end of the ground. And he said checking the scorecard, because as usual, can't remember what's going on. Linder, 19 overs, 2 maidens, none for 76 yesterday. Which is a roundabout way of saying that they weren't quick enough to get up on the board, because it's now gone up. So economy rate of bang on 4. It's Brook on strike. Does play spin so well, Harry Brook, and he's just dropped that out into the offside. And there is no run. He's been out there now for 359 minutes, Harry Brook, and faced 236 balls. Pushing this latest one back to Linder. I think that's one of the features, by the sounds of things, of Harry Brook's preparations. He's hungry to face ball after ball after ball in his preps. When Tom Colo-Cabmo was saying, credit to him for all the hard work he puts in, it's often a cliche. It's so easy to say that, isn't it? But that reputation he's got for facing so many balls, he just wants to keep hitting balls, and he's just done that again. Beautiful use of feet from that George Linder delivery. Gets him right in line, and he's just drilled that straight back past the bowler. The straightest of straight drives, and picked up 4 more. 163 now, Harry Brook, 398 for 5.
He's picked the flight of that ball really quickly as it's left the hand of the spin bowler couple of quick strides down the pitch, and as you say, Dodgy drilled it beautifully, very, very hard down the ground, down for well timed and actually very well struck 4 runs.
Spent a couple of days in Dublin during the week, Shawsey, and I think the Irish might have said, sure, that's grand, to that stroke, as he's now pushed his latest one up to long on and picked up another one.
How did you find Dublin? Expensive?
Well, the aircraft took me, so it was the pilot that found it.
Very good.
Yeah, Temple Bar, €7.60 for a pint. It took me all night to drink it.
I bet you made it last, didn't you?
On BBC pay, you've got to do. Goodness me. I promise I didn't claim it on expenses, boss. $3.99 for 5. Another batting point looms. And will be, because Don Bess has just cut that down towards third man where Daniel Bell Drummond does the fielding. So 400 up for Yorkshire for the loss of 5. Bess on to 47. And at the moment, it's just got the feeling of plain sailing.
Yeah, they've played well this morning. Frustrating for Kent, for sure. York should be really happy with the position they are in the game now.
Linda again. Once more, Harry Brook. He can just find runs wherever he wants, it seems, and he's just created enough space to flick that away backward of square leg and pick up another single. 165 to him, 47 to Bess. 401 for 5 at the end of the 105th over.
Yeah, the run rate's just beginning to go up a little bit here, isn't it now? As I said before, good strike rotation, but also finding the boundaries a little more frequently. Yeah, they're in a be pleased with this morning's work. Yorkshire will be.
There was a couple of other scores I hadn't updated. Glamorgan against Derbyshire. Derbyshire made 368 at Derby. Glamorgan 323 for 5 in response, so 45 behind, but still 5 wickets left. Leicestershire, Middlesex. Leicestershire trail by 128 runs at 93 for 4 in their second innings, so could be bubbling up into an interesting contest there as well. Day 3, of course, also at Hove, where Durham made 223 first up and are up against it. Sussex 430 for 5, leading by 207. And I'm guessing they'll be hoping just to bat the once. That's what's going on elsewhere. Daniel Bell Drummond, meanwhile, gets his mitts on the ball for the first time in the match. And he's going to bowl right arm over the wicket from this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Harry Brook right behind that. Unfortunate, of course, the injury to Grant Stewart. Sure, we'll be bringing you an update if there is one on his progress or otherwise. And here is Bell Drummond once again, and Harry Brooks smothering that right over the top of it. It's just a feature, isn't it, of how he plays those defensive strokes.
Yeah, he gets into a really good position, doesn't he? And gets well into the ball. Head just in front of his front knee, great position. And I think he'll also, for that type of delivery, he'll be also looking to see if he can rotate strike. If he can drop and run just into the offside there, just in front of point.
In comes Bell Drummond again, over pitching slightly, and there we go once again. Evidence of some superb play from Harry Brook. It was right up there around about leg stump, and he just flicked it away, picked the gap wide of mid-on, and it raced away for 4 more.
Yeah, it was a great shot, wasn't it? Just leant on that ball that was slightly over pitched and a little straight there from Daniel Bell Drummond, but beautifully timed past the right hand of mid-on. Beautiful shot.
Here is Bell Drummond again, and Brook just leaning into that once more, opens the face, runs it out into the gully region. 169 to Harry Brook. Well, asking him to go big if you like, and he's delivering. Dom Bess has given really good support. Played some lovely shots himself. Partnership now worth 91 for this 6th wicket. Bell Drummond goes short this time. Can't bowl at that pace. And halfway down the pitch at Harry Brook, and this time he's gone aerial and flicked it over the top and wide of mid-on. A couple of bounces and rattles into the boundary boards once more.
Yeah, he's just seen the length of that, dropped back on it, rocked onto his back foot, and just picked that one up, hasn't he, over mid-wicket for 4 runs. It's looking ominous at the moment for Kent. They just need to see if they can just take a little bit more control of this scoreboard.
Here's Bell Drummond again. Once more, leg stump, but this time Harry Brook just uses the pace of the ball and times it out to the sweeper at mid-wicket and will pick up another one. So 174 to him now. And 410 for 5. There are 4 overs to go before the end of the time that you can pick up your bonus points. They're 40 runs away from picking up another. Do you see it? No.
I tell you what I do see, it's something that Tom Kohler-Cadmore mentioned earlier on, is that the time that Brook has got, whoever's bowling at him, and that normally comes from good rhythm, balance. We talk about timing. We work with batters, but he has so much time at the moment. He's in good nick.
Linder, meanwhile, bowling from the Howard stand end. Both men set back straight, and that therefore affords Harry Brook the opportunity to just push up to long off for another languid looking single. Into the 107th over. All those things that Tom Kohler-Cadmore was talking about, keeping him the opposition out there for as long as you can, and that is proving to be the case. And lovely shot again. Such a feature of Dom Bess's play when he's batting well. Gets a little bit of room to work with outside off stump, and he just lays the bat on that late, cutting it between point and slip, and picks up 2 more. 49 to him.
Yeah, it's a good shot, that, isn't it? He's just enabled himself just to create a little bit of room and then just deflect that ball behind square and the offside for a well-timed 2.
Linder to Bess. He's just going to flick this one very fine indeed. It's not quite going to have the legs to make it to the boundary, but they'll get back for a comfortable 2, and the applause that immediately greeted the shot tells you that Yorkshire have another half-centurion in this match, and he goes by the name of Dominic Mark Bess. 51 to him. It is a 9th first-class half-century to go with 1 century that he scored in his career. He's averaging 22.67. Well, prior to this knock he was. It's taken him 69 balls, 100 minutes, and has included 6 fours. And he's given very good support to Harry Brook. Playing well in his own right. Yorkshire's number 7, who steps forward and just drops this latest Linder delivery into the leg side. And there's no run. Ben will be coming back in a moment. I'll disappear. We'll let Shawsey earn his keep and stick around for a bit longer. I'm trying to establish actually when lunch and tea is. I'm thinking lunch might be 1:10 again, with time to make up and lots of overs to get in the day, as Bess flicks this latest delivery down through the long leg, and they get another single. Bit of gardening from Harry Brook. What can you do if you're Kent in this position, faced with a very good player on 175 who's been out there an hour and a half today, hours yesterday? You want to get off the field. You don't want to be out there. Linder bowls and Brook pushes up to long on for another easy single to complete the over. 107 now bowled, with Brook 176 and Bess 52. Partnership is worth 103. And 47 of those 103 contributed by Harry Brook, 52 by Dominic Bess. 139 balls it took them to get that 100 partnership. I'll duck out, leave you with a few words from Shawsey, and then it'll be Ben Watts.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken a lot this morning around how Harry Brook's played, and quite rightly so. He's played superbly well. But the way that Dominic Bess has played this morning also is being excellent. He's played a very good supporting role. He's not taken undue risk. He's played, I would suggest, with a low risk, high reward strategy. He's knocked it around and played nicely.
And playing this one down towards long leg off Daniel Bell-Drummond, moving the score on further to 418 for 5 with Bess now on strike. 52 for him, 177 for Harry Brook, looking to follow in the footsteps of Jamie Smith, I think, who got 200 for Surrey yesterday. Another promising young England batter as Bell-Drummond is in again and bowling. Best defending this one back down the pitch.
I mentioned to Doige earlier on that it's a blow with Grant Stewart going off. We're not sure of the severity of the injury, but it doesn't look good for Kent. But I was saying, Ben, that they've had a number of injuries, haven't they, in the early season, which has hampered them somewhat.
Here comes Bell-Drummond again, turned away into the onside for a single. Yeah, they have. It's been a little bit of deja vu from last season, actually, with some of the injuries. Darren Stevens had a little for a hamstring in pre-season, but has played all the games up until this one. Jack Leaning got a hamstring issue 2 days before the start of the season, and this is the first time he's played. George Linder had a little groin strain. This is the first match he's played for Kent. Joe Denley played the first game against Essex, but didn't actually bat in it because while fielding, chasing a ball down to the boundary, he pulled up with a hamstring issue. And as this one's up in the air, away on the offside, is going to land safely. A miscue there from Harry Brook. That delivery from Daniel Bell-Drummond, and a little bit of fortune for the set batter. Moves on to 178. Yorkshire to 420 for 5. But we're talking about the bad luck Kent have been having with the injuries, and well, if your luck's in for you, that probably goes to hand.
Yeah, for sure. He's just miscued that, hasn't he? And it's ball's gone up into the air, into the offside, and just dropped short of the fielder on the boundary and the point boundary.
Here he comes again, Bell-Drummond. He's a decent part-time bowler, but forced into the attack really with the amount of overs in the guy's legs already, as well as that issue for Grant Stewart, who, as I alluded to earlier before he actually did come on, has had injury issues in the past. It may well be that Darren Stevens missing in this game and today, as this one's pulled away out towards the sweeper, fielded by Matt Milnes in the deep. Single to Brook. It may well be that Darren Stevens, who's 46 today, missing out on this game though. Well, if that injury to Grant Stewart is too much of an issue, could see a quick return to the team possibly. Their next game is not until the week after next, with a break next week. They're playing, well, not a break, but they're playing Sri Lanka A team, if you like, a development side. I expect Kent to change up the 11 for that one. The likes of Joe Denley on his recovery from injury to play, maybe Tawanda Mayeye as well. Some of the younger bowlers, perhaps, like Jazz Singh, Harry Podmore, who's been playing second team, along with Fred Clarkson. Those guys possibly might be involved in that game, you would assume. As George Linder, the left-arm spinner, continues. And Brook turns him away competently into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, you mentioned Darren Stevens there, 46 years old. I mean, obviously that's been talked about a number of times, but if you look at his recent years, the last 2 or 3 years, he's played fantastically well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. He's earned himself a contract year on year, one more year, as this one's turned away into the onside. And prior to coming here, actually, a couple of years ago, Kent had actually told him that he wouldn't be getting a follow-up contract. Since then, a year and winning a T20 Blast title, getting back into that team, having been... Oh, this one turning outside the off stump, George Linder. A little bit of grip, finally, perhaps, for the spinner. And Dom Bess, from the non-strikers end, might have seen that and thought, Yeah, I fancy a bit of that later.
Bounce and spin there, wasn't
Yeah,
there?
Brook playing for a drive, and fresh air shot, didn't get anywhere near it as it turned away from the right-hander. Kent just respond to that by bringing an extra man into the offside and in a kind of catching cover. So can George Linder just extract a little bit more from this surface then? Here he comes. Bowls to Brook. That looked a bit straighter and has just pushed away into the covers.
And just a reminder for our listeners of the field, we've got a slip, backward point, deep cover, mid-wicket, real. Just Liddell comes into ball now.
Down the pitch comes Brook, and that
Shot.
is an excellent shot all along the floor. Past that short cover fielder as he's advanced down the pitch and used his feet and furled a drive out towards the boundary. Moves on to 184. The score now on to 428 for 5. This partnership worth 114. And Yorkshire, well, just after that one ball that had gripped, and you're thinking, oh, maybe there's something in this for Kent. Brooks just almost stamped his authority back on the game and said, don't think so just yet, chaps. Here he comes down the pitch again, tries to play the same shot. It's well fielded, in fact, by the deeper cover fielder, diving away to his right to, well, save 3 runs for Kent. That's excellent work in there. Just trying to see who the man is that's stopped it. Could well be Jordan Cox, possibly.
It was a great diving stop, wasn't it? Because that ball was hit hard again by Brook.
Just a single for him in the end to get his 185th run. And Yorkshire 429 for 5.
Beautiful day here at Headingley. It's, I think the forecast is set for a good day throughout the day today. Beautiful conditions, really good batting conditions here, good pitch.
Here comes Daniel Bell-Drummond, pulled away aerially out towards deep square leg. Aerially for a moment at least. As this one is collected in the deep.
Daniel Bell-Drummond's field here. We've got a mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square leg, got fine leg, one slip, gully, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off.
Bowls this next ball and defended back to him. No run taken on this occasion. But Don Bess has come in and from 76 balls rather, 6 boundaries, 55 runs on the board, has found some really nice timing and just what Harry Brook will have wanted, really, someone to not just stick with him but even take some pressure off him as Drummond bowls and Bess nudges into the offside.
He's done that really well as Bess, hasn't he? He's rotated strike well. He's put the bad ball away. He's offered support and a little more to Harry Brook, and Brook's been able to go about his business the way he wants to go about his business, work through the gears, and both of them have played nicely. It's an excellent partnership for Yorkshire.
Here comes Bell-Drummond once more. Slower ball, but well weighted by Don Bess, and a slight outside edge, but looked to me like it was deliberate enough to angle that ball down to a vacant third man for a single.
Yeah, he's played that quite well in the end, hasn't he? He's played it with soft hands, dropped his hands on the ball. It was an excellent slow ball, actually, from Daniel Bell-Drummond. Bess has been able to run that ball down to the vacant third man position for a couple of runs.
Tight fielders on the onside, one of those doing the fielding here as Brook plays this delivery from Bell-Drummond defensively.
Yeah, it's an interesting field leg side, isn't it? We've got a the mid-on for Bess. Daniel Bedram's also got in there a very short catching position in short mid-wicket. A square mid-wicket in the ring. Got a deep square and fine leg.
He's bowling once more on the leg stump and turned away down towards long leg. For a single, so 433 for 5. Brook on 186, Bess 58. My technology seems to be letting me down at the moment. Trying to keep an eye on events going on elsewhere. Of course, BBC Radio Kent. We've got our Sports Hub show live at the moment on DAB and FM. Commentary of another Kent v Yorkshire contest in Gillingham against Rotherham in League One, the football this afternoon. As Linda continues the spinner and turned away by Dom Bess into the onside, where Mayeye does the fielding. Around the wicket once more and bowling to Brook, who drives up towards mid-on. As men set back for that stroke, so easy as you like for him to just run that one up towards the fielder, which is now brought in just slightly for Bess, squeezing up into more of a deep mid-on and mid-off. Here's a ramp sweep stroke and just guided around the corner by Dom Bess down towards the boundary. 4 more runs. He has 63 on the board. Yorkshire 439 for 5, and Dom Bess making it look very easy out there indeed, along with his partner.
Both playing really well. It's important for Kent here that they bowl really tight lines and just try and minimise any damage here before lunch.
Cut away by Bess straight to the fielder. Linda continuing. You could forgive them for, well, having been out there 110 overs now, for the fact that, you know, their lines might stray slightly. That's a better delivery, straighter. Nice into out cover drive from Bess actually, which is well stopped by Jordan Cox, diving away to his right. Very, very good fielder. Showing good athleticism to stop that one. Bess driving this one back towards the bowler. And the end of the over, so 4-3-9. The score 125, the partnership. The scoreboards don't actually say which team or what they... Am I right in saying that, Doiji? I can't see what the lead is. It's sometimes on the bottom, isn't it? But at the moment it's saying over 8 -5. Just on my phone saying 148 then. Yorkshire leading by. I just had a burst of noise from the back of the box, which might not be a good thing if you're of a certain persuasion. Here comes Nathan Gilchrist, gonna change the bowling, it looks like here. It's alright, it was a good save. I'm going to be very distracted between now and 3 o'clock. So apologies in advance, everyone. Nathan Gilchrist. He's going to come on, and it looks like he's going to bowl around the wickets here. So, as you... I think was it yourself, Paul, or Tom Kodakabmore, who was saying that when that softer ball, you're trying to take wickets with it. Sometimes a shorter barrage can be an option. And Gilchrist comes around the wicket and digs it in, and this has been helped over the wicketkeeper by Brook. It wasn't 100% controlled, just sort of run off the top edge a little bit, but it was deliberate enough. That was the plan, to pop it over the keeper's head, and he's guided it away to move into the, well, a 190's nervous. I know that you have the nervous 90s, but I'm not sure 190's are nervous when you're seeing the ball this big like he is. So 440, 3 for 5 Yorkshire. And that lead has now come back onto the scoreboard over on the far side, 152 with that boundary. Kent yet to get a wicket on this third morning here on BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Kent. This is pulled away out towards deep square leg for a single. 8 runs away, Harry Brook, from a first ever 200 it would be for Yorkshire. So there will be some nerves for the young man, Shawsey, when he's thinking about that landmark and what. I'm sure he won't be thinking about what message it will send, but certainly it will. If he follows up his early season form by getting to that score. The short pitch stuff's going to continue to Bess. Well, that was a good delivery from Nathan Gilchrist, actually.
Well ball, that, isn't it?
Just leaving the right-hander from around the wicket, back of length. Bess kind of got up on the back of his, well, on the toes to almost fend it off, and in the end it just looked like it nipped away slightly.
Well, the plan's pretty clear at this point, isn't it, from Gilchrist? Round the wicket, bowling short. It'd be interesting how Bess copes with this. The leg side field is just changing slightly, and moved one across. Now got a slip in place, a gully. Third man is just coming up into the ring.
There's a leg gully as well, I think.
Yeah.
Looks like they might think that perhaps the way that one just, well, the way that Bess looked to play at that one, might have some joy. Oh, there's a hooked pull shot around the corner, down towards long leg. It's safe. A diving Quinn in the deep. Can't prevent that from going for 4. Bess looked a little bit uncomfortable as he rotated on it, and a bit of a top edge. Matt Quinn had to make up some ground to his left, though. There's a few hands on heads and some head scratching going on from Kent fielders. Perhaps Quinn didn't pick it up especially quickly, but they thought they might have had their breakthrough there for a moment.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think he quite picked that up, didn't he? Wasn't able to cover the ground required to make the catch, but this plan is challenging Bess at the moment.
67 for him. He's helping this on its way once again down towards that long leg fielder. Got a bit more of a piece of it this occasion. Bounces on the full to, or on one bounce even to Quinn, and he throws in. So 1 run taken by Bess. He moves to 68. Brooks on 192. We'll get Jonathan Deutsch back in for the final. Are we expecting 20 minutes until 1:10 for lunch? Yeah, 1:10 and 4 o'clock. The interval times. So Deutsch will be back with me in a moment, and potentially commentating on a Harry Brook double ton. He's on strike at the moment. Men set back for the short ball. He helps it around the corner with a pull stroke. It's fielded well by the leg gully fielder, if you like. End of the over. That was just a little bit of something different, and perhaps something that Kent perhaps might stick with, because it just felt like a ball that they, you know, there was just a little break up from the norm and the ease at which Yorkshire have been going about their business.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a decent plan, that. Certainly, at best, round the wicket, bowling short balls, and see how Bess copes with that. We saw the leg slip, stroke leg gully introduced, and also a slip go in play. So, yeah, I think really interesting tactic, and one that they probably should explore for a little longer, as Lindell is about to start the next over. The left arm spinner will be looking for control as he bowls the ball there pretty straight to Bess, who Bess just rocks back onto the back foot and hits the ball out to point. We saw just a couple of overs ago 1 bounce and spin out of the rough, the left arm spin bowler. Interesting. Bess batting will be interested in that spin. As he balls again, Best comes down the pitch and clips the ball away through mid wicket to the east stand boundary for 4 runs here at Headingley. The score goes on to 453 for 5, and I believe we have a Jonathan Dodge back with us.
We do.
How you doing, Dodge? Have you had what you been doing?
I've been watching how the press room operates when food is brought in.
Oh.
And Gannett is just an understatement, as Bess plays that one out square on the offside, and they get a single. So no wonder there was no food left for us on the first day. They're along there, they're looking all the bags, they pick out the sandwich that they want, they discard the other stuff. So, being a kind home commentator, I've brought you a bag each, chaps, so you don't have to bother, and so you don't miss out. Because I'm that sort of a chap, really. Linda is in, and Brook nails that through extra cover, straight to the man, unfortunately for him, but because he got plenty on it and timed it superbly. Picks up another one, 193 to him, 455 for 5.
Do you know, Dodgy, that's very thoughtful, kind and considerate of you, isn't it, to bring on those bags of food?
And you're going to say out of character, aren't you? I know, I'm waiting for the punchline. Linda to bowl to Bess, and we'll take this next delivery, and then we'll do a change. Ben and I can reintroduce ourselves because we've not had much of a chat this morning. Bess 73 is on strike. In comes Linda, left arm round the wicket, and treated with respect by Bess, who pushes out into the offside. Thanks for now for Shawsey. You could maybe go get an early lunch if he fancies it. I'm surprised you've not got the legs out today, Shawsey, as well. He's got a pair of jeans on, but I thought the shorts might be on. He might be out on the balcony. No fake tan from him today.
No wonder we were left with the rabbit food yesterday then.
Yeah.
For the press corps tucking into the flapjack and crisps.
And I stood at the back of the box and they all went for the food, and I said, oh, this is how it works, is it? And nobody even batted an eyelid. No, there was no shame, nothing. So I think future requests are that we get our bags brought in here so that we don't have to do that. Harry Brook, 193 not out. And he's being bowled out here by Gilchrist, who bowls short of a length, bangs that one in, and it's given as a no ball. And one for the over as well. So short ball for the over, says Graham Lloyd.
Said no ballers in for height.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had one of those when Matt Quinn bowled a bumper earlier that was miles over the batter's head.
Gillingham Rotherham, 0-0.
Cheers indeed
24.
at the moment.
Bit of tension to my right. Short ball pulled by Harry Brook here. He's got plenty on that, but there is a man down at long leg, and so he's going to have to again settle for one. But the way he's playing, that doesn't matter. There's not a feeling of anxiety about Harry Brook's batting so far this season. He's taking it all in his stride as we get some passing air traffic. If Martin Emerson's tuned in, I know he'll be emailing in now on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com to tell us what flight it was coming into Leeds Bradford at this point in time. Gilchrist in, and Best works that to the man just around the corner. There's no run, but I was mentioning Harry Brook, 395 minutes. 264 balls. I think I've spent less time at the crease in a season.
Yeah. You and me both.
Several seasons, probably.
Speaking of Martin, we send him our best wishes. I don't think he's working this week.
No. Things not been too good. Gilchrist in, and short ball and an uppercut from Dom Bess has gone for 6 down to this Taverners stand. Super stuff. There's nobody down there, so it was a shot he could take on, and even if he didn't time it as well as he might have done, he was safe. But he's picked up 6, 79 to Dom Bess.
That was quite the shot from Dom Bess. In the previous over, he'd looked like the short ball was troubling him a touch, but that one he almost premeditated it, knowing that it's going to be short, so he just backed away and helped the ball on its way.
And that's 150 partnership exactly from 179 balls for this 6th wicket. And Gilchrist then over the wicket to Bess, who gets a short ball again and pulls it over the top of the head of the man who's in just a backward of square leg. Another single down to long leg. And Harry Brook. Well, they're just dispatching slip down to 3rd man, which perhaps suggests that maybe he might go short again here. He might be trying to lure Harry into playing a ramp that doesn't come off in the 190s or something else. He's gone short. He's pulled it, and he is out. Harry Brook has gone for 194. Oh dear, agonisingly close to a double century, and that has been a magnificent innings. But he's got a top edge or a glove perhaps through to Ollie Robinson, and Harry Brook has to go. And what a shame that he hasn't managed to make it to a double 100, but he has gone big, and that's what we wanted to see from him. It was at times brutal. It was mostly beautiful. It was always brilliant. It was Harry Brook, 194. 397 minutes, 265 deliveries he faced. He hit 21 fours and 2 sixes, and he leaves the field of play. He'll be slightly disappointed he's not made it to that double century, having got so close. And he took on a shot that on a couple of occasions today he's just left alone, so maybe just a slight lapse in concentration. He's been out there a long time, but it'd be churlish to be critical, wasn't it? Because that was a magnificent knock from a very, very talented young player.
He really was. And from early on in the innings, he just looked so comfortable at the crease. When other batters had struggled against the new ball and Kent had been bowling really tight, he just got up and running so quickly, and you could tell that he was full of confidence from his previous form this season. And as you said, there was that one little period where perhaps Dawid Malan took over, but other than that, there weren't really too many moments where Brook looked becalmed at the crease, or he looked in any kind of pressure, or under any pressure, or in any kind of discomfort out there. Just throughout his knock, looked so fluent and so assured, and like he had so much time to make his decisions and pick what shot he was going to play. So gutting for him to miss out on a double ton, because he 100% deserved it. But you hope that 194 will still have a nice big impact in terms of his name being out there and being recognised potentially going forward this summer.
Yeah, interesting field here then for Jordan Thompson, Yorkshire's incoming batsman at number 8. Gilchrist goes full first up, and Jordan Thompson's exploited a gap through the covers, and this will probably just about have the legs to make it to the boundary for 4 first ball. So a good little start for the Yorkshire all-rounder. Last ball of Gilchrist's over. Just took the shine off the wicket of Harry Brook. 3 for 102 now for Gilchrist from a 21 over and 4 maiden innings so far, but that was just high class from Harry Brook. And it's just a shame you feel that it was a bit of an innocuous dismissal at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. I thought if anyone was going to get out to the short pitch stuff, it was going to be Bess, actually. So for Brook to just glove it behind, he'll be disappointed. Certainly not to manage to get all the way through to that double ton. For Kent, the valuable breakthrough that they so desperately needed in this match.
So the partnership ended at 150.
And Linda bowling to Dom Bess, who is now the senior man at the crease, steering this out towards point. Straight to the fielder on that occasion, so no run. for 6-9 for 6 Yorkshire as Linda is in. And Dom Bess driving out towards Belle Drummond at extra cover. Here are a few spectators having a little chat below us. Picked up on our effects mic. The field spread for Dom Bess and being offered an easy single here into the onside, which he gratefully takes. He'll bring Thompson onto strike against Linda for the final, potentially 3 deliveries of the over.
Good day, gents, says Marcus. Matthew has just been talking about Yorkshire maybe gaining another batting bonus point by reaching 450, but is there not a limit of 5 batting bonus points? Or did they change the rules when I wasn't paying attention? That's Marcus Moore, Yorkshireman now living in Gloucestershire.
I think they're outside the overs now, aren't they? It's the first 110 overs, so we're past that point now. So I think that's what it is. As back goes Thompson, pushed away out towards point. I think you can get 5 batting bonus points, but it has to be within 110 overs if my understanding is correct.
Yeah, and whoever said that.
As Linda is in, Thompson defends into the onside.
Could have been me. I was talking about bonus points. I can't remember exactly what I said now. But anyway, apologies if I did make a mistake, but we all make them. For example, Marcus, there isn't a Matthew in the commentary box today.
Here comes Linda. We're playing until 110 today. Make up some overs. Thompson driving hard into the offside and good stop out in the deep to prevent that going all the way to the boundary. Yorkshire's lead is 180 runs and their score 471 for 6, with Thompson quickly moving on to 5. Dom Bess on 81.
Yeah, Ken says, afternoon JD and friends, so maximum batting points. How long since we last said that? This makes me feel that this could be our season, unless England want us to plug their batting holes. Yeah, look, that's just
so presumably
long season, Ken.
Presumably Yorkshire did get to 450 within that 110 over limit, did they? In terms of the matting,
no,
they didn't. They missed out on it. Yeah. Okay.
I think it was more like 430 odd, 440ish by the time 110 overs clicked over.
Okay. Thanks for your correspondence on that.
So Jordan Thompson on strike. He's on 5, and he's been bowled out here by Nathan Gilchrist. Goes short. Tomo pulls it. It's aerial. Didn't quite get the full shilling on it, but he's going to get 4 runs because George Linder has made, well, 2 meals and some extra pudding on of that one, hasn't he?
I didn't pick it up, to be honest, and I'm not sure he did necessarily. It looked originally like it was going more towards long leg. I looked at long leg and he wasn't moving, and then, as you say, Linder was kind of scrabbling in the dirt and the ball going past him for 4 runs. So it may well have been that was the situation.
It looked like he had it covered, though. It looked like it was going to be routine, and then unless it just pitched on something and shot through.
Slightly bizarre.
Yeah, so 9 runs to Jordan Thompson. And in comes Gilchrist again, and Thompson this time whipping it along the deck off his legs, backward of square. And we'll pick up 1. Jordan already been in form with the bat in the competition so far. He said trying to speak slowly enough they could go back through his nose from the previous matches. I wish I could remember things. Yeah, 51 in the first innings against Northants last week. He's at the non-striking end at the moment, though, because Dominic Bess is having a flick at one that's angled across him and short of length. But it's through to Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. Tim Atkinson says, thanks for keeping us informed. Enjoying listening to TKC chatting. And Paul and I always have something interesting and relevant to say, as does Ben. So I'd like to know,
we do try,
whether you think Dom has missed the England boat. He's playing forward here to this latest Gilchrist delivery up to mid-on, no run. I would say not. He must have been frustrated, though, that he didn't get a flight on the plane out to the West Indies, I would have thought, with what he's got to offer. Parkinson seems to be the next cab on the rank, thinks Tim. And England don't seem to want to drop Jack Leach at any time soon. No, that's probably the case, but he's got a lot of career left as Don Bess. He's just helped this latest delivery down to long leg for a single. Got an awful lot of career left, hasn't he? Plenty of time yet. And as that expression goes, believe you me. Believe you me, he is ambitious. He will keep working hard, and I wouldn't have much in the way of doubt that he'll be back in at some point. In comes Gilchrist, short ball pulled by Jordan Thompson for 6. Don't have to offer him too many invitations to open his shoulders. It was banged in, as we've seen, well, to wicket taking effect by Gilchrist this morning already. But Jordan Thompson, I think the key there was he watched that all the way on to the
I'm trying to work it out myself as well, so I'm glad that people will know more than we do.
maximum batting points is 5 for scoring 400, which we did within the 110 overs.
Okay, cool.
Correct.
Because I've just looked at it and it says Yorkshire 8 points, Kent 3. So I was counting on my fingers there. So what's that? Yeah, that's 400. Yeah.
Yeah, and Edward backs that up, saying there is no 6th point.
Linda bowling, cut away out towards Gully. Well stopped actually by Ben Compton in there.
And Treve Whitford as well. Full explanation on WhatsApp. Thanks, Treve.
Here's Linda again, around the wicket. Pushed away into the covers. It was that earlier.
It's not like we don't know this, though. It's
us.
just the, you go 201, yeah, that's the easy, and 252, and then
300,
you nip out of the box for 20 minutes, you come back in and you can't remember what you said already, or you can't actually use the brain to engage and calculate the points.
Here comes Linda in and bowling. Cut away off the back foot. I mean, I'm not complaining about the scoreboards, but again, they don't have the points situation up all the time, so I was digging around to try and find what the points were, so work out where they've come from. But yeah, thanks for all your correspondence. That's why we love having you listening to us, because you can put us right when we're talking nonsense and can't remember what the rules are. As Linda comes around the wicket, defended back down the pitch. Yorkshire with the advantage here in the cricket, and likewise in the football at Priestfield, with Rotherham leading Gills by 1-0 at the moment, and they probably should have gone 2-0 up and just missed a pretty good chance a moment ago. Cut away by Bess. He's determined not to miss his chance here to potentially become a 3rd centurion in this innings for Yorkshire. 85 for him at the moment, 486 for 6 on the board, and unfortunately, Kent fans, 500 is looming once again. And another centurion is perhaps just around the corner as Linda bowls to Thompson, and he turns it into the onside. Straight to the fielder on this occasion, no run. And
Lunch.
that is indeed lunch on day 3.
Yeah, great morning from Yorkshire's point of view, I think you'd have to say. They started this morning on 326 for 5, so they've added a further 160 runs in what has been a 2-hour and 10-minute session, the feature of which was, of course, Harry Brook once again getting to 194, 63 he added this morning before finally being caught behind, feathering one through off the bowling of Nathan Gilchrist. 2 sixes, 21 fours, 265 balls for his career best score. I think we're going to be seeing less and less of him here at Headingley in the coming months ahead, because other things await a high-class player. And warm applause for both Jordan Thompson, who's 16 not out from 8 balls so far, and also for Dominic Bess, who will probably not be thinking too much about his lunch, because he's 84 not out and looking at a second first-class century. We'll see if he can manage that in the afternoon session. We're hoping to see Tom Kohler-Kelmore again we will see Paul Shaw again, and he'll also hear from Ben Watts once again. We'll just take a breather with the players, or while the players do, and we'll be back with you just under 40 minutes time. Good afternoon then from Headingley. A warm welcome back to part 2 of day 3. Session 2 of day 3 to be precise. 486 for 6th and Dodge with you throughout this one, as is Ben Watts of BBC Kent Sport. We've got Paul Shaw in the box with us today, as well as our third voice, and Tom Kohler-Cadmo hopefully coming back again. Jack Leaning has bowled 4.5 overs, that half being because he was filling in 3 deliveries for the stricken Grant Stewart. I don't think we have any word on his progress otherwise at the moment. Don Best not out 85 is on strike. Jordan Thompson is not out 16. And it's Leaning then to bowl the first over of the third afternoon. Just pushed into the offside by Bess. And there is no run. We just had a visit from a chap I've known for a long time, through his voice first of all on the local radio, and then doing a bit of radio with him, I suppose, when I was learning the trade. Tony Chalk, nice to see him. Short ball, Best tries the cut and misses out, and Tony did actually send me an email which I will read. I keep talking about my short-term memory loss, and I'd forgotten to read it this morning, as Leaning floats one up wide of off stump. Bess misses out, but this will resonate for those of you certainly West Yorkshire based in particular, as Jack Leaning is in once again. Bess hits that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Really is getting pretty warm here, which is good, as Bess rocks back to this next short of length Leaning delivery, and it's cut out to the sweeper on the point boundary for one more. 86 to Bess and 487 for 6. Thompson, of course, left-handed, retaking his guard. Well, I'll come to the email at the end of the over because there's quite a bit of it, but well worth a listen and a read. Jordan Thompson, who smashed a 6 over mid-wicket, and if he gets the opportunity, will cut loose. Can be assured of that, and he's going at his first delivery, which he flat bats out into the covers, and there's no run. So end of the over, 487 for 6. Quick hello from you, Ben. I don't want to ignore your presence here, but I know you've got your half an eye on Gillingham as well. Gillingham 0, Rotherham 1 in the second half.
The way things are going as well, a draw would be enough to keep Gills up. So it's an interesting one. MK Dons are winning though, so Rotherham need to win from their point of view. So yeah, it's an interesting half an hour to come. That's over on BBC Radio Kent if you'd like to listen to that. But here, all eyes on this situation with Yorkshire 487 for 6. And George Linder coming on, so spin at both ends to kick things off after the interval for Kent. And there's an attempted cut shot has missed both keeper and slip. Did Best get bat on it? No, buys. So Linda's managed to get one to grip and turn and bounce as well. And it's beaten not only the batter, the keeper, and first slip, that delivery. 4 buys down towards well below our commentary position up here on the 4th floor. But once again, one that Don Bess will probably be looking at himself thinking, oh yeah, I wouldn't mind a bit of that later on, as he's on 86 and Linda bowling a full delivery to him, which he defends into the onside and takes a single. Thompson there on 16 and Bess 87. There's a bit of a discrepancy about what Bess' score was on at lunchtime. One scoreboard we were looking at was saying 84, another was saying 85. Thompson the left-hander now on strike. Linda bowls and it's tucked away out towards mid-wicket for a single, where Bill Drummond does the fielding. Yorkshire's lead 202 runs. Sounds like there's a few itchy supporters who are worried about a Northamptonshire type situation again and talking about declarations and that sort of thing, but as this one does Best drives back to the bowler, you would have thought that they're just going to bat as long as they can and try and build. Well, if they can get a lead of, in excess of 300 in this first innings. That'll put them in an excellent situation in the match as Linda bowls. It's cut away down towards third man. Ben Compton's chasing after it. Should reel it in. It's going to be at least 2, just 2 in fact.
Yeah, I mean, is there a situation where you declare and think about batting again in the final innings and just making sure you've got plenty of time to bowl out the opposition, even if you concede a deficit that you've got to go and knock off in the second innings? I think there's definitely an argument for that if it comes to it.
Yeah, indeed. Yorkshire can bat again, all importantly, if they want to try and win this match. So that's the dot ball, cut away out towards point. No run scored. Certainly looks as if only 2 results are going to be likely in this game, and that's either a Yorkshire win or a draw. Would have to be something bonkers for Kent to win this game from this kind of situation.
Yeah, let's get to that Tony Chalk email. Suitably prompted, he says, by your musings on the subject, I found myself pondering on the local cricket programme in the last few days and trying to remember some of the names that appeared over the years. I can't honestly remember exactly when the programme started, as Jack Leaning is in and bowling here to Thompson, who pushes back to him. But he says certainly by the early 70s, I'd think. And I'm guessing that it was probably when John Helm, who I spotted at Headingley during my brief visit yesterday, was sports editor. Shout out for Helmy, top man. As Jack Leaning is round the wicket to Jordan Thompson, who again flat bats it really out to the sweeper in the covers for 1. And Tony goes on. If it wasn't under John Helm, it would have been under David Campbell, because it was definitely on the go when Harry took over, Harry Gratian. Programme, according to Ian Chappell, who was a main feature on it, finished in 2010, so quite a while ago already. As Leaning's latest delivery is dropped into the pitch there by Best, there's no run. So Tony's memories on the various correspondence on this was the BBC Radio Leeds local cricket programme, which meant, plenty to those involved in local cricket right around the county back in the days. And Don Bess, meanwhile, has just chipped one
to slip.
And he's gone for 89, and he was on both his knees at the end of it. I think in probably despair that he's going to miss out on a century here. And Yorkshire are 496 for the loss of 7 wickets. So Don Bess caught by Jordan Cox off the bowling of Jack Leaning for an excellent 89 no. 119 deliveries and 148 minutes he was out there. That'll do him no harm whatsoever. 9 fours and a 6. And richly deserved applause. He's just trailing his bat along the ground and putting his head down as he walks off, because he knows how difficult first-class centuries are to come by. He's got 1 in his career so far, and within touching distance of a second when the axe fell. Matthew Revis will be the new man out there. And back with Tony's email here. So I'm going to reel off a load of these names that some of you may be familiar with. Presenters of that programme: John Helm, David Campbell, Harry Gratian, Steve Coverdale, of course, went on to Northamptonshire to be chief executive. We were talking about that with Radders last week. Jack Wainwright, one of my inspirations as a rugby league commentator in particular. Tom Schofield, Paul Clark, Dave Callaghan, my predecessor, the great Cally. John Champion, of course, you'll have heard him on television plenty of times. Miles Harrison, still doing rugby union on TV. Peter Drury, football. Derm Tanner, of course, former BBC Radio Leeds sports editor. And Ian Chappell himself, who presented that programme in its latter days, as Leaning is into Revis, who pushes out into the offside no run. Burley and Wharfdale Cricket Club, where Matthew Revis learnt his trade. Harry Brook would have been features on a Saturday afternoon as he's dropping that latest delivery into the pitch, Revis, to complete the end of Jack Leaning's over. And so Ian Chappell and Howard Clayton, the Airedale and Wharfdale League presenters, Jack Wainwright, Malcolm Scott, Ross Johnson, sadly no longer with us, nor is Malcolm, and Ralph Middlebrook, James's dad. Bradford League presenters, Central Yorkshire League, Phil Swire, Tony Chalk himself, Peter Snape and John Skelly. Top man John, Huddersfield League, David Wadsworth, Trevor Kay and Roger France. The Leeds League, Neil Satterthwaite and Stan Dawson. another top man, and Yorkshire League, the lovely John Herbert, Graham Colley, who I know sometimes emails us in and still does commentaries on Rugby League from time to time, and Barry Parker.
Here comes Linda in a bowling to Thompson. Turned away into the onside, so that wicket for Kent, almost in Phil Salt fashion, means that Don Bess won't be joining that list of centurions against Kent this season, as Linda in and bowling beats the outside edge of Thompson's bat through to the keeper. One of those where Bess's eyes almost lit up. He thought, he's 4 runs through the covers for me, and got that outside edge, really good reflex catch by the slip fielder. Like you say, his reaction ending up on his knees. Such was his disappointment. This one drilled away through the covers by Jordan Thompson, the left-hander.
I'll tell you what, if we
500 comes up.
If we get most of a session of Jordan Thompson and Matthew Revis, if he gets himself in, this could be a very entertaining hour or two. If you're a Yorkshire or neutral supporter, possibly not, Ben, if you've driven up from the southeast.
Here he comes. Linda 2, Thompson again, pushed away. Well, we all need a bit of excitement in a 4-day game with the ebbs and flows. Don't mind seeing lower order batters, lower middle order, play their shots. This one's clipped up towards mid-on. Yorkshire do indeed then become the 4th team to score 500 runs against Kent this season. History repeating itself once more. Kent yet to stop a team from scoring in excess of 500 in a first innings this season, which is telling in a number of ways about the state of the pitches that they've played on so far here in April, about how good quality they've been, as this one from Linda to Revis is defended back to the bowler. End of the over, 501 for 7 the Yorkshire score, but perhaps also damning about Kent's bowling attack and their inability to take wickets, and particularly wickets with the older ball. So the fact that Leaning has come into this game and managed to do what he often can do in one-day cricket and take an all-important wicket. Perhaps he needs to be bowling himself a little bit more. Wide on the crease, forcing that shot from Thompson. I've stolen you over here, Doige, but it's pushed out towards backward of point. You carry on, mate.
That's all right, I'll shut up. I'm enjoying it now. Leaning into Thompson, who drives out into the covers, no run. He also, by the way, to finish off Tony's email, and there's still a bit more, mentioned a few other names, and mentioned David Clegg and Barry Tennyson doing the Pontefract section of the Yorkshire Council, and Barry doing the Halifax League, Tony Rennison doing the Bradford Central League, and of course few of the leagues, he says, that used to be covered that don't even exist anymore. And yeah, that's the way of things, isn't it, in local cricket these days, as Thompson pushes into the onside. Jordan Thompson, local cricket-wise, involved at Guiseley, the ground adjoining Guiseley Football Club, just up the road, as a young player, and then Pudsey St Lawrence in the Bradford League. But everybody's come from that in the first place, as Leaning's latest delivery round the wicket. He's again pushed into the onside by Jordan Thompson. And he makes mention as well of Jason McCartney. Yeah, did a game or two with Jason, mainly rugby league actually, but he was involved at YTV with Calendar for years as a sports reporter, as Leaning's latest delivery off the hip of Thompson into the leg side, and then Jason McCartney, of course, going on to become an MP. Leaning in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Jordan Thompson to complete the over. He's on 23, Revis on 0, 501 for 7. It looks pretty good if you are of a White Rose persuasion. Still 68 overs remaining in the day. A lead of over 200. They'll be just continuing to try and kick on here, and clearly want to pour on the misery for Kent, who at the moment are looking as though they're struggling for an idea or two and for a full bowling lineup.
Linda bowling as they continue to operate with spin from each end. Revis defending that one away. Here, Grant Stewart picking up an injury. Jackson Burt picking up an injury in the previous game. This one driven up towards mid-off, but no run. Has been tight from these two spinners since the resumption after lunch. Fairness. There's Linda with a slip. And sweepers on both sides, square leg and point. In and bowling, and defending back towards him. Mid on and mid off are a slightly deeper. Mid wicket. Tighter and fielder behind. Good point. And away towards the onside by Revis. Straight to the fielder, so 501 for 7 it remains. Linda in again and pushed away out towards extra cover. In once more. Slightly low for which has been drilled up towards mid-on. Revis missing out on the run though, leaning the field. He's just going to carry that ball up to the other end and carry on himself. The over 8 saying -5. Is that that's a good thing, right? They've got through a lot of overs.
No.
I can never remember what
It's a bad thing.
Okay. That doesn't strike.
Last week Yorkshire had +5 at Northamptonshire.
It doesn't strike me that Kenneth bowled particularly slowly, but -5 is quite severe.
Are you suggesting that Jack Leaning's quick? He's in and bowling here to Jordan Thompson.
Maybe that's why they've got spin at both ends.
I think that'll be part of the reason. Trying to catch up. That was a Yorker length delivery really from Leaning, and there was a puff of dust. I think that's the first time we've seen that at Headingley this season, as Jordan Thompson chopped it out of the deck, and he's chopping this one out to point for a single, taking him on to 24 and score to 502 for 7. They've got a ring of fielders in and a couple of sweepers out, as Leaning bowls to the right-handed Revis. Matthew Revis, what a return to first team action he had last week, 30 odd not out, batting at number 9 in the first innings at Northamptonshire. 3 wickets in each innings with the ball. Cracking catch as well as he digs out this latest Leaning delivery. Yet to get off the mark here though. Leaning getting through these overs as quick as you like at the moment to try and do some catching up, and Revis pushing out into the offside, no run. There's clearly no doubt as a man who got his chance in the first place as a top order batsman that he's a much better player than a number 9 Matthew Revis, and he is off the mark with a nice push out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. End of the over then. Lickety split from Jack Leaning. He's bowled 8.3, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. It's going to look out of kilter, isn't it? You're going to look at that at some stage and think he's got 3 left in the over.
Yeah, it's confusing in that sense.
It doesn't take much, Ben, I can assure you. Shaw's he's completely baffled when he's thinking what we're talking about. Sitting at the side there.
Here comes Linda. Pushed back down the pitch by Revis. Right-handed batter, left arm spinner.
6 balled in an over, Shawsey. That's where Northwest Thunder have been going wrong in last season or so.
In comes Linda again, driven wide of mid-on for a single. There's going to be a generation of cricket fans that grow up thinking there's 5 balls.
Yeah.
In an over, or 10 if you like, if your preference. Graham was saying yesterday how he can count to 6, which is always good as an umpire. He's clipped away around the corner, down towards short fine leg.
He struggles a bit if there's a no ball.
Yeah, it's a curveball in the situation. Here comes Linda once more. Oh, there we go. Big shot from Jordan Thompson, and he has clubbed that into the leg side. to the boundary, all the way for 6.
Yeah, Steve O'Shaughnessy's having a lingering look to ensure that it had cleared and that he didn't need to go to a well-known high street optician at the next available opportunity. They do weekend appointments as well these days, don't they?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've benefited from that in the past. Sam Flesher, good afternoon to you. He says Harry Brook used to play for Burley and George Hill for Ollie Canians. So there could be local rivalry between the two. I think that was with regard to the highest score that I was mentioning earlier on. And he's hoping Harry scores 1,000 before the end of May.
That goes Thompson to defend into the offside. I keep getting messages from my optician saying that I'm due for an appointment.
You can't read them.
Here comes Linda once again. Clipped away around the corner. It does feel odd that they're telling you that you need an appointment.
I think they're right though, because I did hear you describe Shawsey as handsome earlier in the day.
Speaking of, should we get him on the mic?
Yeah, go on. You can get yourself off and have a rest, or shall I just disappear myself? Yeah, I'll go. I've got to be back at 1:30 for an update, so go on. Why not?
Jack Leaning's going to carry on from the end that we're watching on from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. It's a low full toss which is driven out towards extra cover. Beau Drummond diving away to his right with the stop. In again, a bowling and driven back in his direction by Revis. $510 for 7. The Yorkshire scorers. Leaning moves to come around the wicket. Left alone outside the off stump. Angling across him. Afternoon, Paul.
Afternoon, Ben. Weather continues.
Yeah, absolutely glorious out there. As this is pushed up towards mid-off. No run on this occasion. Spectators that have been in the last, well, today and yesterday, have been treated to some... Oh, as this one's cut away down towards third man. I'm not sure there was necessarily a deliberate decision to go for that particular area of the boundary rope. It looked like a slightly thickish outside edge from Revis as he rocked onto the back foot, but the ball ends up, regardless, going over the rope.
Wanted that ball to go in front of square, didn't they? But he just got a thick edge down and run down to the boundary for 4 runs.
In and bowling again, and a play and a miss, and the end of the over. 514 for 7. Just as I was looking at the screen array to our right, and the ball was going over the boundary rope, I must admit, I do question why there would be spectators sat in the shade on a day like today. Look like, you know, got a jumper and a coat on down there in the shade. Go sit in the sunshine. It's a glorious day. Spectators are funny, aren't they? They tend to always sit in their favourite spot. It doesn't matter whether the weather conditions might deem, or whether you're playing on a certain side of the pitch or whatever, that you can't, the pitch is farther away or whatever. As Linda's in a bowling, it's turned away into the onside by Thompson, straight to short fine leg.
Yeah, I would imagine it's a fair bit cooler down there. It is definitely in the shade of the Howard stand.
Here he comes in and bowling, driven away. Wide of Jack Leaning at mid-off for an easy single.
Yeah, we've had a fair bit of chat around declaration, haven't we? And I wonder when or if that will come. I think Yorkshire will just keep batting on, bat until tea and make a decision round about the tea interval.
In and bowling on the leg stump this occasion. Revis can't steer it away. Hits the pad and deflects into the onside. Lead is 2-2-4. Of course, Yorkshire, this is only their first innings. So if they did make some kind of a positive declaration, they can always bat again if it doesn't go according to plan. Revis drives this one up towards mid-off. No run taken. do wonder if they keep batting and get themselves a lead of 300, whether they might then think that could be enough. Having bowled Kent out for 291 first time around. Defending this next one, Revis back up down the pitch.
Still a very good pitch, isn't it? Very good pitch.
It does look a very good pitch, although we saw on day one that extra pace of Harris Ralph can be the difference maker on such a surface when it looks good for batting. Linda bowling again, steered up towards mid-on, where Jack Leaning picks up the ball and will grab it and jog up to the other end to go and bowl. I can't believe Kent's overrate is -5. It really doesn't feel like their overrates have been that bad, you know, one way or the other. So that is surprising to me, considering the amount of overs that Linda's bowled. Seeing a bit of Jack Leaning here at the moment. Must say something about how slowly the seamers have bowled their overs, but he's leaning wide on the crease, drilled back at him, and he stops it. I think it was into the ground, so it wasn't a catching opportunity, but Leaning has good reflexes. Here he is again, around the wicket. Defended into the onside. What emergency services vehicle is that we can hear nearby as this one's cut away straight to point? Leaning bowls again, and it's driven square of the wicket out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Single takes the score on to 516 for 7. Thompson has moved on to 32 almost in a flash. I don't remember him seeing him being in the 20s as Revis defends this one from Leaning back down the pitch. He's got 6 to his name so far.
Yeah, he's Thompson's certainly a quick scorer, isn't he? And if he hangs around for an hour or so from here on in, it could be interesting.
Driving to extra cover here, Matthew Revis. To end the over, dot ball. 516 for 7 Yorkshire. Thompson 32, Revis 6. Again, just getting set their field for the next over. We've got a left-hand, right-hand combination now, of course, as well, for them to contend with. As Linda bowling to the left-handed Thompson. He's in now and bowling, defended away into the offside. Again, off the back foot into the onside. This occasion, straight to the fielder. Kent very quickly getting the ball back in the hand of the bowler at the moment. Seem to be intent on trying to make up some of those minus overs as it's clipped away out towards mid-wicket.
Both spin bowlers do have a close catcher in play, one in front of square, and also both have remained with the slip in place, which is good to see.
Yeah, they've pretty much kept a slip in for, it feels like much of the innings actually, as this one is steered up towards wide mid-on for an easy single by Revis to move on to 7. Thompson has 33. 518 for 7 on the board. Feels like these two spinners have done a reasonable enough job since the lunch interval. There's Linda again with almost that twisting action, because he comes in and he looks like he's going to bowl very front on at the last minute. He gets that left arm across and doesn't necessarily use it to aim. He almost uses it to rotate. Here he bowls, and Thompson whacks it up in the air. Jack Leaning is backtracking at mid-off and holds on to the catch. Safe pair of hands, Jack Leaning, and very well adjusted to get onto that. And to hold on for George Linder's first wicket in a Kent cricket shirt. So his toils in 32 overs, one for 133, finally getting a 1 on the scoreboard. And Jordan Thompson, who Doidge was telling us if he batted for a period of time could entertain us, he went for the big shot, and on this occasion didn't come off. 518 for 8 the score.
Yeah, Thompson just didn't quite get there, did he? Come down the pitch, advanced down the pitch and tried to hit the ball over mid-off and into the stand, the Howard stand. Unfortunately didn't quite get there, and slightly miscued his shot, and Leaning took a good catch, backpedaling to the edge of the ring as such. A good catch in the end, and a wicket much needed by the Kent side. So that will give them that little bit more hope, and they know that they've got rid of the dangerous Jordan Thompson, who on a number of occasions here at Headingley and other grounds recently around the country has scored quite quickly. So they'll be pleased to see the end of him. And in comes Stephen Patterson, the Yorkshire skipper.
So I was just double checking myself there, as somebody was suggesting to me that it wasn't Jack Leaning who did the catch, but I'm pretty sure it was. Here he comes again. He's in and bowling. Oh, that's a bit of a low full toss to Revis, which he thumps up towards mid-off. I thought I wasn't paying attention. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Kent Cricket Office. Kent Cricket Office are obviously distracted this afternoon, doing other things. I'm doing what you're doing while commentating, Liam, if you're listening, as Jack Leaning bowls, and this is pushed away out into the covers. Bowls again, and this one is crisply struck down the ground, and no mistake on this one. Crawley, in fact Matt Milne's indicating that it's hit the ground before crossing the rope. So 4 runs. For Revis, 11 for him, 5-2-2 for 8. Excellent shot off Leaning there, and then clipping the next one away for a single into the leg side. And a slight distraction in my voice is because there's been a goal in the Gillingham-Rotherham game that is going to see one team get promoted and one team get relegated, and as someone that follows Gillingham most Saturday afternoons, it's a pretty disheartening way for the season to end. As a football and cricket commentator, you live the highs and the lows with the team. Get to know the people involved. As this one's cut away out towards mid-off for to deep extra cover rather, for a single. Yorkshire 524 for 8.
I think we'll probably see Revis look to put his foot down a little bit now at this stage of the innings, and he showed just how powerful he is when he just struck the ball down the ground. 1 bounce for 4 runs, just under our commentary position. So he's a very large in stature, very powerful young man, and a really good prospect for Yorkshire.
Patterson, the skipper, on 1 to face up to Linda. In and bowling, and this one pushed away defensively. Lead now up to 233 runs as Patterson attempts a sweep. I think he might have got a bit of bottom edge on that, even though he made a bit of a meal of the stroke. There is no short, fine leg. The fielder's a deep backward square, so Linda bowling again, left alone outside the off stump. I think Doidge might be coming back in for me in a moment. As Linda is in and bowling. Inside edge off the bat of Patterson and away down towards long leg. 1 run taken, Revis back on strike.
Just wondering if Revis is looking down the ground here.
That was an excellent shot he played in the previous over to Leaning. Goes square of the wicket instead off the back foot out towards the cover sweeper for an easy single. 5 to 6 for 8. 2-3-5 the lead. And Linda bowls defended away into the onside end of the over. Yorkshire 526 for 8. They lead by 325 runs. Going to just have a bit of a jump around in the commentary box. We're sure we'll be joined in a moment by Jonathan Doidge, who's back with us.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, 5:26 for 8. BBC Radio Leeds update incoming at about 1:30-ish. And Jack Leaning bowling to Matthew Revis. Plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. There'll be a few smirks and smiles going on at the moment because Jack Leaning and in particular Stephen Patterson are very good pals. So Patter wouldn't want to get out to Jacko, I wouldn't imagine. He's just played a bit of a rude shot with a big thick outside edge off it down towards third man. There could be a few verbals going on now. Bit of the head shake from Jack. All good fun and just part of those little bits of interplay in matches, a match within a match here. Leaning in and pushes out into the offside. Patterson is going to take on his mate for a single and he's going to get through. And another couple of words as they pass each other down at the Kirkstall Lane end of the strip. Leaning in, and Revis pushes into the onside. You can just imagine, can't you, if Jack gets Stephen Patterson out. Told you I should have bowled a lot more when you were skippering and I was playing here. What are you doing wasting my talent? 14 for Revis, meanwhile, who's on strike at 5:30 for 8. Steps back, cuts very nicely indeed. He's got that away, he's timed it well, and he's not quite going to have the legs to make it to the Taverner's boundary. It's been reeled in. A couple of feet short, but they're back for 2.
Good footwork though, that, wasn't it? Good balance. Onto the front foot, rocked back onto the back foot, opened up the angle. Just worked it behind square there on the offside for 2 runs. Backward of point.
Leaning again over the wicket. Nicely played by Matthew Revis. Full face of the bat. Timed it beautifully. Linda is out there in the deep on the offside and cuts off the boundary, and they settle for 1. 132 overs into this Yorkshire first innings, 533 for 8. You say that and it doesn't sound particularly much when you say it quickly, Shawsey, but 132 overs in the field. Can you imagine? Oh, my eyes are watering thinking about that now. What the back's going to feel like their hips. All of that over the course of a couple of days. Plenty of hands on hips among the Kent fielding contingent. A draining experience as Revis pushes back to Linda, first ball of this over. He's gone for a century and more. 34th over now, George Linda, 1 for 135. 33 overs and more of sweat and toil out there. And he's just been pushed for another single up to long off by number 77, Matthew Revis.
What Linda has done pretty well since lunch is he's varied his pace just that little bit. He's pushed the odd one through and held the odd one up, so he's actually thinking his way through this spell.
Here he is again. Patterson tries a little paddle sweep but misses out.
Patterson's clearly identified there's no one at 45. Short fine leg on the leg side, so having said that, the field's just adjusting slightly at the moment, and I think they're going to put one in there. There's a couple of times now Patterson's tried to paddle behind square.
They've actually brought a man around in front of square on the boundary edge on the east side. As Patterson steps back and just tries to get away his favoured shot square on the offside. Loves playing that one. They have got a sweeper out there for him. You might expect Jack Leaning knows where his former captain likes to play it. Linda in again. No room for Patterson to work with this time, and it punches it out to Bell Drummond, who's at short extra cover. Glorious afternoon at Headingley. Still 57 overs to go in the day and plenty of sunshine to be enjoyed by the spectators. As there's a half-hearted appeal by Linda on a ball that beats Patterson. Wraps him on the knee roll. He whacks his pad with his bat. But he survived. He's on 5, Revis on 18, 534 for 8 at the end of the 133rd over.
Just looking at the weather, Doige, and your kind, gracious, thoughtful soul that you are, I wonder if there's any ice creams going to find themselves into the commentary box when you next get a short break.
Well, that's the problem. It's so short. You can't get there and back in time. Leaning in and pushed into the offside by Revis, and there's no run. I dropped several hints to my co-commentators in Northampton last week, but nothing was forthcoming. Oh, Leaning now then. That's an extraordinary delivery. He's let go of it. It's miles outside off stump. It's bounced up, and Matthew Revis has accepted the invitation, and he's smashed it over extra cover for 6. I can't remember seeing anything like that in professional cricket before. Jack Leaning just losing control of the ball. It's been given as a no ball as well, and rightly so. It pitched off the strip. Revis nearly had to run to hit that.
Gosh.
But why wouldn't you? Taking him on to 24 and Yorkshire to 542 for 8. Just one of those things, really. Jack Leaning just lost his grip and threw it miles up in the air. Dot ball to follow it. And here he is again. And Revis just pushing that to mid-on. And there's no run. Bit of a head-scratching bit of cricket, but there you go. Revis pushing this next Leaning delivery back down the pitch. Couple left in the over. They're still trying to catch up, aren't they? They've got the over rate down to -1 now. Ball short of length. Revis steps back and just pushes it out to Linda on the long off boundary. And they'll come through for another one. He's at 25 then, Matthew Revis.
Good young player, isn't he? Good young player coming through for sure.
Leaning in again, and this time to Patterson, who pushes the ball back to the bowler. So end of the 134th over. Interesting one, 543 for 8. And Matthew Revis, he said, checking the stats, he's in sight of his highest first class score of 34 here.
Yeah, he's the potential of being a real high quality all rounder. As I said before to Ben, he's large in stature, big, tall, strong lad, powerful striker of the ball, plays down the ground often, and he's got a yard as well, hasn't he, when he bowls? Good player.
Certainly has. Linda to Revis, back foot drops it into the strip alongside. Long off his right out on, well, I'm going to say on the boundary. Actually, it looks like he's probably a couple of metres in from it, underneath the Howard stand sign. But he's decided to go the other side, Matthew Revis, and he has lofted that over straight mid-wicket for 6. And a thoroughly deserved round of applause for it.
I mean, it is a shortened boundary on the left-hand side of the ground, but just shows again his power. He's not really hit that. It's just to take a stride down, good base, struck it over, as you say, a straight mid-wicket for 6.
And they've dropped a man out in that position as a result. I wouldn't have got anywhere near it. Cleared the boundary by a distance. He lays his bat on that and runs it out backward off point, and the applause is this time the latest little landmark for Yorkshire, 550 for the loss of 8 wickets. So they lead by 259 at this stage. Certainly a healthy lead. Plenty of time left in the match. Linda in again. Patterson opens the face and pushes it to Bell Drummond. That short extra cover, no run.
And I think we've just seen the over 8 become level.
Linda to Patterson, who's out. A big, wild yahoo across the line, and he's had his off stump knocked back. And so the Yorkshire captain bowled Linda for 5 at 550 for 9. And we're going to see the entertainment value with the bat of Harris Ralph.
Yes, Stephen Patterson's just tried to hit the ball into the vacant deep mid-wicket area, but unfortunately was unable to make contact with that ball and was bowled by Lindell, who, as I said, has varied his pace pretty well since lunchtime. So 550 for 9 here at a glorious Headingley. Sun's blazing across the ground. It's an absolutely beautiful day, and the spectators certainly to the left of us in the north stand, sorry, in the east stand, and across the ground bathing in sunshine. As I said before, I can't quite see too many ice creams around at the moment, but hopefully when Doidger gets a break we might see 1 or 2 more. But it's, as I say, it's a beautiful day, and Yorkshire here at Headingley in a very strong position, 550 for 9.
Yeah, keep trying, Chosy. So Harris Ralph hasn't played much, has he? Red ball cricket. He's 28 years of age. We've seen his value with ball in hand. Not sure his value with bat in hand has been quite the same in his career so far. It's his 7th first-class match. He's got 25 runs and a highest of 9 not out. Did play a pretty good handy off drive down at Bristol the other week to get off the mark, and then got out, I think it was next ball, and he's off the mark first ball with one that he lofted past the diving Linda. Could have been the end of Yorkshire's innings there, but he's got a single, and he fancied it. He keeps the strike. He's got a batsman at the other end, and he's kept the strike. 551 for 9. Averaging 8.33 in his so far short first-class career.
Well, the field's certainly spread here.
Yeah, we shall see. Will we see the forward mow? In comes Leaning. Oh, delicately flicked off the legs by Harris Ralph, who doubles his score with a single. And that gets Revis back on strike. That could be important, you know, in the sense that if Matthew Revis decides that with just Harris Ralph at the other end, he's going to try and play a few more shots. So still see a bit of entertainment here. Leaning to Revis, who gets plenty on that, but flat bats it out to the cover sweeper and decides he's not for taking a single. 2 or 3 yards either side. Might have had the legs to make it to the boundary. So Revis on 32. 2 gone in the over. Angle of attack changed by Leaning. He comes round the wicket and Revis cuts this time. And it's going to be sufficient to enable him to get back for a 2. Which brings him level with his highest first-class score. I know he'll want to score a lot more than a 34 in his career. I'm sure we'll see him do that as well. Averaging 18.5 before he walked out for this knock, Matthew Revis. But you expect that to increase over the years as he steps back and cuts again, and this time does take a single. 35 to him, and now a first-class best. Ralph on strike, 2 left in the over. Leaning over the wicket, Ralph pushes firmly back to him. They've got deep backward square leg, a man on cow corner, wide mid-on, long off, sweeper on the offside as well, slip still in place, but the sweeper, well, he is going to come into play, but they're not going to take a single to him. He's been sent back there, Harris Ralph, by Matthew Revis, because that was the last ball of the over. 5-5-5 for 9.
All the 5s. Yeah, Yorkshire will be happy with how they've played today. Obviously overnight in a good position. They've built on that throughout the morning and into the afternoon session with really good knocks this morning. Continuation of a very good knock yesterday from Brook, and Bess has played really well too. And now Revis is in a good position, looking for quick runs. He's on 35 not out at the moment.
And Linda is on 2 for 144 from 35, and Revis has just launched him high, wide and handsomely into the Taverners boundary for 6. 41 to him. Stand and deliver from Matthew Revis. He'll be looking for a few of those by the looks of it. He's also looking for a first-class half-century here, and he's only a couple of shots away from it. 561 for 9. Linda to Revis, short ball. Nearly pulled his arms out of his sockets trying to reach that one. Wide of the batsman. Linda just saying, if you're going to do that again, you're going to have to go and fetch it. And he's in again, George Linda, and that is struck beautifully by Revis. It's going to be cut off not far short of the ropes. Now then, the Kent fielder out there in the shadows of the Howard stand. Not quite sure what went on there. Lost his footing in trying to field it.
He may just have jarred his knee there into the turf.
They got back for 2. 563 for 9, and Revis on 43. And Revis stepping into another Linda delivery, but pushing to Bell Drummond, who's set back on quite a deep one out there at cover. So no run. 2 remaining in the over. And Linda in again, and Revis just pushing up to long on. Single to him, 44 now, and 564 for 9, and he's exposing his number 11 batting partner to just 1 Linda delivery in this over. Harris Ralph has 2 to his name. The field has dispersed to the leg side, so he's giving him plenty of opportunity for a single out there, but there is an in-out field on the posh side, and a big appeal for LBW from Linda here to a ball that Ralph was playing slightly across the line to. It was only a stifled appeal, and it was not out. Ken Shawsey, they just give you the impression, and you know, and it's understandable that they're just sick to death of being out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's certainly been. It's a long time in the field, haven't they? 137 overs, is that? I think my eyes correct. And yeah, it's been certainly a long time out there in the heat. And again, the way Yorkshire play, they've played superbly well. They've built a really good lead here, as we know. And Revis is just 6 away from a maiden half-century.
Yeah, leaning to said batsman, who's again just laid his bat on that. As it's gone out to deep backward point, fielded a few yards in from the boundary rope, and an easy 2. Revis on 46. And Yorkshire 566 for the loss of 9. Here's leaning again. Tosses one up wide of off stump. Revis rocks back and hammers that away into the covers. It's a good stop in the end by the sweeper to haul that one in. And they're back for 2. Taking Revis on to 48 and the score to 568 for 9. Good piece of fielding.
Good cricket all round, wasn't it? He's hit the gap as Revis, and fielders run round, managed to keep the ball in play and save the boundary.
Yeah, another dot ball. Leaning to Revis. They're all out on the offside to Matthew Revis. Deep backward point, square cover, extra cover, and long off. And he's solidly pushing a couple more deliveries back to Jack Leaning. There's one left in the over. There's plenty of room for him to just flick a single, with most people dispatched to various parts of LS6. And there we go. Rocks back. Easy as you like. Pushes one out into the covers. That run will take him on to 49. And I thought there was only one left in the over, but that was my mistake, because there is one left now, and Harris Ralph will try and see this one off. 569 for 9. And does so successfully with a firm push into no man's land on the offside. So Revis, 1 away from a half-century, and 138 overs gone now. Still 52 to go in what feels like an awfully long day. Over rate is level. Yorkshire leading by 278, I reckon.
Just looking at the field then, when Revis was batting, 7 players protecting the boundary. 7 players. Not often you see that, is it? Granted, the score's large and they are saving boundaries, but 7 people protecting the boundary.
So it's going to be George Linder, 2 for 153 now from 36 overs to bowl here to Matthew Revis. And Revis has got it away square on the offside, and there's a yelp and a yay from the balcony below, because they know how much that'll mean to Matthew Revis. He can play. He started his career in the top order. He's back in this season at number 9 and as a bowling all-rounder effectively, but he's batted really well here, and that is his first half-century in first-class cricket. Well played, young man. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of the 20-year-old. 50 in 51 minutes, that's all. 63 deliveries, 2 4s and 3 6s. And the single, of course, meant that Harris Ralph is on strike to face a few deliveries in this over. And Linder then bowling to Ralph, who tries. He tried to hit that one into the cricket school. Didn't quite cue it as he would have liked, and it went out to long on along the deck for a single.
I think if he'd have made contact with that properly as he wished, that ball would still be travelling.
Actually, if it had caught it right, it might have gone for a conversion over the rugby posts. Here's Linder to Revis, who now gets under one himself. He might get away with this, will he? No, he's not. He's been caught. So around 50 for Matthew Revis, who jogs off the field, and he was caught there by extra cover, who was running back with a ball looping up over his head. Not the easiest of catches, but made it look pretty simple in the end there, Jordan Cox. And Revis gone for 50, and Yorkshire all out for 571, which I make as a lead of 280 runs. Revis 50 in 53 minutes, 64 balls, 2 fours and 3 sixes. And that'll be a massive confidence boost for him as well at this level. And Harris Ralph, the not out batsman. They're all out, Yorkshire, for 571. Let's just go through the card then for that Yorkshire first innings. Adam Lyth was caught Robinson bowled Milnes for 7. Dimuth Karunaratne caught Robinson bowled Gilchrist for 4. And George Hill LBW to Gilchrist for 8. David Milan caught Robinson bowled Quinn for a brilliant 152. Harry Brook caught Robinson bowled Gilchrist for a magnificent 194. Harry Duke was out yesterday. LBW to Matt Quinn for 8. Don Bess played really well. He'll be a little bit sick that he didn't quite manage to get the last 11 to get him a second first-class century, but he was caught by Jordan Cox off Jack Leaning for 89. Jordan Thompson, usual entertaining knock from him, 2 sixes and 3 fours in his 33 before he was caught Leaning bowled Linder. And Stephen Patterson bowled Linder for 5. The last man out, Matthew Revis, caught Cox bowled Linder for 50. There were 18 extras. Harris Ralph was not out 3. And in 138 overs and 4 deliveries, Yorkshire 571 all out, a lead of 280. The Kent bowling figures. Grant Stewart, we hope he's okay. He went off injured halfway through his 21st over, so 20 overs and 3 balls, 6 maidens, none for 71. Matt Milnes, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 61. Nathan Gilchrist, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 114. Matt Quinn, 22 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 86. George Linder toiled away, didn't he, the left armour? He picked up 3 wickets for 155 and was easily the most used bowler in the Kent first innings, or the Yorkshire first innings there, 36.4 overs and 3 maidens. Jack Leaning, Jacko with 15.3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 56. And Daniel Bell Drummond, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 18. It is there, Shawsey, for Yorkshire to win, and Kent are going to have to play very, very well if they're to avoid defeat in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a massive score, isn't it? Massive first innings total, and it's what we talk about from a coaching perspective. Large first inning totals, whether you bat first or whether you bat second, are really, really important. And certainly Yorkshire have done that from being in a position where they were, from memory, 23 for 3, and then obviously the partnership of Milan and Brook, which was a fantastic partnership that didn't just consolidate but got Yorkshire back into the game and then got them ahead of the game. So that's really, really important. As you said there, Doige, the knock of Thompson of 33 in quick time. Bess is 89, I thought was a wonderful knock this morning, the context of the game and a supporting role to Brook. And also Revis, the young Revis there, large in stature as we've mentioned before, very powerful, and scored 50 in 64 balls, have really enabled Yorkshire to build really good partnerships. Having been 23 for 3, as I mentioned, they've built partnerships throughout that innings. And again, that's something that the coaching staff will have been talking about. Ensure that you build partnerships, extend those partnerships, and build a very large first innings score, and also a large first innings lead. So Yorkshire at the moment at Headingley on a glorious, glorious day in a very, very strong position, and they'll be looking to make quick breakthroughs at the top of this Kent batting order as they come back out in just a few minutes' time.
Yep, take a very short breather, and we'll be back with you for when play resumes.
Welcome back to Headingley. The Kent openers, Ben Compton and Zach Crawley, are out in the middle. Jordan Thompson is ready to take the new ball from the rugby stand end of the ground. And he comes and bowls to Crawley, wide of the off stump. Let go through to the wicketkeeper. I'm Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent. BBC Radio Leeds. Jonathan Doidge is taking a brief break. Paul Shaw alongside me. And the early thing we notice is that a 12th man is on the field and Harris Ralph is not out there. So the Pakistan quick won't be taking the new ball.
We've not heard anything as yet as to why. I'm sure that news will filter into us very soon as Thompson comes in.
Bowls, and this one's guided, if not slightly thickishly edged, by Zach Crawley down towards third slip, and there's a slight misfield as the ball sneaks through for a single. So Crawley off the mark, and Kent won without loss in their second innings.
Yorkshire will be obviously searching for early breakthroughs here, and Kent were wanting to absorb any pressure, rotate strike, and get through to tee without any damage as such. So this is why I think it's an interesting phase of play that we're going to at this moment in time.
It's the left-handed Compton now on strike, and he tickles this away for 4 runs. Just a little bit leg side-ish from Jordan Thompson there, and in fact it's come off the pad, so leg buys signalled by the umpire as Kent move on to 5 without loss. I thought he might have got some bat or glove on that, but not to be for Compton, so he remains on 0. I'll just revisit the Kent bowling figures and from the Yorkshire innings in a moment, as Kent now trail by 275 runs. Of course, Centurions in Harry Brook 194, David Milan 152 in that previous innings, as Compton defends this one. Don Bess 89, disappointed to fall short of a century himself, but a lovely half century from Matthew Revis from number 9. The Kent bowling figures: Grant Stewart injured after 20.3 overs and leaving the field of play. We wait to find out about his fitness. None for 71, having started off with 6 straight maidens. Matt Milnes 19 overs, 1 for 61. Gilchrist 22 overs, 3 for 114. Matt Quinn 22 overs, 2 for 86, as Thompson is defended into the covers by Ben Compton. George Linder 36.4 overs, 3 for 155 in the end, sweeping up those last few wickets. Leaning 15 overs, or 15 and a half overs, 1 for 56. And then Daniel Bowe-Drummond bowled 3 overs, none for 18. So the match situation is that Kent trail by 275 runs and have to bat in order to try, as Compton gets off the mark, tucking Thompson into the onside behind square. Kent have to bat and get past that Yorkshire score, and well, probably try and, if they can, either bat until close of play tomorrow or build a lead that Yorkshire aren't able to chase by, what, 6 o'clock on Sunday night. So it certainly favours Yorkshire this. It's nearly 100% likely that it'll be either a Yorkshire win or a draw this game, Paul.
That's certainly what it looks like, isn't it, at this stage of the game. But what I will say for Kent at this stage, if they can get to tee, and 2 very good batters in Compton and Crawley can build a good partnership here, and bat as long as they can into the day here, then they give themselves the chance to stay in the game and build on that, and I guess just pull back that lead as much as they can going into tomorrow. But I think this partnership is really, really important for them. As I said before, Yorkshire wanted to break this, and Kent wanting to get to tee without loss.
Well, it's Patterson to bowl from this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. And when I spoke to Matt Quinn last night, he called it a new ball pitch. So right now, Thompson and Patterson with the new ball for Yorkshire up against Compton and Crawley. 48 overs still to go in today's play, and then a full extended day tomorrow with the time that we're making up from day one. So still a lot of overs left in the game. A long way away, that draw will feel for Kent at the moment. But they just have to focus and to bat and to try and accrue runs along the way. Compton and Crawley, as Compton, the left-hander, lets this through to the wicket-keeper, allows it over the top of the stumps. Enough bounce and carry from Patterson to take it through to the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, that just shows there's still a little bit of pace in the pitch, isn't it? Patterson, obviously a tall bowler, hits the crease hard. Ball slightly back of the length, got the bounce and got the carry through to the keeper. Just looking at the field that Patterson's got, he's got a mid-off, extra cover, backward point, 3 slips, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg.
He's in again, Compton defending on the back foot. It feels, in a way, slightly strange seeing Stephen Patterson bowling with the new ball. So often he's the first change, and often you see the keeper up to the stumps and he's trying to bowl wicket to wicket and coax out wickets that way. He had a short leg in play in the first innings and short catching cover and mid-wicket at times. So a different role for him, the skipper, with a possible injury to Harris Ralph, it seems, with him out, not out in the field of players. Compton defends up towards mid-on, which we spoke about would certainly be a difference maker with his extra pace, as we saw in the first innings. What he was able to do, taking 5 wickets, that'll, in a way, give Kent hope of staying in this game without the Harris Ralph factor, if you will. Here comes Patterson once again. In and bowling. Compton defends into the onside. At this point, it feels worth mentioning that the likes of Ben Code, Matthew Fisher injured. No David Willey as well. All guys, along with Ralph, that you would expect to take the new ball, which is why Stephen Patterson finds himself in this situation.
Yeah, Yorkshire do have a few injuries, a few injury concerns, for sure. And as you say, and Patterson picking up the new ball.
An unfamiliar feeling to have that brand new cherry in his hand, perhaps, as this one is tucked away off the hip by Compton down towards long leg for a single. End of the over. Kent a 6 without loss. In fact, 7 without loss with that single. Compton moving on to 2. Crawley 1. And then we had those leg buys as well. So 47 overs remaining in the day. Here on day 3. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Leeds, BBC Sport Online here at Headingley. Still sunny overhead. Cloudier than it was yesterday, but still the ground bathed in sunshine, and a lovely day for spectators to be out there watching their cricket. Plenty of expectant home fans. A few travelling supporters that'll be hoping that these two can build, as this one's down the leg side. Compton trying to flick it off his hip, but playing and missing. You can get in touch at BBC Kent Sport, at Ben Watt Sport on Twitter. Not sure an address, Paul, on Twitter.
That's a good question.
Maybe don't message Paul on Twitter.
At Inside Leader 1.
Thank you. At Jonathan Deutsch as well. We're also on kentcricket@gmail.com, as this one's left alone by Compton on the email at BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com as well. If you want to get in touch via email. BBC Radio Kent Sports Show as well, for those who want to listen on DAB and FM. Lots of cricket updates into that every half an hour, as well as following the afternoon's football, which is kicked off now. We're past 3 o'clock, and this one defended back down the pitch. Certainly League One, of course, kicking off earlier on in the day. And unfortunately, the team I follow, Gillingham, have been relegated. Some Yorkshire supporters listening, maybe from Rotherham way, they're back into the Championship. But those of us that are inside the ground can put that to one side and focus on the cricket. As Compton faces up once again to Thompson.
Sure.
Flicks this away, out for probably 4 runs, as now it's going across the square. Will just have enough pace on it to take it over the rope. As 2 fielders converge, little flick into the leg side by Ben Compton. And he has a boundary to take the Kent score onto 11 without loss.
Yeah, Thompson's just straight onto middle and leg there, hasn't he? And Compton just leant on that one and timed it away across the square, front of the west stand, and for a well-timed 4 runs. Looking at the last few weeks' cricket, Compton's certainly in good nick, isn't he, Ben? He's been playing some really good cricket. He's got some scores under his belt, and has batted time in a number of games as well. So he spent a long time at the wicket accumulating runs. So it looks to me as if he's in good nick.
He's facing up to Thompson again. There's some oohs and ahs for the inside edge, but it goes down towards fine leg. Seems slightly melodramatic. It, to me, didn't look like he was necessarily too late on that one, that it was going to be a play and a miss and the ball thudding into his pads. Even if it had, it wouldn't have been LBW because he's a left-hander and Thompson bowling over the wicket to him. So Compton moves on to 7, Kent 12 without loss. Yes, so far this season, 3 centuries to his name, 129 in the first game against Essex. He got 2 in the game against Lancashire at Canterbury, 104 not out and 115. And then scored an 89 in the second innings against Hampshire last week as Crawley lets this one go through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, Kent 12 without loss.
He looks a very compact batter. He looks a good player. Seems to play situations well, rotate, strike, and must have a really good temperament for batting long periods of time. And obviously the scores he's made, the centuries he's made in early season certainly would allude to that fact. Just watching Thompson there, he's a hustle-bustle type of cricketer, runs in hard, attacks the crease, and he just swing the ball. There's just a couple of signs of swing there. The ball's just swinging away from Crawley there into Harry Brook's hands, who just takes the ball on his right-hand side of his hip. As the ball's just bounced and swung a little bit there.
Yorkshire didn't swing the new ball a lot in the first day of the match, in truth, and it was the outright pace of Harris Ralph that managed to take their wickets. They did seam it around a little bit, and it was actually as the ball got older they looked after it well, and we had the floodlights on, that they managed to get it to move around in the air a bit more. So Patterson just going through the crease there and not landing quite how he wanted to, so we'll go again. I do wonder if perhaps that on day 1 was due to how cool it was on Thursday, whereas here today it is just that little bit warmer, and maybe that's helping Thompson get that little bit more movement with the ball in the air. So Patterson to try again. Oh, and Compton was trying to leave that alone and has ended up gloving the ball, punching the ball out literally off his gloves into the point area. I know we use the word punching sometimes for a stroke off the bat, but that was off his fists. And I think he's just going to take the glove off and just take a moment, because he appears to be in a little bit of pain, Ben Compton. Possibly even a physio will come out and just attend to that left hand of his.
Just looked like the ball bounced sharply there, didn't it? We haven't got the replays here to check that, but it did look as though the ball did bounce significantly there.
Well, he was. I think he was looking to leave it on length anyway. As the physio heads out, he just picked up his bat again and tried to grip the bottom of the handle with that left hand and seemed okay. He's put his helmet back on now and is starting to put his glove back on. I suspect the physio might tell him to take it off again just so he can suspect it, or inspect it rather, as yeah, the Kent physio out there, Dan, just tending to that injury, having a look. But now heading off the field of play, so Compton seemingly content. Fortunately for us, Kent physio is an extremely athletic chap and is already off the field of play. We're about to get back on with things. He's probably fittest man in the team. In truth, there's Patterson in. Kent 12 without loss, replying to Yorkshire's 571 all out as this is pushed away into the covers by Ben Compton. And you're right, he is a compact player, looks like a player who plays within himself, knows his own game, knows what shots work for him. And he just looks to back time and accrue runs and be that man in a team to stick in and build partnerships around other batters, and leaves this one alone outside the off stump, offering no stroke on this occasion.
Patterson's operating with 3 slips. Backward point, short extra, mid off, mid on, fairly squarish mid wicket, and deep square.
Fairly orthodox field, as this one's defended by Compton into the offside. As he's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Potentially you might have another gully, 3 slips in a gully and one less man on the leg side, but keen to try and bowl straight. Seemingly with the way he's got this field set up to Compton. In again, wide on the crease, angling it back into the left-hander who defends it back down the pitch, the ball passing by the stumps at the umpire's end. And up to mid-on without any thought of a single. Had a couple of emails a while back earlier on in the piece from Peter and from Phil and Andrew getting in touch. May try and get to some of those. Although you may well have left us and be doing something else with your Saturday afternoons a couple of hours down the line as Patterson's in. Defended out into the covers. KentCricket@gmail.com if you would like to get in touch with us. As that's the end of the over. Kent 12 without loss. Peter saying, hi Ben, in case of the tag again after the bit of chat on coal mining and cricket on day one, try this one. Do the locals know the ironic name of 2 of the most important Yorkshire coal seams in the Barnsley area? Answer, Kent's thick and thin seams. Of course, Kent had its own coal mining industry until fairly recently. Also talking about Scarborough, because I said I'd never been. And Hitch Freeman, we were talking about the former Kent spinner as well on day one with Graham Orange, as Jordan Thompson is in and bowling to Zach Crawley. Defends this one back down the pitch. He said, did bowlers like Hitch Freeman get a lot of wickets back in the day? Because we were talking as well about outground pitches and saying perhaps they weren't of, say, the quality of a county wicket. Well, I guess back in the day there were a lot of uncovered wickets as well, weren't there? Certainly don't get the kind of TLC perhaps that these test match grounds like this one do, as Thompson bowls wide of Crawley's off stump. I was chatting as well about we were talking about outgrounds in Tunbridge and Tunbridge Wells, and James was saying to me, because I was saying about how they're spelt differently, and James, one of our correspondents, getting in touch going, you should have said why they are, what the reason is. And I said, what, there's a reason? So I didn't even know this when I brought it up yesterday. And Thompson bowling wide of the off stump to Crawley. He said it's spelt differently to stop confusion when the Doomsday Book was ordered by William the Conqueror. And then it's named thus because the residents of Tunbridge used to get their water from this area, hence it's called Tunbridge Wells. So I didn't know that until James got in touch. So I'm going to use that one to impress people. Not that it'll maybe on a, you know. Luckily, I don't have any first dates to go on these days, but you're not going to impress a first date with that kind of a stat, are you, necessarily? As this one is down the leg side. Crawley playing an attempted flick at it. That was half an appeal for a nibble behind, but nothing from the umpire, and Crawley not making contact. Good take, though, by Duke, the keeper.
Very good take, wasn't it? Low to his left. May have just flicked the pad there. We're looking for some type of nick. But yeah, really good take. Full length dive to his left.
Andrew getting in touch saying, what's going on with Kent's bowlers? More grief for them in this one. As Jordan Thompson bowls wide of the off stump. He says, which is this is a slightly weird well, not weird, but a slightly backhanded compliment. They don't seem like a bunch of pie chuckers, and yet they're conceding a lot of runs so far this season. Would love to hear your thoughts. Well, I think first of all, as even Tom Kohler-Cadmore pointed out when he joined us on comms earlier, the Yorkshire batter, pitches just generally around the country have been so good so far this season. We've seen a lot of runs as this one's defended by Crawley into the offside. And I know Harry Brook didn't get a double century, but we have seen, you know, numerous double centurions in games. Sham Masood's got a couple, the Pakistan international batter who's with Derbyshire. So that lack of rain that we've had in this month as well in April.
Been pretty dry, hasn't it? Pretty dry, and there's been, as you said, there's been lots of centuries across the country, hasn't there?
Yeah, it really has. I think perhaps there is an element of bowlers not necessarily used to bowling in these kind of April conditions and having to try and take wickets with an older ball on pitches and surfaces that are doing so little for them and offering them so little. As Patterson resumes around the wicket, goes wider on the crease. Compton gets that off the splice and it drops away into the offside, although in the immediacy it looked like it might just balloon up, but well short of the man at cover. So yeah, it'd be interesting to get fellow Kent fans' thoughts on that. It feels, I think, as Matt Quinn admitted to me last night, that, you know, Kent's bowlers have been under par and have underperformed at times, and Matt admitted as much. As Patterson again going wider on the crease, trying to create an angle up against Compton as he defends into the offside. But Kent's bowlers aren't the only ones that are finding it difficult in these early few weeks of the season.
And if you look around the scorecards, you will have seen over the last 2 or 3 weeks lots of early breakthroughs, as we have in this game, haven't we? You know, Yorkshire were 23 for 3 in the first innings, and then that middle order or lower order, you've seen partnerships emerge as the ball has got older. So taking wickets with the older ball, I think, has proved to be a challenge for a number of attacks.
Patterson bowling, defended by Compton. It brings spin more into the game, doesn't it, of course, which is something that has been much talked about. How does county cricket develop top-class spin bowlers or spinners that can come into that England team and make it a better line-up? The likes of Dom Bess and Jack Leach have been in that role over the last couple of years, but neither have been able to nail down the spot and say, this is mine in the team. Adil Rashid, obviously a world-class performer in white ball cricket, as this one's left alone by Compton. Outswinger through to the wicket-keeper. But I know many have called for Matt Parkinson. He's travelled around the world, not been necessarily given the chance by England in the Test team, so it is still up for grabs, it feels, that spin bowling position in the England side.
And if you look at the amount of overs that Matt Parkinson has bowled and wickets has taken early season, that's not typical, is it, at this time of year? And if you look across the scorecards, lots of the spinners have bowled a lot more overs than you would normally expect.
Patterson again, very wide on that crease, trying to angle the ball into the left-hander and then swing it away and nip it away. Compton defending into the covers. Well, while we're talking about goings on elsewhere, I think we'll get to some of those scores, which I'll filter in between deliveries, with Somerset against Warwickshire taking place at Taunton, and Somerset putting 458 on the board in the first innings. Warwickshire 209 all out in their first innings. And then in their second, they're 114 for 5 as Patterson bowls. Compton clips this away into the onside. This will be a couple of runs. They jog back for that second. So Kent 14 for none at the end of the over. So currently Warwickshire trailing by 134 runs at Taunton. Essex at Chelmsford 193 all out in their first innings against Northants, who put 390 on the board batting first. So they are 139 runs behind with 8 second innings wickets remaining. They're 58 for 2. Alistair Cook already out in that second innings, so advantage Northamptonshire in that one, like it is advantage Somerset in that first game we were talking about. Here at Yorkshire, of course, advantage to the host with Kent trailing by 266 runs. As Thompson comes into Crawley on 1, drives up towards mid-on. No run on this occasion as he pats it back. Surrey 603 all out, Gloucestershire 300 for 2, so looks like a flat deck at Bristol with Jamie Smith scoring 230, 100 for Jordan Clark, century for Marcus Harris, the Australian overseas for Gloucestershire, and then Chris Dent's 144 unbeaten. So there we go, talking about pitches being flatter and runs being scored. Crawley driving up towards mid-on again.
Looks like there's an interesting game developing at Hampshire, with Hampshire leading Lancashire by 263 runs with 6 wickets remaining.
Yeah, pretty much parity in the first innings. In that one, 246 playing 240. 100 for Gubbins in the first innings. 50s for Salt and Bailey for Lancashire, and then Gubbins has 100 in the second innings actually, as this is driven by Crawley, just slightly pushing at that delivery from Thompson. Into the covers where it's fielded. Ben Brown on 71 not out as well, so a good partnership at the moment developing for Hampshire, who you would think are potentially setting themselves up into a decent position. That Lancashire lineup has got James Anderson in it, Hassan Ali. It's a good attack, and certainly a good 100 for Nick Gubbins, or a couple of hundreds in the game, as this one is allowed through by Crawley to the keeper. Impressive stuff then from Gubbins. So those are the scores at the moment in Division 1. Division 2. Nottinghamshire managed to bowl out Worcestershire for 159 in their first innings, but in the second innings Worcestershire put 339 on the board, with Ed Barnard scoring 163. This one's left alone by Zach Crawley outside the off stump. Knots in reply. 79 for 1. Ben Duckett's got a half century there. They're trailing by 153 runs as they seek victory at Trent Bridge. So an interesting game there. Derbyshire, we talked about Shan Masood's form. He's out there batting again at the moment. 28 not out. Derbyshire 38 without loss. Pretty much parity in the first innings. 3-6-8 playing 3-8-7. Crawley defends this delivery from Thompson, inside edge, down towards long leg for a single. Sussex 538 all out. Durham were 2-2-3 all out first innings. 200 for Chiteshwar Pujara, and then 79 for Rizwan as well, their other overseas. Durham 15 without loss. In reply, trailing by 300 runs. And then at Lords, Leicester leading by 23 runs, but only 3 second innings wickets remaining. Middlesex looking like favourites to go and win that game, having put 370 on the board. So you're up to date with everything going on elsewhere. Just a slight delay here. Must be a spectator behind the bowler's arm. Stephen Patterson's turning around, looking over his right shoulder. Gets the thumbs up now. In and bowling, left alone outside the off stump. through to Duke. I'm not sure if I'll have to do a BBC Radio Kent update in a moment's time. I'll find out. No Doidgy in the commentary box at the moment. I don't know where he's gone. It's not quite as sunny today, so he doesn't appear to be sunning himself on the balcony in front of us, as this one's off an inside edge from Zach Crawley down towards long leg for a single. So he moves on to 3. Compton 9. Kent are 16 without loss.
.4 overs remaining in the day. Patterson's midway through his 4th over.
He's bowling around the wicket to Compton then. Full when nudged up towards mid-on.
Three slips still in play. As Patterson's come in around the wicket to the left-handed Compton. And he'll be targeting in and around that off stump, top of off stump area.
Patterson in, bowling to Compton. Defends it into the offside. I've just got to go and do a BBC Radio Kent update. Jonathan Doidge is back.
Just to run through for our listeners the field again. As I said, 3 slips. Backward point, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And backward square leg. Patterson runs in and bowls to Compton. Played back down the pitch, showing everyone the full bat face and the maker's name as the ball just runs on to Jordan Thompson at mid-off. Slightly different role that Patterson's playing today. He's obviously opened the bowling in this 2nd innings, and as I said before, he's just targeting the top of off stump and just looking for a little bit of movement and bounce off the pitch as he runs in to Compton. Compton just plays that ball out into the leg side. As mid-on just runs around, picks that ball up and throws in. And the score currently 16 for none. And the early signs for Kent are quite positive in the fact that although they've a substantial lead to start clawing back, the opening partnership of Compton and Crawley are dealing with the onslaught, if you like, of the Yorkshire bowlers. As I say, 16 for none off an initial 8 overs from Thompson and Patterson.
Yeah, no word yet, as far as I'm aware. Certainly haven't heard anything directly myself on what the situation is with regards the fitness of Harris Ralph, if it indeed is a fitness issue. As this first delivery of Jordan Thompson's over, it's away from back, I should say. Well done, Shawsey. He was watching. I was checking on the correspondence. It's back on Zach Crawley, and there is no run, but it just brought that yelp of excitement from the slip cordon, which contains, as usual, the almost double centurion Harry Brook at first, Adam Lyth at second, and George Hill at third. Thompson in again. See the effort there in Jordan Thompson's delivery. Bent his back, pushed that one through. It was wide of off stump. So they're a bowler down here and a vital bowler as well. It took 5 for in the first innings. And those who were worried about when the declaration might come, of course, that was taken out of the equation. It's more about, on a really good pitch here, how long can Kent take this now, knowing Yorkshire are a bowler down, and a strike bowler at that. So it puts a different twist on the match, which had he been available and bowling, of course, the expectation was that Yorkshire might finish this off. As this next Thompson delivery is down the leg side and missed out by the batsman Crawley, and also fumbled a little bit by Harry Duke, but no harm done. It could be a lot of hard yakka to take these 10 wickets when one of your opening bowlers is not able to bowl, but we're not sure, as I say, what the issue is or whether that's for this entire Kent second innings. And any news we get, we will of course pass on as Thompson bowls one wide of off stump, and Crawley happy to watch it go by.
Thompson, a wholehearted cricketer, isn't he? He runs in hard, he gives his all. When we see him when he bats, he scores quickly. He's a powerful young man. Does have a little bit of swing. He's hitting the pitch quite hard here today. He's trying to get any life that there's in the pitch at this stage. He's trying to find that, and they say he's running now to bowl to Crawley,
who's driving just to the offside of straight. Good diving stop there. Tom Loughton is the man on as a substitute for Harris Ralph, because that was bound for the Howard stand for 4 from the bat of Zach Crawley otherwise.
We've had a beautiful day here at Headingley, Dodge, haven't we? There's just still sun, it's still warm, but just a little bit of cloud cover at the moment. Just a little bit, not a lot, but there's just a little bit more cloud than there's been earlier in the day.
And here is Jordan Thompson to Crawley once again. It's the end of the over, 16 without loss. Just going to record a quick piece for BBC Radio Leeds, which will go something like this. Kent into their second innings here at Headingley are 16 without loss. Zach Crawley on 3 and Ben Compton on 9. And the story of the day, well, Harry Brook making 194 earlier for Yorkshire. His highest first-class score, 89 for Dominic Bess, and a mammoth total of 571 all out. A 280-run lead at the end of both teams' first innings for the Tykes, but they are a man down as far as bowling attack is concerned. Harris Ralph took 5 wickets in the first innings, the Pakistani fast bowler. He is missing in action second time around. Not sure what the injury detail is, but he's not out there and able to bowl, so Yorkshire lacking a bit of firepower. They do have plenty of time to take these Kent 10 second innings wickets, but that won't help their cause. Kent 16 without loss then in their second innings, trailing by 264 runs.
Patterson just starting his 5th over. His figures so far are none for 4 in 4.1 with 1 maiden. Thompson none for 8, 2 maidens off 5 overs. So both these bowlers will be coming towards, certainly Thompson will be coming towards the end of his first spell. Patterson may go for a little longer. He's known for bowling slightly longer spells and being very, very accurate with his bowling, so may continue.
There he is round the wicket. Compton pushing quite firmly forward. That was in the air for a little while as it passed Patterson, who's having a lingering look there from halfway down the track at the end of his follow through. It dropped well short of Thompson, but I think he was just having a thought about what he might do with the field as a result. And having seen Compton do that, he's just pulled George Hill out of third slip and put him pretty much where the ball went, which is about halfway down the strip and just to the right of it as he looks at the left-handed Ben Compton. That's just to the offside of straight. Also, Matthew Revis has been brought in to accompany him. There's about a 5-yard gap between the pair. Patterson again. Compton this time gets it towards the inside of the bat. And it is up to mid-on where Karunaratne feels no run.
Yeah, since Compton got hit on the arm, where the ball just bounced a little bit, he's just slightly hanging back and not getting it into the ball as he was previously, so his bottom hand's just coming through a little bit, hence it going in the air and the 2 catches on the offside.
Patterson in, and Compton shouldering arms to a ball wide of off stump. Already Nearly 10 overs used with this new ball, and they haven't taken a wicket yet. And if they don't, in the first 15, 20 overs with the use of it.
Well, we know we've seen with the new ball early wickets, haven't we,
Mm.
in this game? And as the game's gone on, then partnerships have built, so seems quite important.
Yeah, so it could be going the distance again, as that is pushed into the offside by Compton. And there's no run. Just check in on your correspondence. Jack Dudman says nerves. Would never have known. Looking forward to tuning in again tomorrow, though it does look like it'll be a touch wetter than today. Hope they can get some decent stretches of play in. Wet day ahead. Haven't seen tomorrow's forecast as Patterson's in, and that's dropped into the offside by Compton to complete that over. Ben Nielsen asking when was the last time Yorkshire got full bonus points batting and bowling. Loving the start to the season, batting well in the first innings, much needed. Those sort of things, Ben, I wouldn't keep a record of, I'm afraid. There will be a record, the usual outlets, if you'd care to dredge through the scorecards.
We do know in 4-day cricket that big first innings totals are really important, don't we? We know that, and certainly Yorkshire have been batting well so far this season on what has to be a pretty dry April, doesn't it, really, when you look at the pitches around, the pretty good pitches. We were saying earlier, Doige, that the spin bowlers around the country bowl probably a lot more overs than they would typically bowl at this stage of the season.
Yeah, Revis then from the Howard stand end, fresh from that first class 50. He'll be full of beans out there. He's bowled one just wide of off stump, and he's been pushed through the covers by Zach Crawley for 2.
We're also chatting around Ben Compton's recent runs. He's had a number of centuries to the start of the season. He's had lots of runs, and we're saying we quite like his compact nature as a batter. He's got a very, very good temperament. He really has.
Revis in. That's just wide of off stump, and Crawley happy to leave it.
He's also got a very consistent pre-delivery routine. If you watch between each ball, he then walks to square leg, walks back in, goes through his processes, ready for the next ball. So tells me that he's a very structured, well-routined individual, and as I say, a really good batting temperament for batting long periods of time as Revis comes in to bowl to Crawley.
Who drives solidly, but straight back to the bowler in his follow-through. Softly, softly from Kent. They've got a long way to go in this one to play for the draw, and a lot of batting to do. Still 38.5 overs left today, plus whatever is deemed necessary. In fact, no, they won't be making any time because, of course, it's the 4th day tomorrow. Still got scheduled 96, and he's gone. Matthew Revis almost taking evasive action there. Zach Crawley stands, he can't believe it. But he's picked one up on the half volley, and he's hammered it straight back at Matthew Revis, who in his follow-through showed unbelievable reactions to get his hands around that. Crawley's gone for 5, caught and bowled Revis. How he wasn't taken out by that, I've got absolutely no idea. But it's 18 for 1 Kent.
Crawley's hit that ball so hard back at Revis, and Revis' just automatic reaction is to get his hands up just by probably his right ear, and he's been able to take that catch. That's an outstanding catch. That ball was certainly travelling, and Crawley will feel hard done by with someone taking a catch such as that for a big guy in his follow-through as well. That's the other thing that should be said. But what a great catch. Great catch. Zach Crawley be disappointed with that. He departs for 5 off the ball in of Revis. Beautifully caught and bowled. One of the great reaction catches. He's having a good day today. 50 earlier on, and he's made the breakthrough.
Yep, didn't play in the first match of the season down at Bristol. got a crack last week. Did well with ball. Did well with bat. Took a good catch down at Northampton as well. On the rise, Matthew Revis then. And that ball certainly was as well when he took it. If you're listening in and you didn't get to see the pictures there, or even if you did see the pictures, it's probably worth flicking back and having a look on them. I was just... I couldn't believe he'd caught that. It was he struck it pretty firmly, but it's just so difficult in your follow through, isn't it, as well? And he was quite a way down with those big strides, but reeled it in.
Daniel Bell-Drummond at the crease now, in a little bit of form. 109 in the first innings here, so Yorkshire obviously just made the breakthrough. We'll be wanting that double breakthrough in quick succession.
Now then, dropped into the offside this first Bell-Drummond delivery. Century, of course, in that first knock. You know how fickle this game can be, though, second time around.
Three slips as Revis runs in to Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Wide of off stump, and he shoulders arms. End of the 11th then. Warm applause for Matthew Revis, and well the crowd might do so, because that was a bit special. And he's come on and broken that opening partnership and got Yorkshire into the game second time around, and they're going to have to work very hard here, I should imagine, if they're going to take 9 more Kent wickets. And we're going to see a bit of twirl for the first time in this second innings, and fairly early on, and given the lack of Harris Ralph, Dominic Best could come into this much more. He's already talked to us this week about the role he feels like he should and wants to play, particularly at Headingley, where there's never been prodigious turn. Important role for him, he says, to keep the scoring rate down off his own bowling. Bowl dry, as they say. And obviously chip away at the wickets column if he can, but ease the workload of his teammates. Allow them to freshen up, and also if he keeps it dry at one end, then they might benefit from that pressure at the other. So here he is for the first time in the Kent second innings from the Kirkstall Lane end. Round the wicket to the left-handed Compton, who pushes forward, and there's no run. Bess in that Kent first innings, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 50. And here he is again in Compton. Steps back and cuts, and he's going to get 4 runs. It's slowing up on its way towards the western side of the ground, but Tom Loughton can't win the chase, and so a boundary off Bess.
Yeah, just a little short there, wasn't it? And it just allowed Compton to rock back onto the back foot and cut the ball away square on the offside. But Bess will be looking to see if there's any spin here. We saw Lynn the ball after lunch and vary his pace a little bit, and every now and then one just did grip and bounce. So and Bess was batting at the time, so it'd be interesting to see if he gets any purchase on the ball and any turn.
Here he is. A little bit of turn. There are some footmarks out there outside the left-hander's off stump, and he's just doing a bit of gardening in them now. Is Ben Compton. That's the latest aviation passes overhead. On its way through to Leeds Bradford Airport, and Bess floats another one up. Compton solidly forward.
Catches around the bat. We have a short leg, slip, and a short extra cover was in a catching position.
Bess in again. open face. Compton runs it out to Lowton. Substitute fielding at point, no run. Good afternoon to you, Dean Southall. Thinks we've gone back in time to the days when we used to try and bat just once and bowl them out twice. A lot of ironic comments about batting bonus points for Yorkshire, and Dean's not averse to one as well. As Bess is back in, and that's wide of off stump. And Compton shoulders arms, end of the over. 22 for 1. T, just to confirm, Dean, as you did ask the question in the email, is set for 4 o'clock. I'm saying it's set for 4 o'clock. It's down as 4 o'clock, but I should think it'll be 4 o'clock or 32 overs, in which case it might be a little while after 4. Penny over in Putsey says, thanking you, Mr. Crawley, and what a stunning catch. Come on, you Tykes.
Well, some catch that, wasn't it? It was, ball was travelling at some pace, and Matthew Revis had just completed his follow through, so to react and take something like that's pretty impressive.
In comes Revis, and that is dropped into the pitch by Bell Drummond, and there is no run. Sam Fletcher pointing out that Yorkshire do have plenty of bowling options if Harris Ralph isn't available. They do, but they don't have anybody who can bowl at 85 plus.
It's the pace, isn't it? It's that pace that he
On a good
has.
pitch, yeah.
A good pitch, yeah. Although Revis has got half a yard, and he bowls a heavy ball. He's running in.
Yep, throws one up there to drive by Bell Drummond, and he accepts it. Revis this time stopping it, his follow through as much as catching. Katie Levick's been posting still photographs of her in the commentary box with me yesterday, but I don't recall anybody asking if they had permission to publish those. Could be some, I'll have to speak to my management team. Claim some image rights royalties back, I think, for that. As Revis is in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Bell Drummond. And there's no run. She's back in tomorrow, having stern words. Still 3 slips, long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and point. Plus keeper and the man bowling right now, Matthew Revis to Bell Drummond, who's got a straight delivery and worked it to Patterson at mid-on. And they are through for 1. So he's off the mark for the second time, 109 of course first time around. 23 for 1 Kent. Sun has not been with us for the last better part of an hour, I suppose. Now it's still warm, isn't it? It's got a slightly muggy feel now. There is a bit of cloud cover, but it's plenty high enough. Don't think there's any threat of rain that I'm aware of this afternoon. And in fact, if you're trying to swing the ball, for those that are, then these would probably be pretty good conditions for it. Revis in, and that's pushed up to mid-off by Compton, who immediately turns and walks away towards square leg. Less than a couple of hours to kick off now. Leeds United, Manchester City today. I'm just saying in the press room, I'm not sure if it'll be 3-0 leads or 4, as Revis is pushed up to mid-off by Compton. Final ball of the over, no run.
The mighty Leeds. Are you a Leeds fan, boy? Leeds fan, Dodger?
I am, as you well know.
The Super Reds have not had the best of seasons this season, you may recall.
The Super Reds. Barnsley.
That's correct.
Down at Oakwell.
Yeah, down at Oakwell. They've unfortunately recently been relegated from the Championship.
Wasn't going to mention that, but it's very public spirited of you to do so.
I'm sure they'll bounce back. At least I hope they will.
You been to many matches this season?
I haven't this season. Been busy.
You're a big fan then?
I am actually a very big fan. Just very, very busy at the moment.
Don Bess 1 over for 4, which was a boundary in this second innings for Kent so far. First delivery. Just drew a defensive push from Bell Drummond. Harry Duke, with his cap tucked in the back of his cricket trousers and helmet on, was round from the back of the stumps to do the cleaning up, and it's back with Bess. Bell Drummond this time playing after the bounce to short leg, where it looks as though it is Harry Brook under the helmet. There's Bess again. A little skip. In he comes, and Bell Drummond turning it to Jordan Thompson this time into the onside. 23 for the loss of 1 wicket. Bess again. Skip, walk, bound and bowl, and Bell Drummond turns it to Thompson once more. A couple of big local games for me going on this afternoon, Shawsey. Just up the road in Horsforth Hall Park.
Mm-hmm.
Where I first watched cricket, playing against my own club of these days, Rawdon. Rawdon batting first, has got over 300 apparently.
Oh, wow.
As Bell Drummond turns his next delivery in front of square for a single picked up there by George Hill. Bell Drummond on to 2, 24 for 1. Might bob along there later on, you never know.
How many overs is that in? 300?
It's a 50 over a side competition.
Takes some doing that, doesn't it?
Yeah, hundreds for both skipper Ben Morley and for George Myers. Here's Bess. That's dropped into the offside Brook fielding, no run. George Myers has played a bit of cricket in the past with Jordan Thompson when they were younger, same sort of age. And also what was the big local derby in the Bradford League, the Pudsey area back in the day, before Pudsey Kongs got into the league. That was Pudsey St Lawrence against Farsley today. Noticed Chris Gotton put a photograph up. Chris played first class cricket himself, played for both Pudsey and Farsley, and put a photograph up of the late Raymond Illingworth, saying he was going to be missing having a catch up and a pint with him at the match this afternoon. Matthew Revis is in bowling to Bell Drummond, and that's dropped into the pitch in front of him. And there's no run. Much miss Ray Illingworth. Started his cricketing life at Pudsey St Lawrence and then lived in and played for Farsley for donkey's years around his first class career. Was still going to the place right up to the point which he passed back in December. 24 for 1 Kent here, and Bell Drummond just having a little bit of a nibble at that one outside off stump from Revis, who, as Shawsey said a few minutes ago, he can get it through. He's not Harris Ralph like pace, but there's a definite feeling of a little bit more zip than one or two of those Yorkshire seamers.
And that's the length, isn't it, on this pitch? It's still a fairly hard length. It's hit the pitch, and it's probably just the line as well. Off stump, just outside off stump. Bring in all dismissals if you can.
Here he is again. Yeah, another delivery that just keeps Bell Drummond honest. He got it towards the inside edge, didn't he? Karuna Ratney is in there at mid-wicket, giving the ball a bit of a polish. So 24 for 1. The ball, not old, but getting on towards 15 overs old now. Revis again, coming in. And that's a little bit short of length and wide of off stump, and the batsman not tempted. They mentioned the word workloads to me last week where Matthew Revis is concerned after his First serious bowl in a first-class game, really, across the whole match. And so with Harris Ralph missing here, that workload might increase.
Certainly have to spread out that workload across the bowlers, aren't they?
Revis in again, probably about fourth stump and left on probably both, a bit of both their line and length by Bell Drummond. Player playing with plenty of confidence. Do you use the word workload quite a bit at Thunder?
We do actually, yeah. So all the way through the winter and the summer we plan out bowling workloads of all as bowlers. And there's a tolerance probably either side of those numbers. But we do try to keep within the workloads each day we train and try and balance that out throughout the year.
Revis into Bell Drummond, who drops it out into the offside, no run.
And for two reasons really. One, obviously there's the injury prevention piece, but there's also then the balance between striking the right balance between injury prevention and performance ready. And that's, I think for me, that's the challenge for all coaching and medical staff, is to find that right balance, because you can have someone fit going on the field but they may not be performance ready. So it's ensuring that you get that balance right.
And that was the final ball of the afternoon session then. So the players leaving the field here at Headingley, with Kent having the score been taken off the board. Currently 24 for the loss of Zach Crawley, who was caught and bowled brilliantly by Matthew Revis for 5 after 27 deliveries. Ben Compton not out 13. Daniel Bell Drummond is not out on 2. So yeah, 24 for 1 after 15 overs from Shawsey and I, and from Ben. We'll say TTFN, and we'll be back with you as the players walk out for the final session on day 3.
sure, but I will find out and I'll certainly let you know. Right.
Welcome back then from Headingley, with Kent on 24 for 1, second time around that dismissal of Zach Crawley. Caught and bowled by Matthew Revis for 5, the one so far in this Kent second innings. Ben Compton been in tremendous form so far this season. Obviously didn't score many in the Kent first innings, but striving to put that right second time around. He's 13. Daniel Bell Drummond not out on 2. Still 34 overs remaining in a long day of cricket, but an enjoyable day of cricket so far, particularly if you're of a White Rose persuasion. And Kent, well, playing for draw points, playing for pride in the badge at the moment. And it's Compton on strike then, 2 men in close catching positions on the offside, plus 2 slips. As Patterson is in. That first one is solidly blocked. Paul Shaw will be back with us in a little while. Jonathan Doidge, BBC Radio Leeds and all those Yorkshire stations with you, and BBC Radio Kent Sports, Ben Watts alongside on a bit of a disappointing day for you.
Yeah, I can't lie, I'm feeling pretty grumpy at the moment, so I apologise. I'll do my best to get myself up for this.
Patterson in, that's dropped into the offside by Compton, and there's no run. Yeah, we know, we'll make allowances for you, Ben.
Thank you.
We understand, we all know what it's like as sports fans on those horrible days when you just want to get on to the next one, draw a line under this one.
Yeah, quite. A couple of emails coming in that I'll get to in a moment. Did have one, I think it was from Michael Church yesterday or earlier in the game.
Patterson to Compton, nicely played off his legs, down to deep backward square for a single.
Yeah, Mike on Thursday got in touch from Rochester saying, "Hello team, Crawley's having a very lean time with the bat. Plenty of talent, form is temporary, class is permanent. What do you think about dropping him down the order?" Personally, I think he'd be better at 3. But at the moment, he's been opening for England, and he tends to mirror where he's batting for England for Kent. So I think unless England gave him an indication that they wanted him to bat 3, he sees his way into that England team as an opener, and therefore he will open for Kent, you would assume. So yeah, I think he would almost be better off, as Bell Drummond has shown in the last couple of games.
Yeah, Patterson coming over the wicket to Bell Drummond, who shoulders arms.
Because you missed that little period with the new ball, and as a stroke player like Crawley is, you've got more chances, I think, if the ball is less new and swinging around, etc. And Bell Drummond, who is an opener by trade, has obviously got centuries in both the last 2 games when he has dropped down to 3 in the order, interestingly. So yeah, I don't know. It's perhaps something for Zach to consider.
Patterson to Bell Drummond, plays that out into the offside, and there's no run. Just to say, Tim Atkinson has tweeted, "Any news of Harris Ralphie?" I did put a tweet up about a quarter of an hour ago, Tim. Thanks to Yorkshire for passing on the info that Harris has a slight niggle in his left side and is being assessed by the medical team. That's the news on Harris Ralph, who has not taken the field in this Kent second innings so far. And given he took a 5 for in the first innings, he's got to be a fairly sizable miss from this Yorkshire bowling attack as Patterson's in, and that's pushed back to him by Bell Drummond, bearing in mind they're also already missing Matthew Fisher and Ben Code. David Willey, of course, is overseas. So end of the over. 16 gone in this Kent second innings, a 25 for 1.
Yeah, I was pointing that out when I was on with Paul earlier, that it's strange to see Patterson taking the new ball. Normally we'll bowl with an older ball and try and bowl stump to stump and get his wickets in a slightly different way, but needs must for Yorkshire at the moment. And then the dismissal of Crawley to Revis was a low full toss to drive it straight back to him. Great catch, really good take by the bowler, but Crawley will be banging his head on the dressing room wall that he's got out to that delivery.
Yeah.
Revis to continue then. Guess it's sometimes when you're on a bit of a trot of scores, low scores, you sometimes find ways to get yourself out that when you're on a good run of form, you know, he'd put that ball away for 4. This one's defended by Compton into the covers where Karunaratne fields. A couple of emails in, I think more on Kent's bowling then. So Matthew pointing out that Kent's bowlers this season have taken 37 wickets and 2,348 runs have come off them. So they're averaging 63 runs per wicket, which is pretty ugly. As this one's defended into the covers, and I know scores are up generally in the county championship around the place, but there isn't a list of 10 centurions for everyone else who, like Kent, have conceded that many runs. So it is definitely an area of concern for the coaching staff and the team in the dressing room, a couple of floors below where we're commentating from here at Headingley on BBC Sport Online, as this one is left alone by Compton outside the off stump. And then Philip Bailey getting in touch saying, before the current sequence, which is now at 4, Kent had never conceded 500 in the opponent's first innings in more than 2 consecutive championship innings. Says he's run a query on the database. This is only the second time 4 has happened for any county. Northamptonshire were the first ever in last week's game. They had 1 in the last game in 2021. This one is left alone outside the off stump, so Northamptonshire having a similar trot then at the start of this season, +1 from the end of last season, which again talks about the pitches at the start of this year, but they've obviously managed to come back in the game against Essex, bowling them out for 193 in their first innings at Chelmsford. So the task will be for Kent to respond when they ironically take on Northamptonshire in a couple of weeks or so time. They do have Surrey at Beckenham as well on the cards, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Compton. Not playing in the county championship next week because they play Sri Lanka's A team, effectively a Sri Lanka development team at Canterbury. I'm sure they'll be mixing up the squad for that game. And then yes, it is Surrey at Beckenham, then the trip to Northants before Somerset are the visitors to Canterbury as we begin the T20 Blast. So yes, Surrey and Northants the next couple of county championship games for Kent. Rev is continuing that nice upright action, driven away in the gap actually by Ben Compton. It's managed to sneak its way between 2 fielders who both had attempted dive at it, and they come back for 2 runs. It was placed rather than timed exquisitely by Compton, who now has 16, Beryl Drummond 2, Kent's 27 for 1. They trail by 253 runs.
Yeah, Russell Walker has tweeted with the cover shot of a programme, Leeds United challenge the kings of Europe. He said, I overheard you were saying you're a Leeds fan. The top right and bottom left photographs on this piece are Leeds versus Manchester City in August 1969, winning the Charity Shield at Elland Road. How to repeat that result today, marching on together. I love those old photographs. I know you can't see, folks, but Ben, just have a look at that, and the sort of the colours that are brought to life in them, and I suppose for me a bit of nostalgia from the old kits as Patterson's in and bowling to Beryl Drummond, who just is interested for a moment in having a play at that one wide of off stump. It is at Jonathan Doidge or at Ben Watts Sport or at BBC Kent Sport if you want to get involved with a tweet, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Patterson bowling here to Beryl Drummond, who plays it top of the bounce but into the deck. And back to the bowler. Stephen Patterson. Always game for a laugh. Well, I didn't come in for a commentary stint yesterday. That could have been a bit of fun. Been out on the road with him a couple of times. I remember being just down the road at Otley Cricket Club a few years ago when we had a chat pre-one season. He's got a wicket here though. Daniel Beryl Drummond has hit that straight to Dimuth Karunaratne in the covers, and he takes it somewhere around the gut area, and it was travelling as well. Beryl Drummond 109 first time around, But second time around, just the 2, and it means that Kent are 27 for 2.
Well, that's another way a Kent batsman has contrived to lose their wicket, I'm afraid. Daniel Bell-Drummond looking at the floor as he's making his way off. It's a half volley that he's hit to cover on the up. Shakes his head as he walks off, knowing that he should have hit that for 4. Instead, he's walking back to the pavilion. Unfortunately, at the moment, when things aren't going your way, it almost seems like Kent are finding ways to make their situation worse. As Jack Leaning heads out, having scored, well, having failed to score in the first innings, to come and join Ben Compton at the crease. Certainly can't blame Daniel Bell-Drummond for the situation that Kent are in this match, having been the centurion in the first innings, but he'll have felt like his form's been good enough to try and repeat that feat, or at least go better than he has in this second innings. Fairly easy take in truth for Karunaratne. It was straight to him. Patterson maybe just that slight lack of pace in comparison to the bowling up the other end. Maybe just Bell-Drummond a little bit too eager, a little bit too early on the shot. But disappointing method of dismissal, no doubt, for Kent, and Yorkshire have another breakthrough.
Yeah, I think he's got to take a fair bit of credit for that, Stephen Patterson. He set the trap. It's one thing doing that, isn't it? It's another thing putting the ball in the right spot to draw the shot. Batsman's got every opportunity to weigh up where the field is, think about what the bowler might be going to produce here, and then when he hit it straight down the breadbasket of the man positioned for exactly that. Yeah, you're going to be pretty dirty on yourself. Patterson 1 for 5 off 6.5 overs. And that is dropped into the offside by Jack Leaning. Karunaratne coming into play once again. So pressure on the Kent skipper against his mates, his former teammates. And of course the pressure builds as well on Ben Compton to produce another score here now for Kent, doesn't it? Can't do it all the time as we saw in the first innings. The deficit 253 runs and 8 wickets remaining. Patterson in to bowl to Leaning. As I was saying when it was the other way around in Yorkshire's first innings, big pals the pair of them. Leaning pushes out to the offside, no run. I remember a couple of seasons ago, I think Jack was back up at the end of the season, might have been the York October meeting at Racing, getting a message off him. Meeting Pato at the races today. Doige, have you got any tips for us? Of course, they all won, but they didn't back any of them, Ben. I wish. 27 for 2, Patterson in, and driven by Jack Leaning. That's a lovely shot. It's always been a feature of his play, that off drive, and he just gives his mate, funnily enough, a fist bump as he turns and walks past him. Batsman to bowler. You don't often get that. Thanks, pal, for getting me off the mark with a drive wide of mid-off. So Leaning on 4. 31 for 2, Kent. Patterson 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9.
Well, that was what Bell-Drummond was trying to do. Nicely played by Jack Leaning. Just checked the drive and managed to find the gap to get himself off the mark, which he'll be relieved about. As Matthew Revis running in hard from the Howard stand end of the ground, the rugby football stand end. We watched Leeds Rhinos pick up a win last night, Doige.
Sure did. Yep. An organised, workmanlike performance. But only a second win of the season, so when you've only had one, you'll take the second however it comes, really.
Driven out towards mid-off. Kent will take a win any way they can get it at the moment in this sport. Compton digging in and working hard at the moment. 31 for 2 rather.
Yeah, Kent. I remember growing up watching the game. Some of those cracking players they used to have. Always felt like they were one of the best sides in the comp back in the day.
This one pushed away by Compton out into the onside. So what players did you grow
The
up watching from
Notties
Kent?
and the Underwoods of this world.
Yeah, that era.
Bob Woolmer, I think. Yeah, the TV games that you saw, of course, were the one-day stuff.
Yeah.
Gillette Cup, things like that. Sunday League.
Revis bowling, and this one off the thick outside edge of Compton's bat. Played with soft hands, though it bounces in front of Gully. That sunshine we've been enjoying for, well, all of yesterday, and then for much of the morning and early afternoon, appears to have deserted us somewhat. It's almost like the conditions know when Yorkshire are bowling round here, Doidgy.
Well, you know, can't deny there might be some influence. After all, God is a Yorkshireman.
Is that another cultural reference that I'm not going to get?
Him upstairs, we've had a word. That the Kent lot are batting again. Put Sun away.
It really has panned out like that so far in the game, though. As Revis is in and bowling to Compton, nudges it into the onside. We're joking, but the entire time that Yorkshire were batting, it was absolutely glorious sunshine, and so far Kent have batted in cloud and floodlights, and now cloud again.
Yorkshire had to bat in a bit of cloud towards the back end of their innings.
I mean, there was not a lot of pressure on at that point.
Just looking at the early spate of wickets in both innings, more in a moment.
Revis bowls, driven, and this time beating Karunaratne at cover. Should go away for 4 runs to Compton. It does indeed. He moves to 20. The score to 35 for 2.
Yeah, so he's got himself in. He's going, isn't he now? Ben Compton, lovely stroke. Yeah, so Kent 20 for 3 first time around. The third wicket fell after 9.1 overs. So an early flurry. All 3, of course, for Harris Ralph. And then Yorkshire were 23 for 3. That took 21.1 overs to get the third wicket. So we're still in the realms of that. 19 overs bowled here, 35 for 2. It's that after that sort of point, isn't it? It's been getting tough to take wickets. And I'll say it again, Yorkshire are a bowler down here. No Harris Ralph. They do have 1 or 2 bowlers who don't get on that often. The part-timers, the likes of Adam Lyth and David Milan, who bowled quite a bit, in fact, last week at Northampton in their second innings.
I think Jack Leaney might have a contact lens issue. Possibly.
Looks like he's good to carry on. Don't forget, of course, George Hill, who bowled here as well in the first innings.
Don't know if he uses contact lenses, to be honest, but there was either something in his eye that Don Bess from Short Leg came up and had a look at for him.
Harry Brook will also fancy getting his hands on the ball, you would have thought. But it's Yorkshire captain Stephen Patterson at the moment, and that ball pushed to Milan at mid-off. And there's no run. So yeah, this first 20 overs or so, when the wickets have generally fallen early on, 2 or 3, Kent has so far got away with just the 2 in this their second innings. So Yorkshire pressing, trying to pick up a third, maybe even a fourth, before things start to feel flatter, the ball starts to get softer. Leaning, pushing forward at Patterson, and there's no run. He'll be thinking in his head, play the ball, not the man. Trying to dismiss thoughts that it's his mate Pato bowling at him.
Yeah, very much so. Or you use that to motivate yourself and want to get one over on your pal up the other end. Sort of lazy your focus in a way. So this one's driven up towards mid-on by Leaning. No run on this occasion.
Patterson, usual routine. Pulls the shirt up over his shoulder. Rubs the chin on the shoulder. Bit of sweat off the brow. Shines the ball, turns and makes his way away from our commentary position past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. Edged and dropped. It would have been a good catch by George Hill at third slip, but he couldn't reel it in. Jack Leaning getting a thick outside edge. And so dropped on 4 with the score on 35 for 2. They got a single, make that 36 for 2.
Like you say, it would have been a heck of a catch if he'd have held on. Thick outside edge, went quickly and a good distance away from Hill to his right. Did well to stop it, really. So you have to give him some credit for saving a few runs for his team.
So Compton on strike, Patterson switching round the wicket. That's wide of off stump. There is so much time left in the game that there's going to need to be an immense amount of concentration from the Kent batsmen that remain if they're to see this out for a draw. And of course Stephen Patterson bowling as he does, hanging that ball out there around about fourth stump or top of off stump. He's just going to make it more and more difficult, dry those runs up if he can, as Compton runs his final delivery of the over out to point where Hill fields. So George Hill, good attempts, but couldn't clasp the mitt around the cherry, and Jack Leaning survived it. He's 5. Ben Compton 20. Partnership in its infancy is worth 9, and after 20 overs of this Kent second innings, trailing by 244 runs, the visiting side are 36 for 2.
I can just hear my commentary box in the back of the box. Somebody, I think it's the Maidstone commentary going on at the moment. Somebody's definitely scored. I can hear our reporter Matt Eastley getting a rather bit excited. Okay, the 36 for 2 here at Headingley. Paul Shaw's just come back into the box behind us. Paul, how come is it that when Kent are batting, the clouds come out again? Yorkshire have batted for 2 days. Glorious sunshine.
Clutching at straws, lad.
I'm stating facts. Factually correct that when Kent have been batting, it's always been cloudy in this game. I was tanning myself yesterday when Yorkshire were batting, out on the little balcony in front of us. Here comes Revis in and bowling, left alone outside the off stump by Jack Leaning, who looks like he enjoys a little bit of sunbathing himself. Those nice tanned forearms. 20 for Compton, 5 for Leaning. Revis currently 1 for 9. His figures 1 for 10 for Patterson up the other end. I suspect that Jordan Thompson might get another bowl before too long. As you say, Harry Brook, another option, as this one's off the back foot by Leaning for 4. Behind square on the offside. Good balance and waited for that one to drive it away square. Can move on to 40 for 2. And Leaning to 9.
Nice shot by Jack. Only just didn't even actually cross the rope, did it? He just touched it and rolled back into the field of play. Still counts. What have Yorkshire got? Then they've already induced an edge from Jack Leaning. They've bowled him in the net, seen him play many times.
Yeah, they should know all about him.
Yep.
Strengths and weaknesses. Short legging play as well as those 3 slips, and a quite tight mid-wicket where Karunaratne fields now from that defensive stroke by Jack Leaning. I like this captaincy though from Patterson. He can put close fielders in due to the match situation, but for himself he had a very straight catching, tight, silly mid-on, if you will. Just being aggressive with his field placings, getting Fielders in and around the batsman to create that pressure. This is outside the off stump and left alone.
Bit of gardening from Jack Leaning, who I seem to recall got trapped in front a few times, sort of head to the off side of the ball with balls that were nipping around a bit. Towards the back end of his Yorkshire career.
In and bowling again here, Revis left alone by Jack Leaning this time, outside the off stump.
Cracking player to watch when he's in good form though, Jack. And he's certainly been in good form since he headed south. 1 or 2 serious knocks. Double century. Who was that against? Jack got a double 100, didn't he?
Here comes Revis, left alone outside the off stump. Was against Sussex. Same match that Jordan Cox got a double ton. Yeah, they put on a massive record stand in that game. End of the over then, 40 for 2. Compton 20, Leaning 9. Might have to nip to the back of the box in about 5 minutes once the football's finished to do another update. Bit here, there and everywhere this afternoon with the updates. Fit around the other stuff going on.
Yeah, we're going to see Stephen Patterson continue at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Ben Compton on strike. And here comes the Yorkshire skipper with the delivery. Well, surprise, surprise, just wide of off stump, and surprise, surprise, Ben Compton left it.
Well, Bess has left the helmet on from having been at short leg to Revis and is now in that silly mid-off position. Basically just the other side of the strip, the wicket, and trying to get in the batter's eye line.
Patterson coming in past O'Shaughnessy, bowling from very wide on the crease, and it's straight and speared in towards the stumps. Compton up to the task. Stuart McArdle said that afternoon, gents, forecast isn't that good for tomorrow. Well, I suppose what they'll say, and all they can say really, is that if they can't play for the forecast, they've got to play for now. Can't afford to get too far ahead of themselves in the game. Another one of those cliches. In fact, Shawsy's just tripping a few out now on a sheet of paper. Bit of coach speak for us. One game, was it one game at a time, Shawsy?
Oh, one game at a time.
Make every ball an event.
Focusing on the next game.
You can tell which of us work in media because we just hear these all the time.
Yeah, I just gloss over them. You hear them. It's when you hear a different quote that you're like, oh, then
Yeah.
it stands out, doesn't it?
I just want to score runs for Yorkshire. I'm not thinking about England.
Oh yeah,
Guess
classic.
who said that recently?
Brook or Milan.
Yep, Harry Brook. If we
That's why we like
if
people
we
like.
learn from last week and put in a performance, the result will take care of itself.
That's why we like people like Don Best, because he doesn't regurgitate answers, does he? He's his own man when it comes to interviews. So keeper up to the stumps for Patterson. Helmets come out.
Here's the Yorkshire skip, and Compton solidly forward into the offside, no run, but it's a tactic you see very often with the Yorkshire captain. Keeper standing up, just drags the batsman back that little bit. And then maybe the Yorkshire skipper might just get him reaching a little bit, might induce a nick. That back foot in the crease. I'll get Shawsy back on shortly when Ben disappears off for his tea and biscuit and update at the back of the box.
I can still hear a commentary going on, so.
Patterson into Compton, plays that nicely actually, a little bit of kick off the pitch, and he controlled it well, dropping it into the offside. Jordan Thompson picking the ball up and giving it some shine. Don Bess has taken it upon himself to stroll up a little bit closer, and he's now at a particularly silly mid-off. Just over his right shoulder and about 10 yards or so behind. Jordan Thompson also hands on kneecaps in a catching position. 2 slips in place, a point. Compton waits and Patterson bowls to him, and the batsman just drops it down at the feet of Don Bess. Kent 240 behind. It's got to look pretty grim reading when you're out there in the middle. A bit of scoreboard pressure, especially when you've lost 2 very good players already. But who knows whether the Kent lads have had a look at tomorrow's forecast as well. Still 27 overs to play today.
Wasn't there meant to be a little bit of rain overnight, possibly?
Patterson to Compton, well fielded by Don Bess at silly mid-off, no run. I'm not sure. I've not checked the forecast, to be honest with you, because I'm coming back to work whatever tomorrow.
Yeah, I checked it before I came down. Yeah, I think 9 o'clock tonight says 40% chance of rain. At 10 o'clock, 50% chance. Tomorrow morning, 50% chance of rain at 11, possibly. So might be that the morning session gets affected by some drizzle, possibly, and then looks better for the afternoon. Only a sort of 15% chance of rain, but it could play a part. As Revis bowls to Jack Leaning, left alone outside the off stump. All the more reason for Yorkshire wanting to strike with this new ball this evening in the remaining 27 overs, effectively, minus that 1 ball that's just been bowled.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too long before we maybe see a bit of Don Bess again.
Yeah, it was interesting that they chucked the ball to him so early to give him a little go pre the tea break. As Leaning presses forward and allows it through to the keeper.
Jordan Thompson might fancy it again a bit now that there's a bit of cloud cover. Still relatively hard at the ball, I'm sure, after 22 overs, that's all. Might be able to get it to swing. Our coach is in the background, you might have heard him there, saying that Matthew Revis just needs to straighten it a little bit. It's a little bit too wide. And he's short and wide this time. That's a lovely shot by Jack Leaning, who's just laid his bat on it and will pick up 4 through the covers. Just a lovely piece of touch cricket. Takes him on to 13. And Kent to 44 for 2.
Well, that was quite wonderfully timed, that bad ball, to illustrate your point there, Paul. Here he comes again, Revis. Can he adjust that line then? Again, it is not as wide, but still wide enough that Jack Leaning can play no stroke and allow the ball through to the wicketkeeper. 44 for 2, Kent. They trail by 236 runs. Compton waving at the dressing room as if to say he wants some kind of maybe gloves or a drink brought out. Running in once more, Matthew Revis. Straight to delivery, and Leaning defends 1 bounce, and then the ball stopped by Don Bess at short leg. Managed to almost kill the ball dead into the pitch rather than potentially bobbling up and plopping into the hands of that short leg fielder. And once more, Revis wide of the off stump, let go. Through to Duke, end of the over. And Kent 44 for 2. I've not had a message off my studio yet that they want me. I told them to tell me when they want me.
Had enough here. They're probably not. Don't want to take any more. They can't take any more.
I think it's more just that they're doing the full-time reports from the football, admittedly, but it could be a factor.
TKC has been up in the box today. He's making his way out onto the field with a helmet for Harry Brook, and we are going to see that change. It's almost like I've watched a bit of cricket before. Dominic Best coming on at the Kirkstall Lane end. 2 overs for 5 so far. So Stephen Patterson taking a rest. And we're going to have the following field. To Best bowling his off spin, but to the left-handed Ben Compton. Slip, point, silly mid-off, very close in. Harry Brook under the lid. Jordan Thompson's to his left-hand side and about probably 15, 18 yards from the bat. George Hill is somewhere between the two of them in terms of line, and he's on the 1 at extra cover. Matthew Revis is a few strides deeper than what you'd call a normal mid-off, as that first ball is dropped out to point by Compton. Patterson at mid-on. Milan has come in at a straight mid-wicket on the wicket end, and Dimuth Karunaratne is at just backward of square leg. Bess in again, and that is hammered off the back foot by Compton. Evasive action from Harry Brook, and a good stop by Tom Loughton at point.
Jumped out of his skin to make sure he got out of the way. He's a brave boy to be right up in the batsman's grill in that silly point position.
Here's Bess again. Compton pushing forward. Harry Duke had his hands in the air then. Not entirely sure why. It was certainly played solidly by the Willow. 44 for 2. Compton 20 and leaning 13. Bess goes through that routine with the same skip, and that's a good delivery to Compton. Yelp of excitement from some of the Yorkshire fielders around. It was well played also by the Kent batsman. And he waits again. Slightly crouched stance. To wait quite a long time for that Best delivery, round about middle and leg. And he pushed it enthusiastically up to mid-on where Patterson fielded. If he could have got it 2 or 3 yards to the side of the Yorkshire skipper, it probably would have the legs to go for 4. Best again, final ball of the over. Compton steps back and cuts, and he's going to pick up 4 this time instead. Nicely played. Best just straying lengthwise, allowing the batsman to get on the back foot. And he punished him. 3 overs for 9 for Dom Bess. So going for roughly the same rate as he did in the first innings. And he said he wanted to tighten that up. 2 of them have been boundaries out of those 9 runs, 2 scoring shots. 48 for 2. Compton 24, leaning 13. 24 bowled in this Kent second innings, and 25 remain in the day.
Might just see if Paul Shaw will come in here, and I'll assume that my updates might be going back to a slightly more normal top of the hour, half past the hour situation. But I'll be back in a minute to give Deutsche a break.
Thompson then, from the Howard stand end. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8 so far, bowling at Jack Leaning, who is able to work that out to point, where Matthew Revis does the fielding. Three slips in place. An otherwise ring field with the exception of long leg. Barney's back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chelsea.
Thought you were talking about me when you said long legs.
Wishful thinking from my co-commentator, as Jordan Thompson's in, and that's wide of off stump and there's no run. You all right with that desk, by the way? Do we need to get a lower one for you?
I've got a little step ladder that enables me
Oh,
to.
good.
And put an extra cushion on the chair.
We do look after you, don't we?
Yeah, very much so.
My little Lego friend.
Oh. I should quit while you're ahead.
48 for 2. Thompson to Leaning. A little bit of width, and he just pokes at that with control, I have to say. Bess with a diving miss, and Revis cleaning up. They get a single.
It's important here for Kent, obviously, to absorb this pressure, which they're beginning to do, but to be able to keep rotating strike. I know we talk about it a lot, but actually you don't want a bowler to be able to set you up over a period of time. So strike rotation, especially with the right and left-hander, is pretty important, isn't it? So that's surely what they'll be looking to do.
And George Hill just been asked to come out from third slip with Compton on strike, and he's going to go in to that close catching position again. So they think they've seen something here, Yorkshire, with Ben Compton, because they keep backing the offside. Hill probably the better part of 15 yards off the bat, halfway across the first adjacent strip. Thompson coming round the wicket to Compton, but he got the angle wrong, round about middle and leg, and with the bowler's angle he was able to flick it into the leg side for 2. Dimuth Karunaratne is also out there at a short cover, and splitting the gap between them at wideish mid-off is Tom Loughton. Ball back in the hands of Jordan Thompson. Coming in then from the Howard stand end to bowl to Compton. That's a better delivery. Straightens him up. Just to mention, if you are joining us more recently, no Harris Ralph out there on the field for Yorkshire. He's not been able to take part in this Kent second innings yet. Slight niggle to his left side, I think it was, and being assessed by the medical staff. And here's Jordan Thompson. And Ben Compton solidly forward back to the bowler. End of another over. 24 remaining in the day. Leaning 14, Compton 26, and Kent 51 for 2.
The partnership now 24, so from a Kent perspective, just gradually building that partnership. They'll want to extend that partnership as long as they possibly can today. Compton and Leaning are playing pretty well. They're playing the conditions well. As I said, there's a little bit of cloud cover now here, yeah, they're just absorbing the pressure. Important here for Yorkshire to break this partnership if they can. Sounds pretty obvious, really, but Compton's certainly a big wicket with his recent runs, and we've talked earlier about his temperament for batting long periods of time. They want to dismiss him as soon as possible.
Don Bess at the Kirkstall lane end, passes umpire O'Shaughnessy, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Jack Leaning, who pushes back to him. So they're past that point now that we were talking about when Ben was on. Those flurries of wickets in the first innings for either side were all within sort of 21 overs or so of the start. 25 overs old this ball now, and a bowler down. I keep saying it, they're just going to have to work hard to pick up the remaining 8 wickets. Leaning just drops another one into the leg side. Best back in again, and Leaning flicks off the legs, but that's going to be fielded backward of square leg by George Hill. No run. A beautiful sunny first couple of sessions, or most of the second session anyway. But session 3, it's overcast now. Doubtless feel a little bit cooler out there at pitch side. It's not so bad here in the com box. We couldn't say that on day one. It was absolutely freezing up here, and in the press room across the way. But it's a grey scene at Headingley as Bess is in and Leaning pushes forward. Still those cranes away to the left down towards the town centre. It's been there for about 2 years, I think, now. And every time you look, season on season, you come back and see those. Bit of building work going on as Best comes in and leaning again, works it to the fielder. George Hill backward of square leg. And away to the right, signs of spring, plenty of greenery over the top of the western terrace. High-rise flats of Leeds, west side of Leeds smattered around. Best comes in again, leaning, just flicks once more to George Hill. A 3-man game for at least half that over. That was the end of the over. So 23 remaining in the day. And it's 51 for 2. Kent, second time around. They trail by 229 runs. You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. The man to my right is on Twitter on @InsideLeader1 or @Jonathan Doidge for me, or for our colleague from BBC Kent Sport, Ben Watts, it's @Ben Watts Sport or @BBC Kent Sport.
Important here that Thompson gets his line right with the angle around, coming around to the left-hander.
Here he is then, and that's a pretty good start to the over. On the money and just worked up to mid-on.
2 slips in place for Thompson. We got the 2 catchers in front of square. Sealing mid off and a very close extra cover. Both those players are in a catching position for Compton.
Jordan Thompson then, gone for just the 11 so far. And another good delivery from Jordan. Just asking the batsman to play. And if there's one thing that's maybe been missing from his game in the early part of the season, I don't think he's probably bowled as many deliveries as he would have liked, that have been, you know, asking questions of the batsman, asking them to use the bat. There's been a lot of leave deliveries, so good to see that he's been working on that. And he's in again, and once again asking Compton to play. Not a lot more you can do, apart from maybe vary that length a little bit, trying to do something different with the ball. But the less balls Ben Compton has to play between now and the end of this match, the happier he'll be.
The other thing is, if they're able to target that off stump, which again sounds obvious, it just brings all dismissals into play, doesn't it?
Yeah, Thompson in again. Compton once again has to play. Gives it the full face of the bat. He's up to the task at the moment, but that's not to say there won't be a lapse in concentration from him. There won't be something slightly different from Jordan. Might get one to just nip a little bit more off the pitch. Difficult for us to tell from this angle whether there's any appreciable swing for him or not. Doesn't look like if there is, it's prodigious. But again, he's gone full length delivery and defended. So good over so far this. Hasn't beaten the bat, but he's been asking questions.
The one thing that continues to impress me about Compton is out of his 82 deliveries, he looks able to switch on and switch off. We've seen his pre-delivery routines in walking to square leg and walking back, giving himself time to clear his mind and then set himself for the next delivery. That's pretty impressive from him.
Here comes Jordan Thompson again. This one a little bit shorter, a little bit wider, and after all that hard work and asking the batsman to play and getting him to push it back to him, he just strayed a little bit there and he's been picked off for 4 backward of point. So nicely played shot by Compton. Technically everything right about that, wasn't it? And so Jordan Thompson finishes the over with a boundary against his name. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15, but encouraging signs from him. 55 for 2. Kent trailing by 225 and 22 overs left today, plus all of day 4.
Jordan Thompson will be slightly disappointed with the finish of that over. Obviously he's bowled really well and made Compton play almost every delivery in and around middle and off stump, and he's just allowed him to free his hands there and score the boundary backward a point.
Bess is in, and that is pushed into the offside by Jack Leaning.
It just releases that little bit of pressure, Dodge, doesn't it? When you've built it and built it and built it, and they've not been able to rotate strike, and then it just gets them going again.
Here's Bess. Leaning, just using his feet, half a stride to walk into that one and drop it to Jordan Thompson in the leg side.
In terms of close catches, Bess has still got in the slip, which is good, as you'd expect with such a total, and short leg.
Bess again, round about middle and leg, and Leaning dropping it once again to Jordan Thompson.
Deep mid wickets, probably 15 yards in, maybe 20 yards in from the boundary edge, looking to stop the two.
It's Bess once more, and once again, Jack Leaning dropping the ball to Jordan Thompson. We can get a loop on for the rest of the over. I'll give you some scores from elsewhere. We've got a couple left in this Don Bess 5th over, as it is for him in the Kent 2nd innings. And this time he's pushed straight back by Leaning, and again no run. Northants 390, Essex 193, all out, and 104 for 3, trailing by 93 second time around.
And would you mind just checking on the Red Rose county, Dodgy?
We'll have a look at that as we go through. Here's Bess into Leaning again, who pushes back to him. End of the over, 55 for 2. Surrey against Gloucestershire. Surrey 603, as you know. Gloucestershire 381 for 2, second time around. That's got draw. Unless there's a collapse there, I guess, by Gloucestershire. Might allow Surrey in, but it's probably got draw written all over it. Southampton disappeared off screen. Somerset Hampshire even 246, Lancashire 240, Hampshire 315 for 7, leading by 321.
Interesting last day ahead.
Could be an interesting last day. Lancs might have a bit of a struggle on there. Somerset 458, Warwickshire 208 and 167, and we have the first win of the week. Somerset win by an innings and 82 runs, and they've been in pretty grim form, haven't they, really? Back end of last season, start of this. That'll be a huge boost for Somerset, as Jordan Thompson's first delivery of this over is run down to third man by Compton for 2. At Nottingham, Notts need 71 runs to win, and they've got 7 second innings wickets standing. 162 for 3. Looks like going their way. Thompson into Compton, who leaves 1B. Derbyshire are playing against Glamorgan at Derby. 368 for Derbyshire, 387 for Glamorgan. Second time around, Derbyshire 125 for 2, leading by 106. Developing into an interesting match at Lord's. Leicestershire 149, Middlesex 370. Leicestershire second time with 272 all out, and Middlesex have won that by 10 wickets, 52 without loss second time around. Jordan Thompson has just pulled one down the leg side, which has gone past batsman Compton, keeper Harry Duke, and over the boundary rope for 4 byes, says umpire Graham Lloyd. At Hove, Durham trailed by 213 runs in their second innings. They're 102 without loss. Sussex put up 538 in their first innings, and are still favourites clearly to win that one, with the rest of today and a full day remaining. So the first bye of the Kent second innings means that they're on to 61 for 2. And Jordan Thompson, right arm over the wicket. A little bit of shape perhaps back into Compton, but it was started slightly too wide.
Different tactic being employed here, though, by Thompson, isn't there? From going around the wicket and using the angle. Into Compton is now coming over the wicket and setting the ball up to go slightly across and see if he can find any swing back in to Compton. So a different tactic being employed.
Here is Thompson. And that is dropped into the leg side by Compton. There's no run.
So we've got the two slip fielders still in play here to Thompson, and we've got the three close catchers in front of square, the two on the offside, which we talked about earlier on, and a very short mid-wicket.
Thompson into Compton, who runs it out on the deck to Milan at point, end of the over. 61 for 2, Compton on 32, leaning on 14, partnership worth 34 so far. They came together when the score was on 27. That most recent wicket was now 46 minutes ago, 4:30. Daniel Bell-Drummond hit it straight to Dimuth Karunaratne in the covers off the bowling of Stephen Patterson for 2. Shawsey will give you a few words and maybe a bit of ball by ball from Don Bess while Ben and I swap around.
Just looking at the bowling figures, Bess is 9 for 9 off 5. Runs in here to ball at leaning, who just works that one in front of square on the leg side for 1 run. Not seeing too much spin yet. I've seen the odd one that's just beginning to hold and just beginning to grip, but not too much spin yet from Bess. We saw a few in the Yorkshire innings. One or two just bounced and spun a little bit, so it started to offer. So it'll be interesting now as Bess comes around the wicket. It approaches and bowls to Compton.
Cut away then by Ben Compton, down towards third man. It was a little bit uppish for just a moment. Hauled in, good chase down to the boundary rope. Out there in the field. And keeps it to 3. So Compton up to the non-striker's end after the left-hander managed to get it behind square enough from that cut stroke. Best to continue. Kent 65 for 2. This one nudged away into the onside. Interesting afternoon for Kent Sport, and Doige, I was talking when I was on with Jonathan earlier, of course, about the Gillingham-Rotherham game. Gillingham have gone down, and one of their rivals, Maidstone, who used to be a Football League team but are now playing non-league, they've gone up today. So, of course, it would be today, wouldn't it? When your team goes down, your rivals go up. As this one's down the leg side by Bess. Could be buys, leg buys, so must have brushed the thigh pad or something on the way through. Past keeper Duke. So yeah, just picture your team, whatever, you know, other sports you follow, as well as your cricket perhaps, listener, and on the day that your team goes down, your rivals get promoted. Tough day in the office for some Kent supporters, if they're of a Gillingham football supporting persuasion, as this one's cut away behind square on the offside. Although I know Fred, who is the ECB network reporter for home matches for Kent, is a Maidstone fan, so I think he might be having a celebratory evening potentially, along with a number of others. The highs and lows of sport, Paul. Here comes Don Bess in a bowl into Jack Leaning. Defends into the offside. He knows a thing or two about the highs and lows of sport. Jack Leaning, having got 0 on his return here to Headingley in the first innings, is trying to rectify that in the second innings so far with this 47-minute, 38-ball 15. And Ben Compton up the other end has been at the crease for an hour and a half for his 36 not out. The 2 Kent wickets to fall so far. And I don't think they'll disagree with me in saying both of those guys making errors which led to their departures in that Crawley drove a low full toss straight back to the bowler, albeit very good catch from Matthew Revis, and then Daniel Bell-Drummond did the slow trudge off after hitting what looked like a wide half volley straight to extra cover. We're going to see Jordan Thompson come on from the Howard stand end of the ground. Just readjusting his headband, pinning back those locks, and preparing to bowl to Ben Compton then. Here on BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Kent. It's the 67 for 2, trailing by 213 runs, and Compton driving Thompson up towards mid-off, but straight to the man.
It's quite important here that Thompson doesn't give Ben Compton any room at all. What has happened, certainly the last 30 minutes of play, is they've built a little bit of pressure every now and then on Compton, but release that pressure with a ball that maybe allowed Compton to free his arms and get just a little bit of width. So as Thompson comes in, he'll be looking to bowl as straight as possible.
Defends it back down the pitch, this next one. Ben Compton. Just checking to see if anyone's got in touch on social media. Doesn't appear to be the case, but at BBC Kent Sport, at Ben Watt Sport if you want to get in touch, and then kentcricket@gmail.com on email, as well as BBC West Yorkshire Sport@gmail.com for Jonathan. As Thompson bowls, and it's driven out towards wide mid-off. Who does the fielding?
2 slips and a gully in place for Thompson, as he, as I said, just changed his tactic in the last over and continues that tactic in this one. He's coming over the wicket to Compton as opposed to round the wicket, so that's a change in angle and gives the batter something else to think about. With that in mind, as I say, he's got the 2 slips and he's put a gully in place too.
Thompson bowls, Compton defends into the covers. Yorkshire supporters, feel free to comment and to let me know who is responsible for the weather round here and where we can get the sunshine back from, so that Kent can have some sunshine to bat underneath. I didn't quite realise until I've just looked that we were due to get some rain tomorrow morning, or at least when I looked previously it was pre-play, as this one's driven out into the wide mid-off area. Yeah, originally when I looked a couple of days ago it was potentially kind of overnight and 9 o'clock-ish tomorrow morning, but it's now looking like it might potentially impede on Sunday morning's play, unfortunately. A little bit of floodlight activity as well, which, well, Kent batted for much of day one under the floodlights in very gloomy conditions, much gloomier than this, as Compton lets it go from Thompson through to the keeper. Just about got his bat out of the way there, Paul Shaw.
Nice length of that, wasn't it? Just really good length to bowl there. Probably 6-7 inch outside their off stump. And that's just a slightly tighter line. I think Thompson's probably in the game there. That's a good leave. Managed just to get his hands out of the way there, did Ben Compton. But a good over there from Thompson. Give a little away. And that's the way Yorkshire will play it in the remaining, I think it's 18 overs of the day. They'll look to bowl really, really tight lines and build pressure and try and create errors, but certainly bring all dismissals into play by bowling a tightish off-stump line where possible.
So Dom Bess continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Forward comes Jack, leaning to press the ball defensively into the ground. 15 and beaten at the crease. Hello to Kent skipper Sam Billings, who's listening in and watching on from India, where he's playing for KKR, Kolkata Knight Riders, in the IPL. This one leaning, defending, playing down into the pitch. Club captain, keeping in touch with his teammates back home. And certainly be willing them on to take points from this game, Big batting effort ahead for Kent as Leaning, the stand-in skipper in Billings' absence, is forward in defence. $15 for him, 36 Ben Compton, who it's fair to say has been quite the signing for Kent. With his early season form, Leaning coming down the pitch a little bit there, and in the end just nudging the ball back to the bowler. Compton's score so far this year: 129, 104 not out, 115, 27, 89. Obviously this 36 not out at the moment. Cut away here by Jack Leaning, nicely played, deep in his crease, gave himself room. Tom Best just dropping his length back. And the ball away to the boundary. To Kent move on to 71 for 2 now. Leaning on to 19 with his 4th boundary.
Nicely played that, wasn't it? Just timed that away. Ball's dropped a little bit short there by Bess, and it's allowed Leaning to drop back on the back foot and then just time the ball away in front of square on the offside.
Graham Orange, who was with us on days 1 and 2 and is busy umpiring today as Bess bowls to Leaning, was commenting that Jack was Kent's top run scorer in County Championship cricket last year. He's defending this final ball of the over. Was a consistent performer. 79 the first game, had a little poor trot of scores before the 47 that he got on this ground in the draw got him back going again, followed it up with a 60 and 100 away at Sussex, and then back into the year unbeaten scores of 53 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, 75 against Leicestershire not out, 97 in the home win against Worcestershire, and then 82 not out against Derbyshire. So it is a format that Jack Leaning has almost found himself and found more about himself and his game, really. Talking about the double ton that he scored against Sussex in the Bob Willis Trophy in the year before, as this one is a short ball from Thompson to Ben Compton, and he swivels on the ball and guides it down towards fine leg for 4 runs. And Kent move on to 75 for 2. Floodlights now fully illuminated above Headingley, and already this innings seems to be following the pattern that we've seen, Paul, in that new ball wickets, but then it's a straw-coloured pitch. It's good to bat on.
For sure, and this is important now where Kent, the Kent batters, the 2 batters, Compton and Leaning, stay really focused in the next passage of players. So there's 16, just short of 17 overs left in the day.
Swivels on this again, and almost exactly the same shot from Ben Compton down towards fine leg for 4 more runs. So disappointment for Jordan Thompson regarding his own length. And Compton helps himself to back-to-back boundaries and moves off now 100 balls to 44, and it also brings up a half-century stand between the two. It was like Jack Leaning knew that was the case, because he stopped Ben Compton to punch gloves, whereas Compton I don't think had necessarily realised. So that comes up with 19 contributed by Leaning and 28 from Compton.
Compton's continuously put the bad ball away pretty well, hasn't he, throughout his innings? Shown good determination, concentration and excellent batting temperament, and pounced on the bad ball.
Thompson bowling to him, left alone outside the off stump. Kent now trailing by 201 runs, and all of those words you just used, Paul Shaw, to describe Ben Compton is exactly what we've seen from him all season long so far. He looks like someone who knows the shots that he's good at, knows which shots to leave out of his game and doesn't bother playing, and he's got good judgment when it comes to, do I leave, do I play, when do I defend, when do I attack. Really excellent start to his Kent career. Thompson bowling to him, straight bat, gently defends to Karunaratne in the covers. 79 for 2 Kent. Lily getting in touch on Twitter saying, no weather bias, just luck. Taking wickets going to be difficult for Yorkshire without Harris Ralph, and certainly he does appear to be a miss, because we saw him with that new ball in the first innings, and we saw the way that he bowled on the second morning. In the extra pace that he has on a wicket like this is your difference maker, and At the moment, the overseas player's absence is being felt by Yorkshire as Thompson bowls and Compton allows it through to Duke. And when I say that, it's not that Yorkshire aren't on top in the game, which they are. But at the moment, this pair, with that 50 stand just brought up a moment ago, are able to find a route back into the game almost for Kenton to just keep cutting down the runs that they trail by. I think Patterson might even be warming up himself mid-on at the moment as Thompson bowls. Looked like a low full toss, that one. But can't beat Milan at mid-off with the drive. So end of the over, 79 for 2.
I'm just trying to think who Ben Compton reminds me of. The former Australian opener. Is it Rogers? Is it Chris Rogers?
Chris Rogers.
Very, very similar in the fact that he's, you know, in terms of temperament, determination, and just battles away, sits in, gets the bad ball, puts it away, and then just keeps building and building and building. Very similar to him.
Slightly ginger as well, both of them as well.
Yeah, there are other similarities.
Yeah, I think he reminds me a little bit of Tom Latham as well, who was a one-time Kent overseas player, quite a nuggety opening batsman as well. I'm just going to nip to do a brief update for BBC Radio Kent, so you take away with the ball-by-ball, Paul Shaw.
Thank you. So Dominic Best continues his spell. He comes into ball to Jack Leaning, who rocks back onto the back foot and just works it in front of square on the leg side for 1 run. The score here at Headingley is 80 for 2. Kent are rebuilding from 2 relatively early wickets lost, and Leaning and Ben Compton have batted really, really well to work through this passage of play, rotate the strike and put the bad ball away, and are doing all they can to bat long into the day. Don Best has just bowled from around the wicket, just outside leg stump, and Compton just worked it away backward of square for a well-timed 2 runs. Dominic Best is just ready to approach again as he comes into ball around the wicket to Compton, who lets that ball go to the Yorkshire keeper Duke just outside off stump, watches it through, safely in the hands of Harry Duke. Good young keeper here at Yorkshire, that's done pretty well since he made his debut last summer. Best in again, and forward defensive just down the pitch there from Ben Compton. The lights are on here at Headingley. Floodlights are on. As Best comes in again, balls to Compton, who pushes the ball out into the covers. No run scored. Still 3 close catches in play for Yorkshire. Slip, the point, and jaw texture. Approaches to Compton. Rock down the end of the over. I see 2 here at Headingley. Best's figures are none for 21, and Thompson none for 25. Looks like a change ball in here at the Howard stand end, with skipper Patterson coming on, as I say, at the Howard stand end of the ground. Patterson's current figures 1 for 10 off 9 with 3 maidens. Patterson will be just looking to hit a good line and a good length. Hit high on the if he can build some frustration and break it as he begins his approach from the Howard stand end, as he runs in and bowls to Leaning, who strides forward and pushes the ball out into the offside. Strong forward defence. The ball just runs out to extra cover. Yorkshire will be wanting to pick up a couple more wickets before the close of play today, and obviously Kent will want to get through close of play relatively unscathed. Patterson bowls. Leaning leaves that ball as it goes through to the Yorkshire keeper, Harry Duke, just outside the off stump. There is, looking at the weather forecast, potential of a little bit of weather, a little bit of rain overnight, and perhaps into tomorrow morning. That could change depending on the wind, etc. But that's how it stands at the moment as Patterson runs in to bowl to Leaning.
Driven out towards extra cover, depending on the Yorkshire weather gods. Subject to change. Doigy's going to be doing his yoga tonight and trying to wave that rain away tomorrow morning. So Leaning in just his second innings of the season, having picked up a hamstring injury 2 days before the campaign was due to start, and he was ready to captain the side, defending this ball back down the pitch. Disappointment for him the last couple of weeks, but working hard to get back up to fitness, and we'll get a little bit of a tough start and thrown in at the deep end type territory when he was chucked in against Harris Ralph with the new ball in the first innings and was unable to score before departing, but he's managed to move to 20, be part of this half-century stand with Compton. As Patterson beats him, it's the outs. Has it hit the thigh pad, I think? Looked like it hit the back thigh pad and has gone for 4 leg byes. So a little pleasantries exchanged between two pals, old teammates, Patterson and Leaning, who shrugged as if to say, hard luck with the appeal. Try and see the replay back, but looked high to me.
Looked slightly high. Just looked like it nipped back, didn't it? Just gripped on the pitch from this angle anyway. And the pattern just went in between the Yorkshire keeper and first slip.
Excellent double teapot from as Leaning defends. Little hint of inside edge, but gets him a run through square leg. The 10 ball by Patterson, 1 for 11 his figures. Kent at 87 for 2, and they trail by 193 runs. Checking the replay again. No, maybe it does hit the top of the pad, but looks to me like he gets it outside the line of off stump. Just showing it to Paul as well and having another look. Yeah, I think that's probably fair.
Bit of seam movement there, though, is it? Just nipped off the seam a little bit from Patterson.
It looks like he gets a good stride in Leaning, which has saved him in that instance.
But just the exact areas for the Yorkshire bowlers to bowl that angled in towards that off stump, as I said, brings caught behind LBW and bowled into play. So there'll be more of that, I'm sure, from Yorkshire skipper.
Oh, Don Bess bowling to Jack Leaning, and he's just played that behind square with a bit of inside edge and nutmegged leg slip. It's pretty much just gone through as the leg slip fielder is crouched down with his hands together on the turf. It's almost nutmegged him through in between his forearms. Presume it's Harry Brook in that leg slip roll. As Leaning again an inside edge from the next delivery from Don Bess. He's going to get 2 more runs down towards fine leg. That was a thicker inside edge. And worth saying as well that Leaning was dropped on 4. Admittedly, it was a very difficult chance to third slip. Thick outside edge. But for those Kent supporters that were calling for them to get a little bit of luck, Leaning's been dropped on 4. Survived that LBW shout, which I think was fair. Looked like he got himself outside the line, but he's nutmegged the leg slip. And he's now been dropped again. Unbelievable. He's come down the wicket and nudged one to short mid-wicket, and Thompson diving to his left has spilt it.
Gosh, that was close. One-hand diving catch to his left, wasn't it there? And just looked like he'd grasped that one. Interesting passage of play here, because Linney's come down the pitch there and tried to work it past mid-wicket, who's there for exactly that shot, and Thompson's just not been able to hold on to onto that chance.
Just been talking about how Dom Bess wasn't really making anything happen, and then this over he could have got leaning out on almost every single ball he's bowled to him. Comes in again, this is wide down the leg side, and leaning plays no stroke. Extraordinary little mini passage of play this over, when seemingly not a lot have been happening since that initial new ball burst from the home team. This is a fuller delivery by Bess, and leaning defends. Drops away into the onside. 91 for 2, Kenton trailing by 189 runs here on BBC Radio Leeds and BBC Radio Kent. If you're watching via the live stream as well, you can get the pictures and the commentary. And this one is down the leg side, and I think this is possibly leg byes, no shot in fact, deemed to be offered by Jack Leaning. And although the ball has gone all the way to the boundary, nothing will be added to the Kent score at the end of the Dom Bess over. A very lively one, Paul.
Everything happened in that over, didn't it? We've not seen too much, then all of a sudden it all happens. 2 chances and 1 or 2 other opportunities close by, but this partnership's a good partnership now. Moved up to 64. These two have batted well together, rotated strike, and certainly look to put the bad ball away. And certainly the dressing room, the Kent dressing room anyway, will not want any frantic shots or any risk taken here. They just want the players to just bat and bat and bat for the remaining 13 overs of the day.
Yeah, ideally, if they can get through those 13 overs without the loss of any further wickets, that will be a positive way to end the day, and just give them that little bit of hope that they can go into the final day and pull off a result. Most likely a draw. And they're not going to win the game from this situation. Very peculiar field for Patterson. He's bowling to Compton. He's in behind this one. There's 2 slips, a gully, and then there's 2 catchers almost side by side, like they've created their own little mini slip cordon at almost short cover and then short cover point. There's also a backward point, mid wicket, and then mid on and mid off. So no third man on long leg, which you like to see. Patterson saying, well, I'm not going to bowl any bad balls. Here he comes in to Compton, who just plays slightly away from his body to push that out to Karunaratne, who's in the almost short cover point position.
Yeah, because he's got a 7-2 field there, hasn't he? As you rightly said, he's got the 3 catchers, 4, in fact 5 catchers really. The 3 behind square, the 2 slips, the gully, and then the 2 on the offside. But with this, often with a 7-2 field, a bowler often pushes it a little bit too far outside the off stump, but he's holding his line here, which is really good.
Patterson in again, left alone outside the off stump by Ben Compton. No Harris Ralph out on the field for Yorkshire. Jonathan put something out about that, didn't he? I think it's a little side strain, or I'll quote him word for word just to make sure I get it right. Yorkshire confirming to Jonathan that Harris has a slight nig on his left side, which was being assessed by the medical team, so that's why he's not been out there thus far for this second part of the game, as this one's cut away very well timed by Compton, but excellently stopped by, I think that's Tom Loughton, the subfielder, possibly at backward point. Number 40 on his back. So, talked about the injuries that Kent have had so far this season, but Yorkshire now find themselves in a position where Ralph's off the field. No Fisher for this game as well, due to injury. Oh, is that an edge behind from Compton? It's gone through Duke, the wicket-keeper. What is going on out there at the moment? It almost looked like it he misjudged it and it
Yeah.
didn't quite get there. It ended up nutmegging him, and Compton's got up the other end and moved on to 47. Well, stuff happening at the moment out there under these floodlights. The late stages of day 3 of this county championship match from Headingley, live on the BBC.
He looks disappointed there, young Duke, doesn't he? I think that's carried. He just misjudged that.
Yeah, let's have another look. So we just wind back the live stream. Genuine outside edge. It just, I didn't quite see the landing, but I think maybe just Duke misjudged it and it just died on him at the last minute. And he didn't adjust his hands to take the catch as Leaning defends into the offside. I think maybe a drink is coming out for Jack Leaning, but we have 12 more overs to be bowled in the day. Kenton 92 for 2, and in the last couple of overs we've seen Leaning dropped on 25, and then Compton dropped by Duke. We think it carried just about.
Just looking at his
46.
reaction, it looks like
Yeah.
it did, didn't it?
But admittedly, the Leaning one was a very tough chance for Jordan Thompson. I guess you could say the one for Harry Brook was, again, it's come quickly to him, a leg slip. You've got to really react so well to close your hands on that sort of a chance. So we're getting more equipment coming out for Yorkshire players to pad up and get under helmets and go into close catching positions for Dom Bess, who's lining up a spell around the wicket to Ben Compton. Got a busy schedule coming up, Paul. What are your coaching commitments like this summer at the moment?
Yeah, it's a really busy summer. We're just in the point of preparation games at the moment for the North West Thunder games. So we've got 7 fixtures coming up, T20 fixtures. Then we've got the 100. And then in and around that time we've also got the 50 over competition that'll take place. So yeah, pretty busy summer ahead.
Yeah, it looks exciting. Lots of women's cricket to come. There's Compton. Cuts past first slip. Something appears to be happening almost every ball at the moment. He's getting 4 runs, Ben Compton, to move to another half century in a Kent shirt. In every single game that he's played for Kent so far, he's either scored a 50 or 100. It's the applause of the Headingley crowd. It's been quite the start to his career for his new county. 115 balls and 8 boundaries for his 51 not out. But just a hint of fortune in that he was dropped in the previous over and he's just slashed that past first slipping down to the rope. Kent 96 for 2 and trail by 184 runs as Dom Bess is in and bowling. Again to Compton, this is a poorer delivery, dragging his length, and Compton makes no mistake. As you pointed out, he often cashes in on those lapses from the bowler, and he cuts away to the boundary to move Kent's score up to 100 for 2, and his own personal score on to 55. The second Kent 50 of the innings has come from 76 balls in comparison to 148 for the first.
Any width, he just pounces on that, doesn't he? Certainly the cut shot plays really, really well.
Dom Bess again then. Wider on the crease, floats this up, left alone by Compton outside the off stump. Deutsch, did we know what the injury is to Matt Fisher? Why he's missing out in this game? Sorry, he's got a custody dessert of some kind, tart, in his gob at the minute. This one's cut away for 4 more runs by Ben Compton. Again, that one didn't look massively short from Dom Bess, but just adjusted, and the footwork was so good that he's managed to get another boundary. So 3 in the over for Compton. He moves to 59. Kent scored to 104 for 2.
Yeah, the word stress was involved, not fracture, not as bad as a fracture.
Okay, so back.
Yeah.
Okay, so back injury for Fisher.
Side.
Backside. Something going on. He's injured. Not his backside. His best bowling. Oh, again cutting. Ben Compton again beating the fielder and not going to get 4 this time. It's just going to drop short of the rope as he gets up the other end to score a 3. So Compton's gone from being dropped on 46 in the previous over and suddenly he's on 62. Kent's 107 for 2 in the score they trail by now, 173 runs.
Since the floodlights came on about 4 or 5 overs ago,
It's just all been
it's
going
all
on.
happened, hasn't it? Whether the ball's skidding through a little more, I don't know, but it's...
Yeah, it definitely appears to be affecting what's going on out there, certainly. Just starting to see some shadows from some of the fielders as well out there. Not dark enough that the umpires will be getting the light meter out just yet. But possible we won't get all these 11 remaining overs in if it gets any worse. Slipping a leg, slipping a short leg for Leaning, who plays no stroke to this delivery from Bess. Lets it hit his pad as it was fired in leg side. And this partnership now worth 80. End of the over, so we have 11 to go. Here on day 3 of Yorkshire against Kent. And certainly Doidge will be trying to find out some news about Harris Ralph later. Maybe whether or not he'll be involved tomorrow. Obviously Grant Stewart went off the field of play, didn't he, for Kent earlier, so wonder what condition he'll be in terms of having a bat. Let me text my studio if they want me before the end of our sports show at 6 o'clock. Patterson's going to continue. In and bowling to Compton, defends into the offside.
Yorkshire just beginning to look a little frustrated, aren't they? You know, with a couple of chances that's gone down, and as difficult as a couple of them were, they would have expected probably one of the 2 or 3 to have stuck. Just look a little frustrated and missing the lengths and the lines. So it's important over here from Patterson to hit the lines that he normally hits and get the team back on track as such.
Here he comes. In and bowling wide of the off stump, and no shot offered by Ben Compton on this occasion. Allowed through to the wicket-keeper. A few hardy souls, spectators still dotted around the ground. Just a couple grabbing their rucksacks and heading to the exits for their Saturday evening dinner. Not saying beat the rush, because it won't be a rush. It's not like yesterday when people were trying to get out before the rugby. This one's pushed away out towards mid-off. As I was leaving the ground, I was walking around that side of the stadium to go to the car park, and there was a lovely buzz, lovely noise about the place. Chatter pre-match. Where's that? Here comes Patterson. Defended back down the pitch. I did notice there's these lovely little bits of artwork all around the nearby streets where it's little mementos of sporting achievements and stuff that's happened. So one of them has both of them 149 and Willis is 8 for 43 in a famous Ashes test here, and then another has now the Stokes score from that recent England win here at Headingley. This one's driven off the back foot. One is painted yellow and blue with the word Rhinos on it too. So yeah, some really nice little touches around the stadium, just in the nearby roads. Compton 62, pushing that last delivery away from Pattinson. Last ball of the over, in and bowling. Oh, beats the outside edge of Compton's bat. He played for that one, felt for it. Through it goes to Duke, end of the over. Kent 107 for 2. Going to briefly make way for Jonathan Doidge.
It's a good over there from Patterson. The Yorkshire skipper is hit good lines, good lengths, and not give any balls for the batters to free their hands at all, which is exactly what Yorkshire need at this stage of the game. They've just got to keep building and building and building by hitting good areas and working that off stump as much as possible, ensuring that the batters, Leaning and Compton, who have batted really well actually through this phase of play, need to keep playing at the ball. As I say, not giving any free balls away as Bess approaches. Balls to Leaning, who takes a step back and knocks that ball out into the offside. Young Harry Duke, the Yorkshire wicketkeeper, runs around and just collects the ball, throws the ball back to Bess.
Yeah, Jack Leaning on 25. Put down at least twice, possibly 3 times, we think. We're not sure about the middle one of the 3. He's just pushed one back to Bess. Disappointing when we know it's a good pitch. Wickets are hard to come by. Bowler light. You'd want to be taking every single opportunity there were. There were none of them easy, which is, I guess, why they weren't taken. But you'd tend to feel like you'd be 50-50. One of them might stick and one of them might go down, as Leaning works one to the leg side where Milan does the fielding. Still 9.5 overs to go today, and far from panic stations by any stretch. 173 behind and 8 wickets to take. But as I say, you are a bowler light, and Dom Bess has just been pulled around the corner for 3 more. So that keeping the run rate down, bowling dry by Dom Bess that he was telling us the other night he was trying to do. Not quite working at the moment. He's going for more than 4 and over. But he'll be working on it.
Yeah, just last couple of overs just seems to have lost his length really, and yeah, it's just been allowed him to score a little more freely. And the partnership now, incidentally, is up to 83. Compton and Leaning, both playing really, really well. Compton on 62, Leaning on 28.
Yeah, Compton as well obviously survived a chance. So they've had their opportunities to dismiss the pair of them. Bess in wide of Compton's off stump. He's been cutting Dom Bess quite a bit. Ball, of course, from the off spinner to the left hander, naturally turning that way. And he's got the offside packed, as you might imagine. In again, and that is to push down to Harry Brook under the lid, close in. End of the over. 40 bowled in this Kent second innings at 110 for 2. 9 overs remaining in the day if we get through them. And conditions, well, they look not too bad. There is a bit of shadowing out there. Don't think it's nearly as gloomy as it was when they went off for bad light a couple of days ago. Stephen Patterson going to bowl again from the Howard stand end.
Just thinking about Compton and his record, early season record. I think he's had 3 centuries, an 80 odd, 60 odd here. I think he's had a 40 odd. There can't be too many batters averaging more than he is at the moment. He's had a great start to the season, hasn't he?
He has. Yeah, brilliant. He's really put his hand up for his team, who clearly haven't had the best of starts as a collective. And I suppose you'd say, good job he's been putting those sort of runs on the board as Jack Leaning shoulders arms to his pal Steve Patterson's first delivery of the over. I noticed, by the way, when you were talking to Ben a few minutes ago, Shawsey sat here analysing the play all day, being hypercritical of everybody out there in the middle, and as soon as he asked you about the Northwest Thunder, you're straight in there with coach speak. Yeah, well, we've got to go through our processes, we've got to respect the opposition, conditions, pitch.
Pick out the positives. Every ball's an event.
All that stuff. You just flicked a switch on, and then as soon as he'd finished asking you those questions, you were back to what a ridiculous shot that was there. Jack Leaning pushes back to Jordan Thompson at mid-off, and there is no run.
You know me, Dodge, I'm very balanced as usual.
As long as Barnsley are winning. Yorkshire and North West Thunder, you're right. Aye. Patterson bowling to Jack Leaning, solidly behind it. No run. Difficult though, isn't it? I mean, we talk about that. It's nice, refreshing change when a player says something different. But of course, if they do, and they do stick the neck out, then they'll be shot at, and that's inevitably why people don't. And you coaches say all the same things. Patterson in to bowl to Leaning, who pushes quite solidly up to Thompson at mid-off. And there's no run.
Still 2 slips in play here for Yorkshire, as you'd expect, because they've still got a lead of around about 170. Yeah, 2 slips, backward point, short extra, mid-off, mid-on. Actually a real short mid-wicket in a catching position, mid-wicket squarer. That's the field as Patterson runs into Leaning.
High backlift for Jack, flicks it to leg, can't get it past Kareem Ratney, and there's no run. Have you ever done a post-day interview, post-match interview, where you've singled out a person by name and said that she was below par today or something like that? Because you'll always name an individual when they've played well, but it's the team that doesn't play well, isn't it? It's always the team that doesn't play well. We didn't take our catches. Whoever it was dropped 4 of them, and they were the only 4 that went, but we didn't take our catches. Patterson in and Leaning up as the face and runs it out to Revis on the deck, and there's no run.
That's a good point. I mean, no, I tend to protect the team as much as I possibly can. Win, lose or draw. And we have the conversations that we need to have in-house and back into training and keep moving forward. Get ready for the next game, because as you know, it's 1 game at a time, isn't it? You can't look any further forward than the next game. And did you know you're only as good as your last game?
What? You're only as good as your next game. You're actually only as good as your last game, right? Okay. Yeah. And I suppose before that game, you'll be working hard in training. You'll take the positives from the last game, but you'll learn from the negatives. You've always got to learn.
Yeah. A few things to work on the training field, and then move on to the next game.
Always aiming for perfection, but you know you're never going to get that in sport. Bess is in, and Compton pushing forward into the offside, no run.
Always striving for excellence.
Always striving for excellence, yeah. We don't look at the league table. I've no idea where we are in the league.
Control the controllables.
Haven't checked that. Can't rely on other teams' performances, just our own. Bess in again, and that's pushed up to mid-off by Compton, and there's no run.
It sounds like you've interviewed a few coaches and a few players.
Far too many, I think I'd say. Compton on 62. Bess from around the wicket angles that in towards off stump, and the Kent opener pushing out to Milan. Short cover, there's no run. A couple of pigeons fly by. We have 2 slips in place. Harry Brook under the helmet at second. Not brought into play here. Harry Duke whips the bails off. But all for naught. And the ball back in the hands of Bess once again. 2 left in the over, and then 7 more overs to come today. 110 for 2. Bess wide on the crease, in towards Compton, pushing back to the bowler. Patterson going through a bit of a stretching routine just to keep himself loose while on at the Howard stand end, and the final ball of the over blocked again by Compton. 110 for 2.
Looks like umpires are about to have a chat. Is that to do with the light? Oh, they're discussing what they're going to have for dinner a little later on.
Yeah. And they've just been saying, look, Steve, yes, Graham, well, let's take each decision as it comes.
One over at a time.
Concentration. Don't worry about the last ball. It's the next one that's most important. Stephen Patterson has said ball in hand and turns at the end of his run.
Harry Duke stood up to the stumps.
Jack Leaning, high backlift and down on that one very securely into the offside. Don Bess collects off the turf. 110 for 2. Bring Ben back in before the end of the day's play. Jack Leaning just handing a fiver, I think it was there, to Steve O'Shaughnessy to not give him out before the end of the day. Don't know what it was, but he just handed something to the umpire.
Lister restaurant, perhaps, for later on.
If it pitches in line and hits me, Pat, it's not out. A little note. Patterson, good delivery this time. And Leaning playing the original line. I think it was angled in and just held its line a little bit. And a tidy bit of work by Harry Duke, whipping off the bails, but again, all for naught. Jack Leaning, 28 off 71 deliveries. He's been out there for over an hour and a half and hit 4 fours. Ridden a little bit of luck. And Patterson comes shuffling in towards him once again under the Headingley floodlights. Again, pushed back by Jack Leaning. It's very much an end of day. Let's play for the end of the day feel at the moment. Long time until a second new ball can be brought into play. 80 overs, of course, for that. Just 42.3 bowls so far. Here comes Patterson once again. And this time Leaning, just angling the bat and playing it out to point. Lily advising me it's Leeds 0, Manchester City 1. Yeah, I was in the press room when I was off air. Chris Waters informed me of the score. Just lulling him into a false sense of security, I think.
That must be it, Dodgy. That must be it.
Patterson to Leaning, who drives quite firmly. There's a rolling stop up there at mid-off. And there's no run. Patterson with 1 for 12 from almost 13, almost 14 overs so far. The old boy, 38 years of age now, Steve Patterson. 174 first-class matches to his name, 458 wickets. Averaging 27.51 and less than 3 and over, 2.67. And he's got his hands on his head because he thought he had half a chance of dismissing Jack Leaning with that final delivery of the over. 110 for 5. Compton 62, Leaning 28. And Shawsey, we're going to say thanks to you for the day, pal, because I think Ben and I'll finish things off. Paul Shaw. He's just going off to the back of the box to write a few more coach speak lines for the Northwest Thunder's season. And an egg custard. The home commentator kindly purchased for him this morning.
Post-day team talk. Yeah, come back again tomorrow morning, and that first hour is crucial. It's always crucial, that first hour.
Break it down, take it over by over.
Yeah, nice.
Ball by ball. A bit of criticism of the egg custard. A bit more nutmeg needed.
Really?
Very particular about the egg custards in Barnsley.
Bess around the wicket, ball into Ben Compton. Fins back down the pitch. Don't think anyone's emailed in. If they have, I'm struggling to read it because I've managed to make the text really annoyingly zoomed in on my phone, which is not ideal. Here's Don Bess again, 110 for 2, Kent. Left alone outside the off stump. Yorkshire, of course, drawing their last match in the county championship at Northants last week. Kent trying to repeat that feat that the batting side managed last week, going into day 4 tomorrow. By the way things are panning out at the moment, as Compton defends this quicker delivery from Bess back down the pitch. Got the floodlights on here. The light just about holding though, for the time being. Kent trailing by 170 runs as Bess really lobbed that one up. And Compton has nudged it away on the onside. I don't know if it's the fact that we're watching from this elevated position on the 4th floor of the stand, watching on from the Kirkstall Lane end, but looked like he looped him miles into the sky.
Just trying to get the ball caught in the floodlights in the eye line of Jack Leaning.
111 for 2. Leaning quickly moves the score off Nelson with a single out towards deep mid wicket. He's on to 29 and Compton 63. Have they scored any runs since I did that update? You two been nattering away and nobody's been scoring any runs.
No.
It was all going on the last 5 minutes I had with Paul. As Best bowls flicked away into the onside, and this is going to drop short just of the boundary, even though it's going across the square out towards where some of the few spectators left in the ground are watching on. A couple of runs then for Ben Compton. He moves to 65. Kent to 114 for 2. We have 5 overs to go here on day 3. Kent trailing by 166 runs. And I just poked my head out the commentary box window a moment ago, and it's actually pretty chilly outside. Notice that some of the spectators are well wrapped up with fleeces, and there was one who had a Club Shop Yorkshire beanie. And I thought, really, is it that cold? Apparently it is. I think they fixed the heating in here from day 1 when we were frozen. Somebody told me earlier. So
Really?
it's actually felt a little bit warmer in here.
That might have been something to do with the sunshine as well, Ben.
Yeah, quite possible. These nice big windows, little greenhouse effect.
So Patterson continuing at the Howard stand end of the ground. Jack Leaning, high backlift, stands tall. Harry Duke still standing up, and that is pushed up to Jordan Thompson at mid-off, who immediately gives it a rub. Kent going at just over 2.5 and over. At that rate, it's still going to take a fair while to get anywhere close to rubbing off Yorkshire's 166 run lead. Patterson in again, and well, Harry Duke pops the ball up in the air and then hands it back to Dominic Bess.
Yeah, Compton seems to have almost scored in little clusters when he's hit boundaries. They seem to have come in, you know, the 2 consecutively hit pull strokes off Thompson and the cut strokes off Bess.
Here's Patterson, past umpire Lloyd. Once again, Jack Leaning shows us how to play an exemplary forward defensive stroke.
Starting to find the middle of the bat again in defence, having had an over against Don Bess where everything was coming off the inside edge.
Three to come in the over, and then 4 more overs to come. Patterson again goes short this time, and parried up in the air by Harry Duke, who still not managed to reel it in successfully.
Umpire's got his gloves on at the far end and pointing at his shoulder to say that's your 1 for the over. How many times has Steve Patterson been told, yeah, that's your 1 short ball for the over? It's not a tactic I've seen him bowl. Why? I say he hasn't bowled it in this game.
It's a rarity. You're right to call it that way. now and again. Here he is, bowling to Leaning, who turns it into the onside. There's no run. Pato been around a long time, hasn't he? Deaders, as the boys call him.
Is that a sense of humour, or?
There was a parody account of him on Twitter called Boring Pato for some time.
Is that a Yorkshire thing? James Milner's from Leeds as well, isn't he?
He is.
He has that
He's
infamous
from
boring
Horsforth.
account on social media.
Final ball of Pato's over is pushed up to mid-on by Jack Leaning, who's still 29 not out at the end of the over. The partnership invaluable to Kent's cause here. It's not been chanceless, but it's worth 87 and unbroken for the third wicket. Compton 65. 45 overs bowled by Yorkshire at Kent second time around, and just 4 remaining in the day.
Ironically, he's then become almost, his own social media profile has basically become more interesting and more ironic than the account itself. He started tweeting stuff of himself with a cup of tea at home, you know, on a Saturday night or whatever, and playing up to the stereotype almost. Don Best then around the wicket with 2 slips to Ben Compton. Well forward in defence on this occasion. Full delivery from Don Bess. Who's in once more. Left alone outside the off stump by Compton. Duke whipping the bails off and then putting them back on himself before putting his wicket-keeping glove back on. Don Bess with that little skip, and then he arrives at the crease, and Compton turns him away into the onside, out towards square leg. No run on this occasion. Yorkshire fielders trying to G one another up. Trying to G up Bess. See if they can find a breakthrough. Harry Brook at second slip. Got the shin pads and the helmet on. It's Bess bowls and Compton turns it away once again out to square leg. Karunaratne does the fielding. So Joe Root back next week, off to Essex. Is it here against Essex or at Essex?
At Chelmsford, yeah.
Here's Bess in and bowling. Turned away into the onside. Your correspondent has come back for 2 that was suggesting, oh, Don Bess doesn't need to bowl that much this time of year, and Joe Root could come in for him. Obviously, he obviously heard that, Don Bess, with his score today of 89. Before Jack Leaning got him out, caught a slip. Heenan bowling a very loopy one, which ends up being a Yorker as it's jabbed out by Compton into the covers. End of the over, we've got 3 to go. Kent are 116 for 2, the 2 men out. Crawley for 5, caught and bowled Revis. It was a low full toss. Crawley drove it back at him and it was fantastically caught and bowled. Daniel Bell Drummond, the Kent Centurion from the first innings, we disappointed that he drove a Patterson delivery on the up to cover where Karunaratne took the catch. Leaning's had a couple of lives, but is still there on 29. Compton had one just before reaching his half century, but is on 67 earlier on in the day. Harry Brook eventually dismissed for 194. A short ball from Nathan Gilchrist, which he gloved behind, attempting a pull stroke. Don Bess out for 89, as I mentioned. Thompson making 33. Linder taking his first Kent wicket, and then 2 more having Patterson bowled as he swung. Slightly ugly stroke. Leg side and was bowled, and then Revis making a very fine little half century off 64 balls with 2 4s and 3 6s before he was caught by Jordan Cox. Again to Linder. Going to see a bit of David Milan.
Bowled quite a bit last week down at Northamptonshire in trying to prize 10 wickets out of the opposition. Unsuccessful though. Bowling his leggies, and just a little bit of kick off the pitch first up. Jack Leaning propping forward to him.
Looks like a decent length first up.
Yeah. Gives the ball a bit of a shine. Flick from hand to hand, then he comes in and right arm over the wicket. And leaning, just works it into the onside where the field is set back and will take the one.
That one not so much. A little bit of a low full toss.
Leaning on to 30, partnership 90, score 117 for 2. Don't forget you can join us, of course, for ball-by-ball coverage again tomorrow on the BBC Sport website and app. And will, of course, again be streaming coverage. Ben Watts and myself, Jonathan Doidge, will be with you tomorrow, along with, once again, Katie Levick. As Milan comes around the wicket here to bowl to Compton, who's shouldering arms. Paul Shaw, who's been with us today, takes a sabbatical again tomorrow. He'll be looking through the coaching speak manual in preparation for the forthcoming season.
What was it? Oh, here's Milan again. Oh,
Wide of off stump. And Compton
did come back in
yeah,
a touch.
Did, didn't it? And it was a tight enough leave.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow and Lev and Doidge being reunited.
Milan wide on the crease to the left-handed Compton, pushing to Karuna Ratney.
It's not the Poland and Bayern Munich striker, but Katie Levick and Jonathan Doidge, Yorkshire's finest.
The reference was picked out though, wasn't it, by
I liked
the
it.
correspondent. Milan to Compton again. Tight leave. He did have it covered by the pads by the looks of things. But yeah, you get the ooh from the fielding side, and you can understand why. Just 12 balls remaining in the day. 117 for 2. Some coaching exams tomorrow, Shawsey?
One or two.
Mm.
Umpires discussing light, are they? Maybe
They
the
are.
meter's coming out. They used to always have to balance it on the top of the stumps. They don't seem to do that anymore.
Yeah, they did. They've done so in this game so
Okay,
far.
they have.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a discussion going on with two umps. What is the thinking going to be? They're walking off.
Or are they just going to take a reading?
Oh no, they are going to take a reading. There you go. You're right, they do still put the meter on the stumps. No, I think we're all alright. Are
Yep.
we alright? Yeah, I
Looks
think we're
like we
carrying on. I was getting ahead of myself there, so we are going to play the remaining 2 overs.
Yeah, Graham Lloyd and Steve O'Shaughnessy, no idea which football team they support, but possible former Lancashire players that they could be Man City fans. It might be a case of if we just pop off now, we'll get to see alt second half.
Little taxi, little Uber down the road. Someone sneak you in. It's Bess in and bowling. Defended back down the pitch.
I was thinking more TV viewing,
Well, yeah, I know. But they could do.
but yeah,
It's not
possible.
far away. Here comes Don Bess. In and bowling. Defended into the offside. I was going to make some awful comment that as they're from Lancashire, they are more likely to be City fans than United. Which would have been a low blow, wouldn't it?
Well, is that the case these days, though?
What, that all United fans are from Surrey? Here he is in bowling, defended down the pitch. Kent captain Sam Billings is a Man United fan, so if he's listening in, he can't. There's no comeback there because he's from Kent and he supports Man United. So, you know, growing up, certainly plenty of lads my age grew up with the the treble-winning team in '99, etc. Fergie era. So yeah, I jest, but there's a little bit of truth in there. Bess around the wicket, leaning, offers no bat at it, and just kicks the ball away. Fielders at slip and short leg and mid-wicket.
Worldwide support, isn't it? Not just Surrey.
Yeah, it's true. This one's defended into the onside. No run taken. But yeah, they do support Chelsea and Surrey, admittedly, as well. It's not all Man United. Don Best continues. Somerset lad, now of Yorkshire, whirling in. And a man knows a thing or two about football, with his dad being an ex-goalie. Jack Leaning defends this one out into the offside, because he was born in Bristol, because his dad was playing for City at the time, I think. So we got 1 over to go. 117 for 2 Kent. I digress on the football chat. 163 Kent trail by. And do we have a full extended day again tomorrow? Do we have 104 overs again, or is it just back to normal? I feel like we've made up some time yesterday and today. So
Yeah, we've got sort of, well, not in front, but I did think we'd be finishing later than this actually today with 104 overs. Milan then for the final over of the day. Compton pushes into the offside, no run. Yeah, I mean, talking to fans coming from other areas, I recently organised a Leeds United evening with a couple of ex-players, and we were just about sold out when I received a random email from a Norwegian guy who said 35 of us are coming over for the game against Southampton the following day. Can we have tickets? Do you do?
amazing.
Said, sorry, I can't accommodate you. We've not got enough space. So, yeah, they were flying over for the weekend. Milan into Compton, who dropped that back at the feet of the bowler, who's coming in again. And Compton then pushing into the leg side, where the shin-padded George Hill does a fielding. 3 to come in the day. And Milan just drags that a little bit, but Compton not for taking any risks at the moment, pushes it back up the pitch. David Milan has gone for the 1 run so far. Again, Compton, with respect, pushes into the offside to Karuna Ratney this time. And just 1 to come then on day 3. Again, 163 runs behind and 8 wickets remaining. Can Yorkshire take one with them off the final ball of the day? Milan to Compton, wide of off stump, can't tempt him. And that will be that then for the end of day 3. 28 minutes past 6 and 49 overs into Kent's second innings. The visitors 117 for 2, with Compton on 67 and Jack Leaning on 30. A partnership so far worth 90 runs unbroken for the 3rd wicket. Milan finishing with 2 overs, 1 maiden, on for 1.
They're not coming off at the minute.
Coming off.
We've bowled the amount of overs we're supposed to bowl today. Are we playing until 6:30?
Well, I'm just looking down, not even looking up at that, so assumed they were walking off as I'm reading the scores there.
I thought they were going to walk off, but no. Don Bess is ready. Apparently we're carrying on. 1 more over.
Must be 1 more over then. 6:30 cut-off presumably, and so they can get 1 more in. You can call it.
Around the wicket. Steered away by Jack Leaning, just tucked off the hip. For a single, sliding Jordan Thompson picks up and throws. 1 more to Jack Leaning's score. They've turned that scoreboard off. Away to our left.
They're off home, scoreboard operator.
Yeah, look, we've done our allotted overs for the day. We're off.
Probably already in the sky rack just up the road.
Leaning's on 31 now, thanks to that single. I'll go off and find somewhere to have dinner again this eve. This one's defended down the pitch. Trying out some of the local eateries in the Headingley area over the last couple of days. Any recommendations, people? Tweet me. at Ben Watt Sport. Don Best then, formal balls in the over, lobs it up wide of the off stump. Ben Compton just allows it through, offers no stroke to that one. As the floodlights shine down on this, what we think is now a final over.
Been to the fish and chip shop? Just at the back?
I went past it.
Give it a try.
Yesterday. Is it good?
Mm.
This one's defended into the onside.
Yeah, give that a crack tonight, Ben.
Any local delicacies, or just order what I fancy?
No, we just fry
fry
fish in Yorkshire, you know, like plain simple fish.
Yeah, nice. Sounds good to me. I'm not fussy.
Get a special. Mind you, you're very slim. That might show tomorrow if you do.
All I've done is sit and watch cricket and eat the last few days, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. There's a gym and a pool, I think, in my hotel that I haven't visited.
Did you bring your gym
I
kit?
did. I brought
swimming
it.
Kit?
Yeah,
Well, there you
yeah.
go. That's at least a thought.
Exactly, I had the intent. So this is full from Bess and clipped around the corner behind square on the leg side. No run taken. End of the over, and now we are done for the day as the umpire whips off the bails, takes the stumps out and plops them on the floor. And the players will make their way off. Kent 118 for 2 at the close on day 3. Trailing Yorkshire by 162 runs. They have 8 second innings wickets remaining. Compton is unbeaten on 67. Jack Leaning is unbeaten on 31.
Yep, so that will be that from us for the day. Clearly a good day for Yorkshire in terms of the number of runs that they were able to pile on there with that 571, but difficulties with the ball in the absence of Harris Ralph. They've picked up a couple of wickets, they've put a couple of chances down as well. Will they live to rue those tomorrow? Still plenty of game time left. If they're good enough, they may have to bat again and rub off some Kent runs. We shall see. It will all unfold before us tomorrow. Ben Watts will be back, along with himself, Jonathan Doidge, and Katie Levick with you for day 4. We may even get a bit more of Tom Kohler-Cadmore yet. We shall see. We thank Paul Shaw once again for his contributions today, and we shall hopefully then see you tomorrow, weather permitting, for just before 11 o'clock. But from the trio here in the commentary box, it's goodbye for day 3.